Well, a very good morning to you all from Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. This is the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company this morning. As always, my name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning by Joseph Mudrak. Good morning, Joseph.
Hi.
Joined by Scott Michaels. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning.
We will be joined by... JT Tammy is here. Good morning, JT.
Morning.
Yep, right on the dot. Set 5 of, and we're basically at 5 of. So nicely done. And Gabe Howe is on production for us this weekend again as well. Good morning to you, Gabe. We have, hopefully, a slightly cleaner 8 hours in store for you today from Road America. Yesterday was an improbable race, I think, in more ways than one. Thoroughly enjoyable nonetheless. But I think we're hoping for a little more consistency and something that looks more like a traditional endurance race on our Sunday 8 hours this morning. Set to go 8 o'clock for the green flag, 8 o'clock Central Time, and a finish at 4 p.m. I'll turn to you first, Joseph, because you were here with us all day yesterday. I think the headlining story was probably either the 3 red flags and race stoppages or the GTU situation, which saw the 9-4 Motorsports car take an improbable win, just clinging on to whatever lead it could hang on to while running 10 seconds off the pace. But a thoroughly enjoyable day yesterday nonetheless.
Yeah, it gave us a lot to talk about, which was good because we had a lot of time to fill. But it'll be a completely different race today. You have to believe. I think there's a greater than 0 possibility that we could see a repeat winner in GTU, because I think the problems that showed up yesterday are unlikely to be completely gone today. But yeah, it's a new day and it's a new grid, and cars are definitely in different places. Some of them won't be starting the race at all that started the race yesterday. So we'll just have to see how today shakes out.
Yeah, a couple of adjustments from yesterday. The 401 has been moved to the back of the grid and also had its position adjusted from yesterday's race as well. I think we're going to hear a little bit later on about that from Brad McCall, who will be up to see us a little bit later. Automatic Racing became our first repeat winner overall in 2022. The Aston Martin coming home in first place yesterday. They will start this morning's race in third. JTR Motorsports Engineering will start on pole.
They will not, Brendan, because the 609 that was going to start second, I don't believe is taking the grid. I don't think they were on the false grid, so it'll be the 909 on the front row alongside the 696.
Very interesting. Oh, that is correct. That is correct. So the 909 will start second alongside the 696, right? Because the 609 dropped an engine yesterday in pretty spectacular fashion. To our third red flag, or our third red flag of the day yesterday.
Yeah, and we didn't know at the time what the issue is, and we still don't really, but obviously it was enough to keep them out of the running today. So
yeah, and if you are looking on racehero.io for live timing, as we will be today, there's a couple of adjustments there. The 421 will not be participating today after a pretty substantial accident down at the turn 11 area. Happy to report that Mark Smith is okay, but that car is done, I think, probably in perpetuity. So that'll promote the number 2 up to 4th, because 2 of our top 6 fastest cars are missing. Of course, the grid was set by fastest time from yesterday. So we're missing a couple of key players. One of our key players is going to be starting at the back of GTO. That is the 401, like we mentioned. As the lights go out, well, there are no lights on the safety car this morning, but this will be the second of 2 pace laps, and at the end of this one, about 5 minutes time, we'll be receiving our green flag for the second 8 hours. GTU, like we mentioned yesterday, was 9-4 Motorsports. Go ahead.
190 just kind of taking up both lanes to weave behind the NP01s really tickles me.
That 84 is going to be starting stone last in GTU because it was the slowest car in the class yesterday. But never mind that. Racer Motors, it looks like, is on pole. scroll down a little bit to find that for sure. They are alongside the number 55 from MLT Motorsports, who had a pretty miserable day yesterday, as did most of that class, in fairness. The 2 Stratus cars on row 2, and then 9-4, and actually looks like Capstone's been moved to the back there, alongside the 190, who I haven't seen yet this morning. I only see the NP01s in GTU. So that'll be a loss, unfortunately, for the winning Formula number 190. GP1 pole sitter is Moorhead Speedworks.
Hold on, say that again?
I haven't seen the 190 this morning, the winning Formula Miata.
It's at the back of the GTU field.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't see them when they came by. Sorry, I didn't see it when it came by.
That's why you got extra eyes. That's.
I don't have extra eyes though. I'm literally.
Yeah, you see it. It's just kind of trailing the back of the GTU field. You see it.
Maybe I looked away before.
Yeah, their onboard is working. They're definitely out there.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. Well, that'll add some variety to the GTU field then as well. Like we mentioned, GP1 pole sitter Moorhead Speedworks alongside Ignition Motorsports, the number 44 from PC Racing that won GP1 yesterday. In third, Edge Autosports, who lost the second place result at the death yesterday, second to last lap there. Will start there in fourth, round 3 racing, the 701 in fifth, Ginger Racing in sixth, and all the way down there towards the middle of GP1 is the number 550 that finished second yesterday. GP2 pole sitter, the Petawatt Laser Racing number 900, who we didn't really spend much time talking about yesterday. Starting on the class pole, the number 196 Overnight Motorsports Porsche Cayman in second. The North Loop Motorsport car, which crashed out of the lead yesterday, will not take the start today. They've gone home through. Actually, it looks like they've put everything back up, so maybe that car will be running today. They had taken everything down yesterday, and now that I look across the pit lane, they may well be back. So keep an eye out for them. They are back. I get the nod from TJ next to me. So fantastic news there for the North Loop Motorsport car. Yebury Racing, the number 189 in fourth. TCS Motorsports is the GP3 pole sitter from the looks of things, although slightly out of order on Race Hero here. They had an onboard yesterday, so we'll keep eyes out for them. And that's really all I've got here, gentlemen. If you've got anything to add before we go green here in about 2 minutes' time, by all means. Otherwise, we've got 8 more hours of racing around the 4.048-mile Road America circuit to come to take us through your Sunday and, indeed, your Mother's Day.
I got a question regarding Joseph's. Oh, thanks for the reminder, Brendan. Thanks for going out. I got a question regarding Joseph's point. Do we know what happened to the 190 yesterday?
What did happen to the 190? Oh, they were disqualified for working on the car.
The reason
during the first red flag.
Yeah, why were they behind the wall in the first place was what I was getting at.
That I don't know, although I think we're about to get the paced car pulling off, and there it is.
We absolutely are. The Pace SUV, such as it is this morning. JTR Motorsports Engineering, Automatic Racing, your winners from yesterday, head up the hill out of turn number 14, side by side, and 2x2 all the way back. The green flag waves, and it's Automatic Racing who gets the jump down the front straightaway and pulls out a couple of car lengths lead by the time they crest the top of the hill on the number 696 BMW, but it is 2x2 all the way back, fanning out now 2 and 3 wide behind them. The GTU field takes the green flag just a little bit in arrears of them, and it looks like everybody's filed through turn 1 reasonably cleanly. Here come your NP01s plus a Miata, and as the GTO field leads down into turn number 3, it looks like the 986 has taken third in the braking zone down there at turn 3. It's Racer Motors that leads GTU, the number 55 there in P2, and already the top 3 making a getaway at the front of the GTO field. As we look a little bit further back, we should receive a green flag for the general production classes here momentarily. I don't see them cresting the hill just yet here. They are actually quite a ways further back. So we'll keep eyes on the GTO field for just a moment. Already close to a second margin, I think, for that 909. Automatic Racing Aston, it's the 32 spun at the exit of turn number 5. That's the AF Racing BMW, and I think they've made the tire wall there just to driver's right. Our camera currently has that cropped out a little bit, but they looped it on the throttle.
The tail end of it.
Yep, they just looped it on the throttle coming off that corner, and there isn't a whole lot of room to the inside. Oh, man, they haven't made the tire wall. They've made the concrete. That car is going to be, if it's not toast, it's definitely not going anywhere on its own. The green flag
that's
waves,
moved it back.
It has. It has. And that's exposed concrete, like we said. Fortunately, it's a little bit lower speed there because you're just accelerating out of one of the slowest corners on the track. But I don't know that we're going to be green flag through the end of the first lap here.
That's obviously done the radiator.
Yeah, that's what that steam is. The green flag has waved on the production classes, but like we mentioned, I'm not, or like I was about to mention, I'm not sure we're actually going to see a full lap of green flag racing here. I would hope that, well, we'll see. The yellow flags will certainly be out at turn 5 for those production cars, but in the heat of battle, you really got to be on your toes here these first couple of corners to make sure that nothing untoward happens under that local yellow down there at turn 5. Eyes on the starter stand at the moment. And as our overall leaders come through the final corner and up the hill to start finish for the first time. No double yellows yet, but it is the 909, leads 696, leads 986.
Yeah, that is a really low speed part of the track. They might be okay covering their cars.
Yeah, that is true. I was more concerned about cars being 2 and 3 wide on the first lap in the general production classes, but it actually looks like everybody's been exceptionally well behaved here, which I am thrilled to see.
Yeah.
Worth noting that 32 it's not a GT4 car or anything of the sort. It is just a built-up E46 from Jessica and Justin Tracy. Not sure who was in the car to start the race this morning, but I wouldn't expect that car to have your full electronic aids like you tend to get in the GT4 cars, and with tire temperatures and pressures being low this morning, and it is a little chilly. That car, I think, would have just looped it on cold tires and nudged into the tire wall there, or not the tire wall, the concrete to driver's left on corner exit there. But we do stay green for the moment as the production cars make their way through the carousel.
And
Up at turn number 9.
Connection black spot on the backside of the corner.
The abyss, such as it is, yes.
So the GTU cars, Racer Motors driver was obviously briefed to not leave as much space as usual because they were right behind the GTO field and are already into traffic, which is interesting. That says to me that they're looking maybe for an overall position. But yeah, the GTU cars already working their way through the back end of the GTO field on lap 2.
Oh, wow, we actually have got the general production field in something like real time here. That's quite nice. That is the Big Mission, number 134, who's taken the GP1 class lead yet again. We see this every so often where that car is a rocket ship the first couple of laps, and then as everybody kind of settles in, the other players in GP1, your Moorhead Speedworks, your PC Racing, and those guys all tend to clump up right at the front of the field, and it tends to lead to a really, really nice battle. But that 134 has jumped right out into the class lead first thing this morning. Your overall race leaders are side by side at the start-finish line. Technically, the 696 has taken the class lead and the overall lead, but there's nothing to choose between them up at the top of the hill. We catch them down at turn 3, Gabe. I think. Oh, well, there they are in something of a delay, so that camera is not real time. Disregard that. I was a little too excited there.
Yeah, it's interesting point you made about the interesting point you made about the GP1 leader. Their first lap would have put them top 10 in GTO. Obviously, all the GTO cars are scrapping and ordering themselves after a trial start. But yeah, it's good early pace for the technicians.
And then they've got to single file while they go through that recovery zone in turn 5. Which is actually that's gonna take away one of the big overtaking points on the track.
True, yes. Although with the way these cars are vary in speed on different parts of the track, that's not necessarily
the only part. Yeah.
Yeah, in any single class formula and most multi-class formulas, that would be one of the only overtaking points on the track. Not necessarily WRL will be fine. Interesting to note already that out of the 25 GTO cars that started, the GTU leader is already up to 21st. Sorry, 20th Racer Motors. So they're dealing with 5 cars a lap at this rate, GTO, which is pretty exciting.
I don't see a big mission car out in front of this number 147. And
It's a 2-second gap, or it was last lap by.
I'm not actually.
No, it's not. That car is missing. The big mission car. It's tumbling down the timing screen.
Oh, it's in the pits. It's just arrived here in the pits. As is the Random Vandals number 982, actually.
They must have left the qualifying setup on.
It's a big impact.
Yeah, you can see the damage to the front end of that number 32.
Thank you to the race direction safety crew for clearing that up.
Yeah, let's stay on this onboard, actually, because I think we get a change for position coming out of the final corner.
So this is for the GP1 lead, presumably. Are we assuming this is on a half-lap delay? Is that the big mission car?
No. You know what, Gabe? I'm going to send you a new link for this onboard. So
Oh, was that yesterday?
I think it is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Whoopsie
it wasn't.
doopsie.
That was the 55 car.
It wasn't. Their onboard wasn't up when we rolled off this morning. It's just come up in the last couple of
And
minutes.
so the feeds defaulted to the
Yes,
most
that's
recent
exactly
one, which
what's
would be the
happened.
okay, great, because they were side by side going across the start finish line with the number 4 for PC Racing.
Yeah, but the point, ironically, was correct about the 134. That car had gone missing from
You
out
managed
front.
You managed to pick out a car pulling into the pits 24 hours in advance. That's pretty impressive.
No kidding, man. If only
That's
I were that good at
fucking-
literally anything else.
Car smoking
Who-
coming out turn 5. It looked like
Yeah, who was that?
you've got 1 in 70 odd chance of getting it right.
Well, it looked like the 609, but I don't think the 609 started.
I don't know if we've made this point, but the 909 was able to defend from the 696 and just hang on to the overall lead. It's now, well, it's half a second, so really that's a couple of car lengths from the Aston back to the BMW. And then the number 986, the Porsche Cayman, there in third. Its teammate, the number 983, is there in fourth, so it's a good start for Will to Win. Those pair of Porsche Caymans, third and fourth at the moment, 762 in fifth, creating something of a train yet again. 111, number 2, number 1, number 727 are all line astern behind that number 762 GT4 Cayman. There you go. There go your GTU leaders in shot.
Yeah, I was
It's
going to say,
It's
three
the
or four.
130. Just kidding.
They managed to find a little pocket in the 5-second gap at the start of the last lap, and before they managed to get into it. But I think that gap, they're going to bridge that very quickly for the end of this lap.
So, race control log has the 134, obviously your erstwhile leader in GP1, smoking center rear and dumping fluid at turn 13. So they've had a problem at the back part of the lap, and that's why they cut into the pits.
It's a pretty sizable margin now from the 986 and that lead trio back to the 983, and then back to the line of cars behind the 762 racing car. And they're properly into traffic now, headed up the hill at the front straightaway.
Yeah, speaking of the slower classes, we got a note in from North Loop. So we obviously saw them do pretty substantial damage to the 21.
Let's cut to turn 1. There is a massive fight going on right now with the GTU cars. Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah, so obviously we saw the number 21. Wow, that is a gaggle. That
no
is
kidding.
every GTU car.
Well, the Racer Motors cars actually escaped.
That's the only one. The other 4 are 2x2.
And then the 190 is just kind of watching.
Yeah, Williams Formula is chilling out of that.
But yeah, so we got a note that the number 21 for North Loop, we saw them hit the wall pretty substantially coming out of turn 6 yesterday. They've actually decided to just scrap that car, and they've replaced it with their backup, and that will carry the season points forward. I understand that they've made that note to us, which indicates that they've talked to league administration about it. It'll be an orange spec 46 today. E46. I assume that's oh boy. Activity.
Yeah, I'm very much enjoying watching those little cars. I do question why they are still gridded. I guess they aren't quicker than the top GTOs, but they are quicker than most of the GTOs.
They're quicker than about half the field, which
I think they've got top 10 pure pace, which means
they didn't
races and they need to overtake 20 GTOs that they're quicker than, which is entertaining for us.
Well, okay, yeah, maybe they weren't in qualifying, but they are probably carrying less fuel in the GTO car, so they might have a little bit more of a weight advantage at this part of the race.
They're really carrying less fuel than the GTO cars for sure.
Okay.
They're limited by rule to do so.
Yeah, I don't remember what the fuel tank differences are between. I know that they're underweight compared to GTO.
Yeah, and then their maximum fuel tank size. So obviously in qualifying they won't get advantage of that, but in the race they're forced to run less fuel. So yeah.
401 in the pits, guys.
Interesting.
It is.
Yeah, tech notwithstanding, that was your second place car crossing the line yesterday, and started at the back of the class this morning. Looks like they are, headed right to their pit stall, so not into the paddock, which is a good sign, but still, we've only got 5 laps done, so not great news there for the 401.
We're in GP2. Yep. Northloop is leading the race in their backup car.
Yeah, they just passed Libra Racing this lap and have already pulled a gap, so they're looking to get that big stretch of a lead like they did yesterday.
From the Choice Racing on board, the pit stop for the 401 looked like a pretty late decision. So I'm not sure what's going on there.
There's no call in race control about any obvious issue.
It does look like they are paying some attention to the left rear and now kind of the left front. It's a good 100 yards up the track for me, up the pit lane for me.
Yeah, maybe the driver feeling some kind of vibration or some sort of weirdness on the left-hand side.
And now they've moved on from that. So yeah, you would assume the driver felt something there and just decided to be safe, and bring the car into the pits at the last minute there. Can't imagine you'd bail that late without, having felt something that you couldn't.
Oh yeah. Okay. So he was racing pretty hard into the last corner, and then the car made a really strange wiggle on the exit that had sort of left rear tire problem or left rear suspension kind of written all over it. It was
interesting.
It was relatively subtle, but he obviously made a very quick decision to be safe rather than sorry. Which is impressive.
Everything looked fine on the way up the pit lane. It didn't look low at the rear. It didn't look like, there had been some kind of suspension issue or anything like that. It just, just headed up the pit lane up towards its pit stall. Your leaders are still all right together, underneath a second, from first back to third. So traffic hasn't really strung out your lead battle all that much, well, at all. But it has allowed them to gap the fourth place car, with that margin now being up over 10 seconds. We were going to get Brad McCall. He's just been whisked away momentarily, so I'm hopeful that he'll be back.
Yeah, I mean, we've got
a discussion about yesterday's race, but obviously there are other things happening at the moment with that car.
Yeah, Brendan, how far along the lap are the overall leaders? Because that looks like that is still, a 3-car fight. It looks like for overall lead.
At this stage, they should be somewhere around turn 5, maybe up towards the carousel.
Seeing them in turn 1 on the camera.
Yeah, wait.
Well, that's GTU. I'm talking about GTO.
Overall. Sorry. Still in mode last year where GTU cars would be the open. But having said that,
true.
the GTU leaders were side by side going into turn 1.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, that's still a close fight. I mean, that GTU has turned into Moto 3. That's the Moto 3 class now.
Capstone dropped off the back, and they're actually under pressure from the winning formula at the moment. But other than that, top three cars, or 4 cars, sorry, are absolutely nose to tail.
Capstone's fallen out of the draft pack, is what you're saying.
Exactly, yeah.
I think I'm right in saying that Capstone car was basically head-to-head with Racer Motors at the start of yesterday's race, were they not? I think they were basically top 2 through most of the first hour.
I think you're right, yeah.
So, slight change in fortune there for the number 555. Good battle at the moment in GP1.
They're a whole 1.7 seconds behind. We'll give that time.
Fair. Okay, fair enough. If we have the onboard for the Edge Auto Sports car, it's a decent battle with them and the number 44 from PC Racing, which, as it turns out, is the second of the PC Racing cars at the moment because its teammate, the new paddle shift X-Choice Racing car, throw whatever other descriptors for that car you want in there, is up in the class lead at the moment. But that number 26 on board, we do have it, is right in the thick of a battle for P3 at the moment with yesterday's class winner.
I love when the camera loses connection for a second and it just kind of melts away.
That's what I described it as yesterday. It looks like the picture melts.
Yeah. Uh, 134 is back out on track, it looks like. 298, Random Vandals has had a problem, and they're taken to the pits.
Scary early.
401 is just coming out of the pits.
Okay. So, maybe, I don't know if they found anything, but basically sent that car back out. I assume they're going to go feel it out and regroup and see if they need to take it back to the paddock for some more investigation.
Yeah, I rewound their onboard because they've got a driver cam as well. And really, the driver just gave the car a little bit of a wiggle on the exit of the last corner, looking like he was testing something. And within one sort of wiggle, I guess, one zag, he decided, no, I'm taking it to this. But everything before that looked absolutely normal. He was overtaking cars. He or she shouldn't. But yeah, very strange. And then, yeah, they've spent a good 5 minutes in the pits there.
Still struggling with this 147 on board, and I'm intrigued as to why.
Okay, so let's look at the date stamp here, because it does say 5-7.
It looks much more sunny in this than it does in any of my other onboards.
It is. So here, I'm just going to post the link directly.
Yeah, let's switch off of this to let's go back to trackside. So this is, for whatever reason, it's still. Let's cast our minds back to 24 hours ago.
Yeah, not so much an instant replay as just a replay.
Right, there is the 147 coming in the shot, I think.
Yep, that is.
So perfectly done, Gabe.
And
Definitely
that
on
was
purpose.
26, right behind.
Still, this lead trio just absolutely tied together up the front straightaway, and props to the number 986 here. Keep in touch with yesterday's winner and, you know, arguably the fastest car in the class pretty much week in and week out, that number 696.
What's happening?
Oh, I think the move's done. We cut to turn 3 here. I think we're going to see that number 696 into the lead. Yep, there it is. Move done. JTR Motorsports Engineering, at least for the time being, leads GTO, although not officially because it hasn't come across the line yet. But they've been stalking that number 909 from about the time they finished the first round of traffic.
If you
go ahead.
Sorry, if you want to go to the winning formula camera, the GTU battle is absolutely insane. They're 3 wide going into the corner right now.
Stop from the number 511 Choice Racing BMW as well. And I have a suspicion that car is going right to the paddock.
Winning Formula's made 2 passes in 2 corners. And I think they're up to 4th in class because I believe we have one. The leader has escaped, but the other 4 or 5 cars in class are absolutely swapping positions Moto 3 style. Winning Formula is going to have a run on the MPO ones up the front straight here and make another position as as they come across the finish line. So they are up to fourth in class now. No, in fact, I think they've just taken third in class on the second Stratus car.
Oh, pit stop from the 605, which in GP3, well, it came across the line as your third place car. I think it may have been second just before it came in.
Something's happened
It was.
in GTU up front.
Yeah, the number 55 managed to escape through traffic, and the rest of them just bottled each other up. And when you're going,
I mean,
when
you're
you turn one car into 3 cars wide, it's difficult to get that through.
Yeah, but that Racer Motors car had made an escape at the front, so it lost a couple of seconds somewhere and then slipped all the way back to, is that fifth?
That's what I was watching from the winning formulas on board, is that that car was just getting tripped up constantly and getting dive bombed by other GTU cars every corner. So they've ended up going, they just got shuffled out of the position they were in. Nothing, I don't think there's anything significantly wrong, it's just the wrong placement in traffic and taking things safe.
In GP1, number 4 PC Racing, leading the class, is currently pulling away from the Moorhead Speedworks car. Already about a 5-second gap. A little bit further down, NFC Motorsports is doing a pretty good start right now. Started 12th on the grid and up to 7th in class. And pulling away from 5th Gear Motorsports as well.
Have you mentioned yet the 5-on-1 is pulled into the garage? Race Racing?
I did briefly mention that, yeah. Just straight into the paddock, never made their pit stop.
Yeah, that car was, they were running on the edge of the top 10, but obviously they're one of our strongest competitors.
In GP3, it's still 9-4 Motorsports, the 83, leading with a nice 17-second gap. TC Klein Racing, BMW currently second. For some reason, both the Overnight Motorsports 197 and the Round 3 Racing 605 had been gaining. Both had gone through the TC Klein Racing car and were starting to pull away, but for whatever reason, both have come onto pit lane in the last couple laps. So that's promoted the 75 AOA Racing Mazda back into third, where we saw it finish yesterday.
Yeah, we've still got a few. Okay, there's the 909. Came across about half second behind the 986 W2W came in.
Right, it's out to 1.3 seconds actually.
Oh wow, okay. So that top 3 is starting to stretch out a little bit.
As usual, JTR's ruining our fun and the rest of the field. They've managed to stretch that lead 3 out. GTU is starting to telescope back together as the 2 Stratus cars have managed to clear some GTO traffic that are about a second a lap quicker than the class leader at the moment. So that little 10-second gap, yeah, again, that lap they were 2 seconds faster, 2.5 seconds faster for the 58. So that gap that's managed to form in traffic between all of the GTU cars appears to be coming back together a bit.
Brendan, just do your interview.
Oh, spin from the 401. I think it was the green Mustang. It's one in turn 5. Hopefully, I think it was contact with the car ahead.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
So yeah.
Sorry, there was. So Brad walked in and the world caught fire. The 401 came into the pits. He didn't know anything about it. The 605 came into the pits. He didn't know anything about it. The 701 has had contact. He didn't know anything about it. And
I have to fix your Google Sheets, Brendan. You need to talk.
Oh, okay. What did I do?
Maybe Brad should join us remotely just in case, for the sake of round 3 racing.
Whoa, wait, what happened to the Google Sheet?
It's got the wrong car for the 190. It's got the wrong link.
Oh, my cursor may have been in the wrong spot because I saw the I saw a different cursor hovering over the 147. My fault. Yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, I can tell you the 605's issue is a power steering leak. That was a car that came in from top 3 in GP3.
Yeah, it had been sitting 3rd.
Yep. So that's a power steering leak in progress. I assume that car will have gone back to the paddock to deal with that. The 401 was contact. And I suspect that wiggle, Scott, that you saw from on board that car would have been the driver trying to feel out and make sure that everything was still okay with a particular corner of the car. And then the 701 is the only one that hasn't been in the pits yet, and that car had contact elsewhere out on circuit as well, although I don't really have the details on that one.
Yeah, that's it's been a rough day for round 3 already, and it hasn't even been that long of a day yet.
Ooh, Racer Motors making their way past the winning formula into the last corner. The winning formula is coming in the pits. That did look odd. They went very wide in the last corner and quite slow before Racer Motors shot down the inside, and now they've ducked into the pits. So there might be an issue there for that GTU Mazda.
Yeah, just made it to the top of the hill now, and coming to the attention of its pit crew.
I think you just mentioned this before. One's back in the pits with the bonnet.
I did not mention that.
Okay.
So that if the bonnet's up, or the hood, as we say in these parts, or hood A, I guess is the.
I'm gonna continue being awkward with that. I'm sorry. I tried it yesterday. I didn't.
You do sound like an Englishman trying to do an American accent.
Yeah. It's not gonna happen.
You can find the opposite pretty quickly if anybody ever watches an American try to do stand-up in England. You hear just some American accent being like, "Are there any plumbers in?" It's like nobody talks like that.
Anyway, my point was going to be that if they're paying attention to the front of that car, whereas previously they were paying attention to the left rear, that perhaps this car has some other issue unrelated. Well, not directly related to potential contact then.
By the way, the 58 Stratus is extremely quick right now. It's the fastest car on the track. Few hundredths of a second off fastest lap of the race.
Which is interesting because that car was nowhere near the pace yesterday. The 59 was by far the quicker of the two.
Yeah, that's what's curious is we never really see the 58 quicker than the 59. It does seem to be that they bias their drivers the other way. 58 is still running behind the 59 right now, but they are line astern. Those two cars are quickly catching the race. It is not making any noise on the top 10 in GTO. So I think we're going to see Stratus and Racer Motors are quicker as well. They're 9 seconds back from Stratus. I think we're going to see those three as the field cleanses as Davis knows to catch on the street.
Ooh, sorry. That's a GTU pit caller very, very late.
It's
I
a
think
55.
That's a 55. It is.
They had like a 12-second lead in GTU. They've had a big problem somewhere.
Well, like I said, that gap was closing. That was down to under 5 seconds.
Okay.
They were caught on that lap, so that says to me that there's an issue.
Yeah. Something melting, as it were. That car trundles up the lane.
Capstone also starting to get their figure out their pace. They've just set their first lap under 2:30. They are 2.3 seconds back from Racer Motors, who are 9 seconds back from the two Stratus cars, which now lead the class. So we're half an hour in, and we've lost at least 2 of our GTU cars. So that's not doesn't bode well.
No. Although, has the 9.4 car had an issue? Or no, they're that slow.
Well,
no, they are the tortoise.
They're much quicker than they were yesterday, though. The fastest lap was 2:33. I think that's about 5 seconds quicker than they went yesterday.
It is, yeah.
So that's
So they're going to break it. So
at least is promising.
Yeah, so 9-4, please, no hurry. Just take your time.
Do not rush.
it's like watching like a MotoGP or Moto2 race, and someone's got like a 12-second lead. You watch their entire pit crew do the like hands down motion. Slow down, stay cool.
Except it's in reverse. You're too close.
Yeah, you're in the GTU aura. You've got to get out.
It's not a race.
So, quickly, so that we can release Mr. McCall down to the Round 3 Racing pits. I want to introduce Brad McCall from Round 3 Racing. Welcome to the booth, Brad.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Yesterday, you were second across the line, and then you weren't second anymore.
Yeah, that's
so what
right.
happened?
Yeah, we call it second on track. But after the race, in post-race tech, we were protested. We finished second, but we were protested. And we went to the dyno, and as you know, WRL has a set of rules, and we all play by the same rules. The barometer is the dyno. Whether we like it or not, whether we agree with the results, that is the barometer. And our car dynoed well outside of the acceptable range for that car for power to weight ratio. We disagreed with it. We argued our point, but quite frankly, WRL has to draw a line. They have to draw a line in the sand. There has to be a go, no go, and we were a no go. So that's fine. I accept the penalty. We got DQ'd from the race, started in the back today, and we know what we need to do in the future to resolve the problem.
Yep.
The cars that we run, the 2 BMWs that we run, are homologated FIA cars. We have done nothing to them. We've done no tuning. We haven't messed with the ECU. But apparently we need to mess with the ECU. we're going to need to do some tuning. We're going to need to take some torque out of the cars. And because we don't want to run them heavy. We don't want to run the car real heavy and burn up tires.
Sure.
So we're going to do some work on them. We're going to try and resolve the problem before Daytona so that we don't have to run a bunch of weight in the car. And that's what we're going to do. We're not here to bend any rules. We're not trying to do that. We were trying to run a car stock from the factory. We didn't want to change anything on it. But apparently that's not going to work for us.
Sure. To your credit, you guys have a class win, an overall win already this season, perfectly within the rules, right? A car that passed tech and everything. So the car's clearly quick, and you've had success with it already. Just some kind of odd one-off scenario here.
Yeah, we don't know why it happened. I looked at a few things last night and this morning.
Yeah.
And I don't want to. I've made my mantra this year is no knee-jerk reactions. I don't want to make any knee-jerk reactions about things that happen. I want to look at data. I want to look at all the information before I make a decision about incidents, about anything. And in this case, I don't want to make a knee-jerk reaction, but we did find some possible issues with the fuel that we've been getting from a gas station. Other teams are complaining about it. Our exhaust pipes were pretty bright white, which is really interesting to me. So I don't know why this car dynoed so much different than it ever has in the past.
Yeah.
It's always been within the range of our disclosure sheet. And then yesterday, it's 20 plus horsepower high and
That's not close.
over 30 foot-pounds of torque high. I don't understand how that happened. So we're going to look into it. We're going to get it resolved. Hopefully we'll get another win today. I don't think that's going to happen now with what's going on with the car. But if we get back on the dyno today, hopefully it'll be back in line with where we were in the past. But we have a plan for the future to get it resolved.
Nice. Before I let you go so you can deal with your team issues down there, I just want to make mention, you guys have already had that class win back at Barber. It seems like this combination of Cole, Sarah, Brad, and nominally Buzz as well is working for you guys with that BMW.
It is. Cole and Sarah, they're like interchangeable. They're unbelievable, those two drivers. Just really spectacular. On Friday in qualifying, we sent Cole out in the last session of the day, figuring it was going to be not many cars on track. And he got caught up in a little traffic early, and we came in and brought him down pit road. We didn't have much fuel in the car. So we decided to send him out for one last flyer, and it was like the dream lap. There was no traffic. He had
Nice.
clear track and just enough fuel to make that one lap. He ran out, went through turn 1, turn 3, and ran out of fuel. So we had just enough in the car to set that golden lap. But yeah, Cole was just a spectacular driver, and as we know, Sarah is something real special. And I think we're going to see both of them at the next level pretty soon.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I feel like we've been saying Sarah Montgomery's name for some time. Cole is one that is maybe less popular, but he is so quick in that car. The battle between him and Will Choice back at Barber, that you guys came out on top, was one of the coolest things I've ever seen at a WRL. It was just, absolutely flat out for the last hour. Very, very cool stuff.
It was a lot of fun. And I think the biggest thing with Cole, the professional part of Cole, is you can give him a lap time. Let's say we tell him here, Cole, I want you to go turn 27s. He'll turn 27s within a tenth of each other, just lap after lap after lap. He can just flip that switch and go from full on, go dig hard and go catch a guy like we did at NOLA. He was in car 609 at NOLA, and he did that last hour charge to go past JTR, and unfortunately ran out of fuel on the last lap.
Right. We were discussing that earlier.
He is really special, really talented guy, and I think we're going to see him go to the next level for sure.
Awesome. Well, I hope so. Thanks for coming up, Brad. I know you've got stuff to take care of down with the 401. If you get more details on what's going on, by all means, send them up to us. I would love to, love to find out. Sorry, it's not working out so well for you today.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, it happens. But, I wanted to come up and, people talk and there's always chatter through the paddock, but I want everybody to know that this series they're not giving anybody a break. I mean, they're not playing favorites on anybody. I mean, we're sponsored by the series sponsor, and we have the Cooper tires, and that's one thing also with our car. People are asking why we're so fast in a straight line. We have the biggest tires. We have a 295/40 on our car, which is the tallest tire. So to track like this, track like Daytona, we're going to have a lot of straight line speed.
Gotcha.
And we think the Cooper is the best tire out there as well. But we think it's an advantage for us. But just really, WRL has done a good job, and they're playing it straight up. They've got a set of rules, and everybody has to follow them. And it doesn't matter who falls outside the rules. You fall outside the rules, you're going to pay the price.
I mean, and it's that level of fairness and equality that has our leaders within half a second after 40 minutes here. So it makes the competition what it is. And hopefully for you guys, hopefully a better day back at Daytona in a couple of weeks' time than you're having this morning. But you still got the 701 out there, right? So.
Yeah, 701. That's a good team as well. We got a young kid named Zach Ping in the car.
Okay.
He's not in it right now. I think Lonnie started, who's obviously a great talent. She's super consistent. And Zach's done a great job. 17 years old. This is his birthday weekend.
Get out.
So happy birthday, Zach. And he's doing a great job in the car as well. Really coming on strong.
Everything okay with that car after yesterday?
Yeah, it was strange. It really wasn't that bad of a hit.
Yeah, it didn't look like it.
It was the control arm sheared the brake rotor in half.
Mid-corner?
When he hit the wall.
Oh, when he hit the wall.
He did hit the wall,
Gotcha.
and it pushed it back, and it sheared the rotor in half.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, he'd have been able to drive it back.
Huh.
So that was strange, but the car really wasn't that bad. Got it fixed up, got a new splitter on
Nice.
it, and car should be good today.
Glad to hear. And I'll let you go. Take care of your team stuff down there. But Brad, really appreciate you coming up.
Thanks, my pleasure.
Welcome up here anytime. And best of luck for the rest of the day.
Sounds good, man. Thanks.
Yeah,
Brad
appreciate
McCall from round 3.
appreciate the explanation. They will not be they're not the first big class name to get surprised by dyno results, and guarantee they won't be the last. So
we need to figure out what that petrol station is doing with their fuel, though. That sounds like they should be charging a premium for that stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it sounds like a pretty good gas station, as long as you don't have to fit to a dyno sheet.
I have a GTU attrition update.
I actually have a couple, really quickly, because we saw this on screen. There has been a collision up at turn 7 between the 983 and the 727 under investigation currently. I think it's the 727 that's up against the tire wall there.
Well, they're listed as in pits, the 727.
Then it'll be the 983 that we're missing. Yes, it actually absolutely is the 983 that's up against the wall. So one W2W car in second overall, the other one up in the turn 7 tire barrier.
Do we have an onboard somewhere around there? I don't know if it looks like that car is going to be able to continue, or how long it's been there for.
There's a recovery vehicle on the scene. It's being pulled out.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, 2 of them.
So GTU attrition update. Our race winners from yesterday, they were going too fast. I've had it reported that they have come down the pits with a right rear suspension problem.
Yeah, you could see them smoking. Gabe caught it coming out of turn 14 about maybe 10 minutes ago. They were trailing a decent amount of smoke. Good to know it's not engine smoke, at least.
No,
so,
it is rear suspension.
Okay.
So are we down to 4 GTUs? Yeah, I think so. All running, not nose to tail, but they're all running. Their line is done on the timing sheets in the middle of the GTO class. So still a good race, still a good little. Maybe it's turned into a Moto 2 race rather than a Moto 3 race.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's just, the Stratus has turned into KTM Team IO.
The thing I'm wondering about is the 58 has jumped ahead of the 59, and now both of those cars' paces dropped. I'm wondering if there are fuel saving shenanigans.
That is exactly where I would go with that, Scott.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do know that. Yeah, that is definitely a factor in that class. Is
Yeah.
fuel.
I mean,
So-
we see no more than 50 or 55 minutes out of those cars here.
Racer Motors should be able to make it an hour. From what
I think they were a little short of that yesterday, but they were, well, I don't know. Maybe they can push it a little bit further. We did also have, did we also have an early yellow yesterday?
We did.
We
sure
did.
were. I'm only going what I'm told by.
Sure.
But
Like
yeah,
your source on the ground.
Yeah, exactly. Stratus, if the 58 only has, for example, one driver that is sort of competitive at this level, why not use that car to tow the other one around?
Yeah.
That'll be extremely clever if that's what they're doing. They've managed to make a clean break on the Racer Motors car. So if Racer Motors are having to go flat out to try and catch up while they're considering line-saving fuel, then that's just it's almost a sim racing style advantage they're getting there, and they'll be able to pull a couple of extra laps before hitting.
I don't know if we've mentioned the GP2 class lead battle.
I've been trying to. It's been fantastic between those two cars. They're pulling away from the rest of the class, which is, like yesterday, starting to really stretch out early on. But Libre has been able to keep up with Northloop, and they've been within a second lap after lap here, and it's been very good to watch on timing.
I just
Safe to assume that that North Loop car has not moved its onboard camera over.
I don't believe it has. Yeah.
Just as I mentioned, the Stratus have dropped their pace. They then did some 27s, which is pretty quick for the class. So it was the fastest lap of the race so far from 59. Personally, that's the fastest lap. Meanwhile, Racer Motors must have been caught up in traffic that lap because they dropped 6 seconds.
GTU. I was going to say GTU pit stops. It's not just the 555. The 401 is back in.
The
Sorry,
double
double
five
five. Yep,
has
mine
been
is-
issued a lap penalty for passing under yellow at turn 8.
Okay. So
The
bad to
555
worse.
555 is in the pits. That's
Yeah.
hopefully not us dropping down to 3 GTU cars in the first 45 minutes of this race.
It's a little early.
It is a bit early, so I'm concerned.
Sorry, I did mean the 555. That is a car I meant to call out. I thought you were correcting me on the number, but you're right. 55 also.
Yeah,
has
that's a separate
applied. Yeah. Pit stop also again for the 401. Stans Racing is in the number 198. That's 4th place in GP2. And that is definitely early, although
It's definitely early for a general production car.
Yes, that car I think clearly has an issue. They are adding fuel to it. I think just as a matter of course. The 944 is in as well. Driver change going on in that car. The,
44.
one of the ACP cars is in. It's the 52. Comes in, and the 605 leaves the paddock side right alongside of it. So that'll be the Porsche Cayman, the Boxster that had the power steering issue.
These stops seem awfully early.
They are. I think these are just issues.
52, I've had their onboard loaded. They seem to have been going around fine. So I don't, unless it's another very sudden last corner issue, I'd be surprised if that's a problem.
Right now, it's just fuel on that car, but stand by for further. The 59 is in, and this I would buy that this is scheduled.
I don't know that I would. I mean, you just talked about how much they've been allegedly been trying to fuel save in tandem. They were running second. They weren't the car
Yeah.
that was leading that.
I mean, perhaps it's not, but it feels slightly early, but not egregiously so for a GTU car. But we've had so many other issues that.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
know.
we have had the pace laps, so
Yeah.
a car that could get 55 minutes. Yeah, see them playing it a little bit safe by a lap or two, not being too super sure what the mileage is like. But yeah, we'll have to see if they come out of the pits. I'm told this is on schedule for Stratus.
Yeah, I
Okay.
would believe that.
It's interesting that the 58 didn't have to pit on the same lap, was it? Presumably pretty much identical cars.
Well, and with the 58 having been out in front for the last couple laps, ostensibly using more fuel doing so.
ACP coming out of the pits, I think. That'll be the 52.
So no problem for them, hopefully. Do we know if the 555 was rejoined? They're listed as still in the pits on race.
Yeah, but that may be an outlap. I don't see them, but I don't remember where their pit stall is, to be honest with you. Maybe up at the very far end where everything just becomes a clutter. Second ACP car is in the pits. It'll be the number 2.
Right, so those cars are obviously just their mileage.
Yeah, that'll be out of P5. Hammer and Rotor Motorsport, the VW TCR car, absolutely side by side across the line, and passing the number 2 as they do so. The 44 is in from PC Racing. That is, what place is that in GP?
I've been trying to tell you, they actually were second. Edge Autosports had an issue of some sort. They had been third. They dropped back to fourth. PC Racing passed Moorhead Speedworks on track. They were having a very good dice there, but now they've come in after 48 minutes into the stint.
Yeah, they were just noted in the race control log about a lap ago that there appears that the hood has started to come loose on the left-hand side. At least that's what was called in. Other note on the race control log, the 59's been dinged for its first pit lane infraction of the day. Fire bottle not ready for fueling, apparently.
58 is in as well now.
Okay, so that's
later. The 44 is definitely paying attention to the left front corner of that car. I can't tell if it's body work or if they're putting some straps down the hood and, sort of bungeeing it shut. But in any case, there are a couple of crew members knelt down at the front of the car.
Yeah, that number 4 is really pulled out a lead in GP1, actually. I think that and GP3 are our biggest class leads so far.
Yeah, I mean, we heard yesterday from Jay Tompkins, didn't we, who was one of the drivers in that car, that they think there's about a second or two in that car per lap with the transmission that they put in. It's a paddle shift transmission, but that they hadn't really unlocked it yet. And I just wonder if maybe with a race worth of experience under that car's belt, that they've been able to get a little bit more out of it now, and can manage maybe the transmission temperatures a little bit better. And now they've got, they've got all that pace in that car and putting it to good use. Up to 23 seconds almost for a class lead now.
This 26 is interloping into the GP2 lead battle. It's the 21 North Loop, the spare car that's in front of us here, and they've just overtaken the Libre Racing 189 into the kink. So those two cars are still very much nose to tail. .44 into the pits, as you know. Is that the 44 back in? No, that was last lap. Excuse me.
No, it's gone though. It has
Okay.
left.
Yeah, we just haven't seen a 362 across the line yet.
There goes Pro Sport.
Wow.
Aston.
the Aston external noise drowns out the internal noise of this car. That
I
is.
heard it before I saw it as well.
Interesting
so-
development in GTU is that both Stratus cars have now pitted while Racer Motors are still out there. So that car looks like it's going longer on fuel.
Yeah, well, and that was one of the things that you'd mentioned that they've been working especially hard on was extending the fuel mileage, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And they, I think their drivers are briefed to be fuel mileage first. Well,
Clutch in.
yeah.
Being told it's now an engine issue on the 401.
No, bad to worse.
Not sure if it's. I asked if it was terminal. They said not sure yet. JTR Motorsports Engineering into the pits, 20 laps down, and your overall leader.
We've got
The pits for
Gabe.
the
If
first
we can cut to
time.
the turn 14 camera. I believe we've got. Okay, that's cleared out. But we've just had contact there between the 66 and the 362. 362 will be.
RRT Racing 4th in GP1.
Are we able to cut to the number 2s on board?
We may. I don't know. It is available.
We have
Yeah,
it. They've got an interesting aero setting. Right.
That's just vague enough to sound interesting, but
It'll be obvious if we manage to get that on board.
So the 362 is under investigation. Well, I guess it's the other way around. The 66 is under investigation. That'll be the NRG Toyobaru. In GP3 with potential contact on the 362 in GP1 down in turn 14. And apparently the 66 has made it to the wall, but they've clearly left the scene of the accident. So I'm not sure exactly where they made contact. I don't know if they made it out to the tire wall and then pulled it back out.
yeah, Racer Motors in. It just got drowned out there. But you're right. The number 6, that is your GTU class leader, has made it 2 laps further than the Stratus cars.
So the interesting aero option that the number 2 was looking for. Firstly, the camera we're looking at there is yesterday. So Joseph, that was the camera position I was referring to in pre-race.
Oh, okay. So that's
They have corrected it. They've also corrected the aero option I was talking about. They were running with their windscreen wipers on for about 3 laps for some reason.
Oh no!
They have now decided
Absolutely no
they
chance
decided
of
it's
breaking
not
that.
necessary. It obviously didn't make the car any quicker.
all right. I guess I have one more link to fix.
Right, so with the GTU battle, which has been nice and close for the first hour, we can now tell that Racer Motors can go a couple of laps longer than Stratus. It's going to be very interesting to see whether their pit stops are longer or shorter as well. So to track that as they
New race leader into the pits. Well, previous race leader into the pits anyway. 986 from W2W Racing. Thunder Bunny 111 is into the pits as well, which leaves the automatic racing Aston Martin out in front, basically on its own.
.55 is slow in turn 11 on the race control log. That'll be through the kink, which is not a great place to have a slow car.
If we happen to have, and I don't mean to jerk around too much here, Dave, but if we happen to have the number 1 on board, they are still in an absolutely ding-dong battle with the 761 TCR entry. WGW still in the pit lane. Which suggests to me that I think the 696 is going to be able to jump them pretty handily here. Actually, the 111's been able to jump them. So quick stop from Thunder Bunny. And actually, that car may be able to come out ahead of the 696. 986 has gone as well. What's the 696? Did the 696 ever come back out?
That's a
It's
great
calling the
question.
9th. Oh, you know what? I think he's just come across the line.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, yep. There it is. Trying to make sense of that. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. Maybe I had just missed it.
Yeah, on board the number 1 now.
Yeah, there we go. So, well, it would just be behind. I guess I wasn't sure if they had a rear view mirror, but the TCR has been tucked up right behind the rear wing of this car for the last couple of laps now. Nathan Bird is your driver of this M4 GT4.
And while we're talking about people that are trying to go to the next level, it's probably worth mentioning that I don't think the Bird family makes any secret of the amount of money they're trying to spend on trying to get Nathan up to the next level. You know, they've put a lot of money into. I think they've raced or co-raced an Indy 500 entry in the recent past. I think they've got a NASCAR operation that has run with James Davison, I want to say. I think maybe both the Indy 500 entry and the NASCAR entry have been with James Davison. So, I think it's no real secret that I think they'd like to eventually pull Nathan into that operation.
Yeah, nothing to add from that. We see him. We've seen him in an MP01 already. We see him in the M4 for Hammer. It's 696 comes through.
Speaking of Hammer, I think we're about to see something we haven't seen so far this year, which is a Hammer car in the lead.
Yes, I think that's exactly right.
Yeah, Automatic has. They have driver change on board that car in addition to fuel.
Rota is right behind them.
Yeah.
We'll see if they actually make it to the finish line with the lead. But I think right now they are in the lead on the road. It's a very avant-garde artist impression version of Road America on the right there. It's on board.
Yeah, it's definitely it's something.
It shows you where the signal drops off, though.
It does really, yeah. It's very obvious where that is.
Is TJ to your right having flashbacks of trying to find connection around the carousel?
He is stroking his facial hair at the moment.
Glorious.
Yeah.
By way of GTU update, it looks like Stratus have managed to pull off quarter pit stops from Racer Motors, but not by a huge amount. I think the gap between the Stratus 59 and the Racer Motors car is in the region of 18-19 seconds now, whereas it was, I think, closer to the 14-15. So there's not a lot in it. They've got a couple of GTO cars in between, and actually a GP1 car in between. PC Racing presumably still haven't pitted at this point. That GTU battle, as long as all three of these cars can keep running, it does look like it's going to last.
Hammer's come through in the lead and crested the 1 hour mark without having made its first pit stop. So decent mileage out of that number 1, as with the TCR Volkswagen behind it.
I mean, that is the thing, right? If you can cross the hour mark, you know, full course cautions and red flags notwithstanding, right? I mean, that's pretty big, because that's pretty straightforward in terms of having to do one fewer stop than your competitors.
The 696 has come through in third, so they have actually managed to retain that position ahead of the 986 the 909, and the 111, which was able to jump in the pit lane. So we'll reset the top of the GTO field outside of those, the Hammer and the VW respectively.
Yeah, the JTR car is only 34 seconds off the lead as well. So even if they don't have great mileage compared to those top two, they're going to catch them pretty quickly.
Yeah, there goes the 111 as well. So from the looks of things, with the 501 stationary in the pit lane, it's Hammer and Rotor first and second. 696 is your effective race leader there in what is now P3 on track. The number 111 from Thunder Bunny should sit P4 at the moment with Pro Sport in the pit lane. Then Automatic Racing 6 seconds behind them. A good battle between them and Team W2W, who I think has actually lost out a little bit in the pits on this cycle. We know it lost out.
Look at this. The Aston in there is run out of fuel and is being pushed down the pit lane.
Oh, that'll be the Pro Sport car.
I did think they were. I had their onboard up, and I thought they were below pit lane speed limit. They pushed it, much further than Automatic did on fuel, so that kind of makes sense.
And it'll cost them on time ultimately.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they've been in the pit lane for quite a while now, being pushed, so it's going to lose them probably at least a lap, I would imagine.
Stratus cars are nose to tail again, exiting turn 14 there, which will, I think the 59's actually got some pace on the 58 here. I was going to say I think this is about fuel saving, but if we cut to turn 1, if we still have turn 1 in real time, I think we're going to see a change for the GTU class lead.
They're actually going to get bulked by the big mission car.
Yep. But that 59 kind of hung tough around the outside there. Down to turn 3.
What's the one rule in team racing?
Yeah, don't hit your teammate.
Thank you, Martin Haven.
So,
these two cars to exit 3 here and see what the...
Am I right in thinking it's the blue highlighted car, which is the 58, and the yellow highlighted car is the... No?
That's correct. The 59 has a bright white left front fender, although that'll be obscured by the headlight. There it is.
So it's the
Yeah, 58.
That'll be the replacement from running off track yesterday, right?
Yeah, new splitter, new left front fender.
I did go back to the onboard for the the 32 that went out on the first lap, and it I mean it's basically what it looked like at first glance. Just got a little bit wide and spun the rears up, and just they lost it at that point, and it just sailed straight into the concrete wall, and you could see the dejection in the driver's body language. Why wouldn't?
That is such an easy place to make a mistake, especially on full tires. There's a ton of runoff out there, but the initial curve, which is not painted, you can see the serrated edge that curve has. It is really, really aggressive. And if you don't have things up to temperature and pressure, you come back in the throttle, trying to keep pace with the cars ahead of you without having any temperature, and it'll be very, very easy to break traction on the curb. And like you mentioned, Joseph, I can only assume that's what happened there. 21 is in from North Loop Motorsport. That is the Spec E46, so that is going to be the North Loop representative.
Yeah, and that is that
the remainder
car.
of the season.
We saw a shot of it with the front pretty comprehensively bent in, so I'm pretty confident in saying that car is not going back out today. I think they're assessing what is salvageable more than anything.
I think that 21 car is actually a better looking car than the GP2 car they had yesterday.
Wow.
Very endurance radio-esque. North Loop Massive, an LM.
Okay. That Hammer car's still going. Not to belabor that point too much. The 696.
No, it's not.
But the rotor car is. So
exactly. Yep. So I saw the white VW Golf come up over the hill and realized there was no BMW in front of it. And then
okay.
The number 1 has made it into the pit lane. Now, it's worth noting that these cars aren't going terribly quickly. They're still lapping in the 230s. So this will eventually cycle back around in favor, even on pit stop rotation, will be in favor of the 696, who just now has come through.
We haven't mentioned that.
And they'll assume the lead once the rotor car.
Yeah, exactly.
That 696 it did set a new fastest lap just before the pit stops, and it almost matched it on the previous lap with another. It's the only car anywhere near the 224s. So yeah, it's like effectively that car is stretching out a really nice lead.
The other side of that, though, Scott, is that was one of, if not the first GTO leader to pit.
Yes.
So it is going more quickly than everybody else by a noticeable margin, but also using at least a lap's worth of fuel more than anybody else.
I feel like Brad's potentially opened a protest can of worms by talking about that. By talking about that fuel issue. People are going to be saying, "Hey, did you see them filling up at that gas station? Is that going to be a protest?"
I'd be interested to see how that plays out over the course of the remainder of the weekend. I won't offer any more thoughts than that. Like you mentioned,
there are craftier minds in the paddock that I think will do just fine with or without our input.
Sure. Me as a racing fan and as an observer has many thoughts. Me as a commentator is going to keep them to myself.
I'm going to put them in text in this in the Discord channel and see if we agree.
Yeah. But in any case, I think we've arrived at the conclusion of this first round of pit stops, with the exception of the 761. That'll be the only car left to pit. It's also worth noting that 761 is the only... Careful before I say this. I believe it's the only four-cylinder in GTO. I don't see any other car that would be... Right, because all the NBO ones have moved down to GTU. So...
Right.
That's what this will get you. If you're Tim Myers,
again.
That's actually really impressive. If you're Tim Myers, are you wishing you still had the TCR?
Probably not. Honestly, probably not. For lots of reasons. One of which is how many things on that car broke.
That's true.
I mean, yeah, you can have all the pace, but if uprights keep failing, and what was it really get you?
It did. One of their cars did drop an upright from the lead here, I think, last year, didn't it not?
That was just what came to mind. I don't know.
Yeah. I think they were in the lead at the time, but I do remember it parking itself in the turn 6 gravel when the right front suspension failed.
How did Rotor end up doing yesterday?
What a great question, Scott. If only there was some way we could find yesterday's race results.
Yes. I'm completely out of screen real estate, so. / CPU.
23rd overall. Let's put it. Golly, 17th in GTO.
I imagine there was an issue somewhere then.
Potentially, but it was only 10 laps off the lead. I say only.
They were definitely running with the leaders at some point yesterday, because I remember talking about them a decent amount while I was still present. They're still going around, by the way. JTR, actually, they've started to get back below the... Well, they started. They've done one lap below the 230s now, recently. JTR 23 seconds behind, with an effective 36-second lead over Thunderbunk. So that's going to turn into... Once Rotor eventually makes it to the pits, that'll turn into our lead gap, and that's the JTR's managed to pull out. Yesterday, I think we came to the conclusion that their pit stops were extremely fast, along with their lap times being extremely fast. So
JTR?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they, like I said earlier, they jumped just about everybody. Their lead margin was only a couple of seconds when they came in for their stop, and now, like you mentioned, it's 36 over a completely different car. 39 over the car that it was doing battle with, which would have been the number 986.
Another interesting lead gap that's...
Leader pin, by the way.
Good to know. So that's an hour and 10 minutes that they've lost.
That's not going to save them 2 stops if we go green all the way, is it?
Possibly over JTR, because JTR were very early.
Yeah, I did want to make this point. You can compare it to JTR, and obviously that is, the cream of the cream of the crop in terms of pace and pit stop time. But you don't necessarily have to make it work relative to the leaders to make it work for you. Like, the target is not necessarily just going to be to beat everybody.
Yeah, it's
But if
what
this
is your
strategy,
Yeah,
Go
it's to
ahead.
beat what you would have done otherwise.
right? And it may not get you a race win, but it might get you a top 5 or
You
a
see-
top
Yeah.
8.
You
Car was
see,
running
you,
consistently in 10th before the pit stop started. So if they can
Right.
end up with top 10 to this, and I think they, if they can save 2 stops over Thunder Bunny, W2W, Automatic, then they'll probably beat those cars and finish second. So yeah, I think it's going to work for them.
Let's not forget, too, that it's an hour and 10 minutes with 2 pace laps, or an hour 12,
Yeah.
I guess. So this is also, let's throw another probably lap or so under green flag conditions onto that. So it may get them, it may save them 2 stops. Joseph and Scott.
Yeah.
Be interested
Scops.
to see. Scops. Random Vandals is back in the pit lane, and their challenging day continues.
we've got Edge and Ginger pitting out of first and second in GP1. I don't know if we called that yet.
I don't think I finished my thought on the GTU lead gap, which has extended. We saw the 58 and the 59 racing each other, and we were even speculating the 59 had some pace on the 58. That doesn't seem to be the case. So 58 has dropped away. Has pulled away. 59 has dropped away over the last 10 well, just 10 so I'm underestimating this track. But 5 or 6 laps, that gap is up to almost 7 seconds now.
Yeah,
And
you
those
see,
cars are a minute 57 off the lead, 50 and 57 off the lead. So they're actually in danger of going down a lap pretty soon.
we're seeing a pretty good illustration on this onboard for Moorhead Speedworks of how challenging it is to be a GTU runner in a track like this, because they can clearly corner faster than a GP1, right?
Actually, that GTU car behind, I think, has a problem.
It does now. It for sure does now. Yeah, it's gone.
Which car was that?
59 Stratus.
Oh. Do we have
Was
the
it?
turn 3 camera?
It stopped on
Sorry.
turn. It stopped
Turn
turn
four.
3.
Are you sure that was the 59?
Confident.
Sorry, Gabe. I meant to say turn 4. The one at the bridge there. There's nobody there unless it's made it past the bridge.
It seemed to slow down right on the exit of turn 1, very suddenly.
Yeah, if we go back a cam, actually,
Thought
we
it
might
looked more
catch
like
it.
absolute hard person. I don't know if that guy's even out.
Race Control has called it the 59. It looked like, to me, it was the replacement fender, and maybe that's what made it look like the capstone car.
Potentially, yeah.
If
Unless it
that
made it-
entry gets updated, sounds like someone's dragging. part of the
Yeah. 134 is in the pit lane. That is the slightly beleaguered Big Mission Motorsport BMW. It's a car that was dropping fluid in the first couple of laps, wasn't it? Worth noting, by the way, this morning, I think yesterday we had 2 cars not take the green flag out of the 75 entered, so that would have started 73. We had 63 take the green, 62 completed a lap because the AF car did not make it back to start finish. So we lost about 10 cars yesterday, and this morning already we're missing about 8. So things have really thinned out this morning. Still 55 cars on track, so it's a good number, but attrition certainly taking its toll.
Just keeping an eye on the back end of the top 10, the Rotor Motorsports VW Golf has come out of the pits, and they've lost quite a bit of time to Hammer. Certainly a lot of positions. There's quite a few cars in a dense little pocket there. But, Rotor dropped down to 11th, while Hammer only dropped to 6th. So those are 2 long-running cars. I also noticed that JTR Motorsports came across the line just in front of Racer Motors, who are now up to second in the class. But that does mean that right now the lead battle in GTU, with potentially our only 2 remaining GTU cars, is split by the leader. So if we get a yellow flag at this point, and it's a significant gap, there's 34 odd seconds, more than that. There's about 35 seconds between the top 2 in GTU. So for the next 10, oh well, at least 10, so I would say the next sort of 10 to 15 laps, that class is in danger of being split at the safety car front end. Yeah, it's about now salmon, so they're definitely missing.
Yeah, so that race control log entry was updated to say continued.
They haven't come across the line
50.
yet.
Well, I think that's because they were expected. They may still be circulating, but have not got back to start finish yet by the point they would have been expected, because obviously they were stationed there for a while. So we'll wait to see if they do make it back around, and if they do come back around, maybe if they go straight into the pits. Also worth noting, actually here is the 59s. They've come straight through.
So they didn't pit?
They did not pit.
Yeah, they just come across the line. 4 minute 24 laps, so they've lost 2 minutes on that lap.
Yeah. Barely on the lead lap here.
That would be 1 lap.
Not barely.
You're already 1 lap down, so that would be to lose 2 laps.
The 59?
Yes.
I'm showing them on, well, lead lap in GTU, sorry.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Right, yeah,
Oh,
2 minutes.
Spun 9-4, MPO1 coming out kind of the corner.
Oh,
I
missed
think
that.
or the blue and red one.
Yeah, the Nissan looking one.
Exactly, yeah.
Really good battle going on at the moment in GTO for second place overall. The 986 really hounding the 111 Thunder Bunny M2.
Is that the battle ahead of us on screen at the moment?
Ooh, I don't think so.
Okay.
Timing-wise, that doesn't work out for me.
Okay. So yeah, we've got Racer Motors should be following JTR around.
They are.
They seem to be doing similar lap times, same part of the track. They could really do with getting ahead, but I don't think that's likely considering the pace that JTR's had.
Second pit stop, by the way, from the number 21 North Loop Motorsport BMW, which has dropped that car to 3rd in GP2 and promoted the 348 from Chattanooga Touringwagen up to the class lead. Although I think I'm right in saying that car has not pitted yet.
That is correct.
Yeah. Which means, let's see here.
North Loop's in for a second time?
Yeah. Hadn't they already been in once?
Yeah.
They have, yeah.
Did we catch that that race for second has now changed and Will to Win is ahead?
Sorry, I had to turn my back. I think that's correct. Yes, that position has changed hands.
There's another great battle for 4th between Automatic Racing and the number 2 Tangerine, ACP Tangerine Associates car. Number 2 we have an onboard for, and they're behind. So that's something that might be changing pretty soon.
And I finally have the right onboard in the number 2 slot on the sheet, so
yeah, I think
even
correct.
better.
I think that GTO MPO1 is still stopped on the inside of Canada corner.
Inside of Canada. Yeah, the 84, yeah.
Yeah, based on what we saw on lap 1, I would hope that's another location where we can do a hot pull. If not, the GTU battle for the lead can be over because we've got the lead between the two. If we get a safety car, that would be pretty devastating for Racer Motors.
A little bit of a cross up for the number 2 here.
So yeah, that's the it's the Automatic Racing Aston Martin ahead of us. That's the battle for 4th.
Yeah, I have that as half a second across the line last time.
Yeah, so we've got the battle for 2nd, which is also split by half a second. That is 28 seconds up the road from this battle. And then 32 seconds back from this battle, the number 1 Hammer car is being caught by the 762 Racing. I always forget what that is. Yeah, that's a GT4 Coachman. we've got a couple of little pockets of battles going on in the top 10.
A couple of penalties coming in. 716 has been given a lap penalty for basically 2 separate infractions in the same pit stop, so that's why they've gone straight to a lap penalty. That'll be BPR Racing running down in, I have them in 20th and GTO. And then the 228 has been given a lap penalty for passing under yellow. 228 is
19th in GTO.
Yes, I wonder if they were both just given penalties at the same time. I wonder if they were already running together.
That's
Yellow flags out here at Canada.
Yeah, that's the okay. So they are doing a hot pull on that.
Yeah.
MPO1. This again, we're on board with the number 2, following Motorsport around. Why am I doing that? Automatic around. Never got those 2 cars mixed up. I don't know why I'm suddenly doing that. The battle for second was kind of confused. Thunder Bunny had a bad lap that time around, and Will to Win conversely had a very good lap. So that gaps out to 4 seconds.
Yeah, it feels like they've really found I don't know if it's the nature of the track just suiting that car, but it feels like W2W's found a decent amount of pace this weekend.
Full course yellow.
Red flag.
Red flag.
Is it really?
Is that what you said? I thought I heard you say red flag.
Yellow flag. So that is
Okay.
incredibly unfortunate for Racer Motors, who are right behind the leaders. So the GTU battle that was down to 2 cars anyway is now very much in favour of the 58, as they'll catch the train and get right back up behind the overall leader, and Racer Motors will be stuck.
This will also benefit some of the GTO cars that were running shorter stints, because that'll reduce the advantage that the number 1 has over them. Although we could see the 1 cycle through to the lead here if they elect to not pit and the cars ahead of them do.
I think yesterday we decided that you should always hit the yellow, didn't we? And that was with even more cars in the train.
Yeah, I think they probably ought to. I don't know if they will.
If they do, they'll have a much shorter pit stop, so they might cycle through
Anyway.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I would, if it was my call right now.
JTR's ducked in. they're going to take the opportunity right now, which I don't know who the pace car is going to pick up now.
Well, that might save Racer Motors. So we'll definitely need to track that. Racer Motors have stayed out. Yeah, this is going to be on where WRL, our GTU battle is in the hands of WRL and who they pick up as the leader. It should technically be Racer Motors. Assuming they were right behind JTR, but we'll see. Thunder Bunny's taken the opportunity to pit. W2W has not.
So the 59 was called as a slow car about 5 minutes ago down at turn 3, which is the same corner that we saw them stopped at 2 or 3 laps prior. They've obviously cleared the scene here.
I'm not sure, because they had that 424 and then a 230, and then the last lap was a 245, but that's in line with everyone else who's slowing down for safety.
Right, yeah.
So unless the yellow flag came out and they decided to stop and do a little reset or something, and then carried on at race speed, I don't know whether that's true or not. Automatic Racing are in the pits, whereas Tangerine Associates number 2 are not. Presumably Hammer. I look for their onboard. I've got them coming into the last corner now on the onboard, which I'm sure is a delay, but I don't think they're.
Yeah, I've got the 696s come in. 696, 111, and 909. And so far,
We'll see here if Hammer comes in the pits. They don't.
Okay.
MPO1 ahead of them.
Car directly in front of them should be the 66, I believe.
That's 59 is in the pits, so that might be what we just saw from number 1.
Yeah, I think you guys made this point, but we're going to be basically right on line for the pit rotation for most of the GTU field, right? Everyone other than the 6, really.
No.
Even the 6 is not going to be that far out. Well, they're about
Uh,
halfway through their stint.
Stratus cars are going 50 to 55 minutes, I think. Which means that we would still be 20 minutes away from them pitting.
No, they didn't make it to. They had pitted by 45 minutes into the race. So they pitted on lap 19, and we're working lap 33 now. So they're only about 5 laps away from a stop.
Well, bear in mind there's the pace laps as well. I think we can assume they can do at least 20.
Possibly.
Also 7 or 8 laps, that is 20 minutes.
Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, I'm used to slightly different lap times around Road America.
Yeah. It's the fact that we only I was looking at what Racer Motors did yesterday, trying to see if they were how close they were to catching the GTU leader. The fact they only did 100 laps yesterday in 9 hours is, really throws me off. I know that car had problems, but yeah, it's. I'm still. What lap times were we doing in Kota? I still feel like they were longer than this. I know Kota is a shorter track.
That's a good question. Let me look that up.
I believe Coda times are down around 223, 224, so virtually similar. Virtually identical.
Yeah.
Why have we
close.
gone double yellow for the uninitiated?
Yeah, we're kind of assuming that it would be for that because of the 9.4 car, which 9.4 car, which is a bit of a shame. We did a hot pull in a similar position now at turn 5 on lap 1. Unless there's something else going on. Maybe it's
Not out of it yet.
That's the only thing that's been okay. That's the only thing that's been noted, I think.
That's been there for almost 10 minutes.
Thunder Bunny 501 and Racer Motors are in the pits as well now. Let's see. Can I get any idea of? No indication so far. As I think Racer Motors probably did get stuck behind the safety car.
No, they just pitted.
No, they're in the pits as well.
Okay.
But, we were speculating that they should have been stuck behind the JTR car, which would be behind the safety car. But JTR pitted immediately, and I don't think Racer Motors did. Oh, there's Racer Motors as we talk, coming out the pits.
So
Right, but it won't matter if they're ahead of the 696. It'll matter if they're behind. Well, now I gotta think about this.
well, it depends on who the pace car picked up, because the 696 had ducked into the pits when the yellow flag came out.
Right.
It seems like Stratus might be splitting strategy.
Well, the 59 has problems.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Well, they do.
58's in. Right.
Okay, well, never mind that. Anyway.
Well, says that 58 coming past now.
Now, yep, exactly.
We're a lap ahead of Racer Motors. Unless the car just come through.
80% of one, yeah. Unless the safety car comes by.
Is the safety car that yellow? No, that yellow Civic's a race car.
The safety car looked like I want to say a Ford Flex. Slightly different from a Chevy Corvette.
The one that took them to the green at the start of the race was an SUV, was it not?
Bigger than a Flex, yeah. Whatever it was.
Everyone's favorite automobile, the Ford Flex. Yeah, I have no additional information in the race control log that suggests that we've got something else out on track. So I think it really is something, something that's complicated the removal of that 84.
So right now, all the cars in the top 11 have completed 34 laps. The next car that would complete 34 would be Racer Motors. So if they come across the line before the leader now, then they'll be on the lead lap, which will save our GTU race for now at least. There is this yellow. I think that's a Civic, isn't it? It's leading,
Yeah, that'll probably be the 122.
it's leading a train.
It's the Accord. It's the Accord, isn't it? The Five Guys Racing.
I think you're right. Yeah, different type of Honda.
I have some information for you.
Okay, here's the pace car.
So the Stratus car, I believe, is gone. I did hear a 4-cylinder pull away earlier when I was asking for more information. Yellow. I can tell you the 84 is gone. The car's been recovered and sent. The reason we had to go double yellow is because it was high-sided. Oh, straight back to green. Nicely done.
Yeah, so let's cut back to the turn 14 camera.
Turn 1 camera, I think. They're already headed.
Already? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, because this is on a delay, isn't it?
Uh-huh. There they are.
Racing Motors was at the back of that train, by the way, so they've definitely been caught out by the safety car.
Yeah, and your point, Scott, there, just to put a finer point on it, or to wrap it up, is they have essentially been caught almost a full lap down.
Yeah.
The class leader is behind them in the pacing order, which means that now they're 2 minutes and 10 seconds or whatever behind.
Yeah, and they
So
were.
you should be, I think, the 58, right?
Yeah, and they were only 20 seconds behind before the safety car, so that's horrendous luck for those guys.
And it's great luck for JTR, who's taken the opportunity to pit and has come back out in the lead.
It has really worked out for them, hasn't it?
Because Thunder Bunny also pitted, so that lead has been cut from 40 seconds down to 8. So it's not great luck for JTR.
No, but it will have caught out pretty much anybody else who chose not to pit here.
Yeah.
I think that will have been a
They
slight.
did have the opportunity to do it though, so I wouldn't call that being caught out. They've some cars have chosen to take track position over pitting.
Sorry, the decision making was not in their favor, right? They had the opportunity and they will have missed out on this one.
Yes.
If it's going to get you track position, it's one thing, but it didn't.
Well, it has. Oh yeah. Got a moving camera.
Nice.
762 Racing are getting ready to form the 762 train. They've managed to jump themselves up into third place by not pitting. Same with Hammer, they've jumped up.
Slow 59 again, guys, around the outside of the carousel.
Yeah, it sure
Oh, now
is.
it's picking back up.
Slow-ish, yeah. I believe that was cold tires and cold driver. Not the problem.
I'll tell you who this has actually helped out quite a bit. It's the 1 and the 761.
By the way, the number 52's in the pits. Well, if they're in the pits right now, then
They are.
They are changing drivers. The driver's certainly doing his seatbelts up.
I mean, the
That's
door.
fine.
I hope this wasn't I think we have another lap under double yellow. Just trying to get a pit stop done, and then just been caught out because they're going to lose a lap.
Well, if it's still trying to think through that, because if you're doing a pit stop while if you were close to do what's happened? Okay, sorry, that
Is
I
that the,
saw a lot of cars at the same place at the same time. I thought we had a collision, but that's
Is that
just the 66. I think.
okay? Yep. I was gonna say it looks like a Toyota.
I thought so too, but it's actually being called in as the 85.
Which is
I
a
think.
white MX-5.
Which was missing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wind's on top of the hill there.
So that's
Sure,
going to
sure
let
has.
Stans Racing through. In GP1, real quick, the full course yellow bunched up the field, and that allowed Moorhead Speedworks to take the lead over PC Racing, who's also been passed by Edge Autosports. So it's gone quite unfortunate for the number 4 here.
On 4. CheerNet.
On R for R. No.
Because they're the number 4.
I
get it.
gotcha. I gotcha.
Brendan.
It's because I take your jokes and make them better. It doesn't mean.
That is a weird way of saying worse.
I'll take this opportunity, because we haven't formally done so, to wish all you mothers a happy Mother's Day. I don't know if my mother is listening. I know she tunes in at various points during the weekend, but also it's a busy Sunday. But to my mother and to all of the mothers that are out there, supportive of, and wives for that matter, supportive of hobbies such as this that require travel and put themselves at some risk, and playing out in the sun for 16 hours on a weekend, busting you by. For all the sacrifices that takes, we certainly appreciate them. Wish all of you a happy Mother's Day.
I feel like this camera might be out of date.
I think I think we've lost the live feed, and this is reverted to the beginning of the race.
It is 7:53 this morning. Is the time
Yeah.
stamp.
So that onboard is temporarily toasted.
But now we know what the other pace car was this morning.
It was a truck.
That red truck.
Let's see if
Yes, JT,
has
that was
changed.
intentional.
Okay.
Yeah, no, completely intentional. Yeah.
I don't believe you.
Why? I just told you I take all your jokes and I make them better. Now I made one of my own, and you didn't think it was even a joke. Come on.
That's accurate.
You're getting too into this, Brendan. Take a step back.
JT, it's Sunday. I put all my energy into Saturday, and then by Sunday I'm just like, you know what? Whatever.
Oh man, great battle. For 7th in GP1.
That is the most JT thing I've ever heard.
Team Frozen rode early over NFC, over RRT Racing, and the 336 Big Mission Motorsports car, which is their flagship car today.
You know, a lot of the field has been kind of, you know, they're showing some battle scars and they're showing some wear over the course of the weekend. And sometimes the commentary team is no different.
I just came here to have a good time.
Honestly, I feel so attacked right now.
There's really only one car out there with any pace at all relative to the fastest laps we were setting, and that is obviously our leader, GTO. You'd have to assume that the Thunder Bunny car is also in clean air, but they are 4 seconds a lap slower, so that gap is expanding pretty quickly.
The 986 isn't going terribly slowly. It's in the 27s, but something I don't know if they pitted late or what happened there, but they've fallen down to 10th.
And they are off the back of the train.
Yeah, I wonder
Yeah,
if they got
they
caught
lost.
out in the late stop. They've just come
No,
across the line now.
they had a long stop, I think, because their pit lap was a 6-minute lap. So I think
Does that not match cars that are pitting under a safety car?
not that I'm seeing around it. If you find another car that's done something similar and has a different lap time, or has a similar lap time.
Furiously clicking in that Honda. So yeah, you might be right. Trying to think. I guess Racing Motors did a late-ish pit stop. No, 4. So yeah, I think you're right. That does seem overly long. Maybe they were doing some checks and didn't have a chance to catch up with the safety car.
Fight for the lead in GP1. Let's stick with this battle. That car directly behind the 147 is the number 26 from Edge Autosports, and gets the slipstream up the hill at the start-finish line, and is going to take a look down to the inside at turn number 1. Pokes the nose in the braking zone, side by side on turn in, and the 147 just gets hung out the long way around.
Oh, swapper.
Turn number 1, and that is your lead changed in general production 1. Oh, and then he's wide at turn 3, which is going to give the 147 the jump. And 26 is a little more torquey right there on corner exit, and is just starting to draw away here. The 147 will have the slipstream, but honestly, it doesn't look like it's really enough to make a big difference. Now starts to close in the gap just a couple of feet, and as the 26 puts the car right in the middle of the track, the 147 backs out and is content to just fall in line here through turn 5. Now it'll be interesting to see where, if the 26 is just stronger down the straights and that's where it's making its time, or it is an altogether quicker car as we move into some of the more...
I mean, that 26 gets a great launch out of the corner. I mean, you could see it in the rear view of the 147
Yeah.
out of turn 14. It just it pulled out of turn 14, but it's so, especially in the higher speed stuff, it's really unsteady. I mean, you can see the rear kind of, I mean, it almost looks like a front wheel drive car the way it's kind of rotating. As the 147 goes into a little bit of a four wheel drift, you can see the rear kind of dance around a little bit. So they're definitely putting a lot of effort into that car.
See it when he
using all the road. I like that.
Rotates the car into the kink. That exact thing you're talking about, which is for sure at least partially a function of the DOT tires.
Sure.
Sort of lack of stability there, but you're absolutely right, Joseph. Just letting the car ride on the tires a little bit. A little wide there at Canada Corner.
Took a different apex, interestingly. Took a later apex than the Moorhead car did.
I think that's generous. You might have just missed it.
Well, he did well to pull it back at least.
Hammer Motorsports have taken third place off 762. So no 762 train this morning by those things. At least Hammer aren't having any of it. So that number one car is up to third.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to watch the progress of the 909, 2 spots behind it.
Problems for Chattanooga Touring Wagon. Seems to be back on pit lane again, whereas they had pit during the full course yellow we had about 4 laps ago. Second in GP2.
Nice to see the Choice Racing BMW back out there. I know they were in the paddock for a little while this morning, in addition to their DQ yesterday for working on a car underneath red flag.
There's another great battle involving one of the onboards. The number 2 car is side by side on the outside into turn 1 with the 501 Thunder Bunny car. Thunder Bunny managed to hold them off. That's first 7th overall.
Is that the Accord that we
sure
were talking
looked
about
like
earlier? Yeah.
We don't have a number on it officially, but yeah, I think so.
Should be 046, 5 guys racing.
We actually have an
GP1
onboard
car.
for that car, potentially. I don't know if it's in the queue.
JT, have you mentioned the GP2 situation recently?
With Chattanooga Touring Wagon coming in pit road again.
Yes.
Yeah, that promotes North Loop back into second. Also, GP3 battle for the lead right now. AOA got the lead, I believe, off the pit stop rotation. 94 Motorsports, Lexus has been hounding them.
We're about to see a move here, I think, from number 2 into turn 5. They got the slipstream down the straight. That's the screen at the bottom.
Okay, move your cursor.
Nice plate.
Well, that's awfully close. The overtake for the 2. There's a standing yellow flag.
Yeah.
They were alongside.
He was on the apex and he did have the move. He was ahead at the yellow flag, so I think that's okay.
It's close, yeah.
Rules if you're ahead at the yellow flag. But yeah, he nice late move down the inside. I would say it's a great place to really have that margin because you don't tend to see the apex until you need to on the brakes there. But
We did talk about this at some length yesterday.
Okay.
Sight lines versus driver sight lines. You know.
Yeah. As I said, I'm sure there are hundreds of other considerations. As long as the rule is that whichever car is ahead at the yellow flag, then number 2 is fine.
Number 2 is up behind the 761 from Rotor. Actually just come across the line now, very much nose to tail.
Yeah, we can see that from the onboard here. We've got the Rotor car getting rolled up around the last corner. I'm going to be really interested to see what this TCR car looks like on the straight line speed.
It's not that slow.
Well, apparently it had a lot of straight line speed. Its top end doesn't look great, which might be a function of the aerodynamics of the TCR.
Sure.
The impact easily makes the move down the inside, so they were able to pull a car lane using slipstream and the top end of the speed building between the start finish line and braking over turn 1. So
There's-
that's 2 car up to 6.
There's a side note in race control referring to that 046, which is off track, that there is debris in the area. So I don't know if there's no explicit mention of contact, but it's dropped something.
Oh, lots of cars going straight on at turn 5 from the number 52 on board. I think it's the number 1 as well, went well wide. And one of the production class BMWs. And that actually was under yellow flag.
Yeah.
It was beyond the apex of turn 5.
JT, you can just say these things out loud. Oh, slow car. Is it a slow car headed up the hill, or are they just staying
They're
staggered?
No, well, I think you get one car that slows, and then everybody else has to slow because they're in the yellow
Yeah.
flag zone.
Just
No,
like
there are 2 intervention vehicles on the racetrack just out of camera shot to the left there.
right, no, but it looked like that car was slower than everybody else, and it had pulled to driver's left to give way, essentially, to the cars behind it.
Intervention
Because it
vehicles
couldn't
are
keep
on the
pace.
race line in there, so he was pulling to the
No,
left.
I understand. It caught me off guard thinking that car may have had an issue. The 348 JT mentioned in Discord here, but it's picked up a lap penalty for its troubles as well due to speeding in the pit lane. So in addition to having made a second pit stop out of turn from a podium position in GP2, it's now going to be docked a lap as well. Now the good news is the Stans Racing.
Sorry, Brandon. We
Go
saw
ahead.
in the last corner a change for position there as 762 dived down the inside of. Was it 72? It was the number 2
Yeah,
car on the inside of the automatic car. Yeah, so automatic. ACP number 2 there has made up 3 positions in 1 lap to move itself into 5th overall. Sorry, go ahead. Ben.
No, just mentioning the Stans Racing car has had some issues of its own this morning and is already 3 laps off the class lead. So that Chattanooga car does have a little bit of margin to play with before it loses another spot.
You could see the ACP car close in pretty quickly on 762 racing as well. Even despite having to overtake 3 cars in a lap there, they were 2.5 seconds quicker. So 762 again behind them, showing them they're getting themselves into great. I mean, the last lap was a little bit of an outlier. They are quicker than 234, but they keep getting themselves into great track position, and then not really having the pace to hold on to it.
Make the quick point that it looks like all of the GTUs, bar maybe the 190, are back out on track.
That is the way it looks to me.
Now, there's obviously some pretty big gaps in there,
Enormous gaps.
but it's nice to see they're all circulating.
It is until one of them brings out a safety car.
So,
Battle.
am I right in saying that Racer Motors has been slowly reeling time back in on the 58? The gap's now under 2 minutes.
The 58, I think, pitted at the end of that safety car period.
Well, they pitted after.
Yeah, so they actually cost themselves a bit of time by not being able to restart in the train, whereas Racer Motors were on the back of the train. So the gap
Right.
was less than a lap anyway.
Now, Brendan, I think what's happened is the 58's had a really slow lap on lap 40.
Well, that'll be a function of the yellow at turn 6, I would think.
Because their pace has been a few seconds better than the 6 since the restart.
So I don't remember where that gap was to start.
What do you mean to start?
Yeah,
So
they were
after
right next to
the-
each other
after
at the
the
start,
yellow.
Brendan.
After the yellow, sorry, at the restart.
I think it was in the region of 2 minutes because Stratus were a lap ahead, but they didn't quite catch the train.
Right.
So I think it's basically static at the moment.
Okay.
And they do, I imagine, have the leader in between those 2 cars. So right now, if there's a safety car, then it goes back to being full lap again.
Martin's gone. It's actually come down a little bit that time. Minute 54.
Well, Stratus did a 2:26 that lap, so they were that's way quicker than Racer Motors has gone so far.
Right. This is just from the update last time Racer Motors came across the line. That's a really quick lap. 226.
Yeah, I think
In GTU.
right now. GTU. We did mention that Racer Motors were doing better on fuel mileage, but obviously that's been completely neutralised by the safety car and both cars for the team.
Right.
So, yeah, a lot of work.
Although it could play out at the very end of the race, but
If we go green from here on, then it will help. But gaining
it'll
back,
also be a miracle.
yeah, gaining back. Really. This lap from Thunder Bunny that time round has JTR updates and those so, as usual, completely invalidating my point half a second after I made it.
But
Yeah.
okay, so the thing is that GTR should basically, with the pace that they've got, should basically win every race that they run. And when they don't,
notwithstanding.
it's got to be a little bit of, point of introspection to be like, what did we miss here? Because really, we see this every race, and they don't win every race. So, it helps spice things up when there are errors, but it's slightly unsatisfying. But I guess that's the point of an endurance race, right?
Well, exactly.
You've got to be the team that makes the fewest mistakes over the course of 8 hours.
I think we had this discussion yesterday, and by all accounts, they were set. I mean, they were the strongest car in GTO yesterday, and then the car ran out of fuel. Right? And again, an unforced error.
Yeah, and they've had races cost by losing laps to penalties.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean that it's not just them, right? There are other cars that have lost races for silly mistakes and things that shouldn't have happened.
Sorry to interrupt, but automatic racing and dropping the time screen.
They're in the pits, and I don't think they're at 35 miles an hour.
It is also early. I think they pitted under yellow. Yeah, they pitted less than 10 laps ago.
So they are looking at the left rear corner of the car while putting fuel in, obviously. It's first order of business.
This is our winners from yesterday.
And they've pitted out of
They dropped to
Eighth.
9th.
ninth now, okay.
Right, 8th in class.
So fuel is done. They're bringing out a left rear tire.
Okay, one tire?
So far, yes, but they've just put a second one up on the wall. So I think they're going to do two
Okay.
left sides here. The 401 has reemerged.
That's curious. I wonder if they're carrying a set over from the end of yesterday's race? Or if they feel like they've gotten damage.
I think they
That'll be-
loosened the left rear tire, put it up. Well, they put it up on air jacks first. Loosened the left rear tire, or looked like they were about to. Brought a tire over the wall and had a second one ready to go for the left front. Actually, it looks like they haven't loosened the left rear. They've dropped the car off of the jacks.
Yeah, this won't be scheduled because they pitted 10 laps ago. So
Sure.
yeah.
My point was, it looked like they were all set to just, put tires on it and see if that fixed the issue, but they didn't end up even doing that. So they've done nothing to the car and sent it on its way. Now we just wait to see if it makes a hard right at the end of pit lane, back into the paddock, or if it does come back out on track.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was trying to get at is, why would you, unless you felt like you had a puncture, which is not, I mean, we've had enough cars go off track, that's not implausible. But, I mean, with road
back up.
tires, I don't think you'd be as concerned with that. Ostensibly road tires.
We had a GTU car in the top 10 so far this weekend. Other than right now.
Probably not.
I don't think so. While I was around yesterday,
I don't think we did.
Where's the 26 sitting overall?
just taken 7th of to
Wow.
VW on the lap. And they're going around. Their pace seems to be 26s. It makes them the second fastest car on the track. The ATR. that last lap was held up a little bit by overtaking the racing car. But yeah, they've done a couple of 26s in the lap, so they're marching forward. And actually looking like the potential podium finishes that class was showing pace for at NOLA. I mean, that at NOLA. Pace, I guess.
Brendan, have you seen the bright yellow Accord go behind the wall?
I haven't seen it at all. I think that car will have been towed to its paddock spot, though. Right? That wasn't that the car stopped at turn 6?
Yes. I thought it had since got going again.
Oh, I don't know.
Because it is now Salmon on Race Hero.
Which car is this?
46. Five Guys
No.
Racing.
I don't think it ever came back across the line.
Okay.
No,
Right.
I think it's been taken straight behind. It's probably
Yeah.
where would it have been taken? Oh, it's probably been taken through the cut through after 13,
Yeah.
and so it will have skipped the timing beacon and hit in.
Mm-hmm.
Automatic are back out on the track, by the way, but they're not fast. They're being overtaken by everyone around the back of the circuit. It's not like really slow, but it looks like a GP2 sort of car,
I wonder what could be wrong with that.
and they're clearly pulling out as well.
You can see some of the flags. There's a big headwind going from turn 14 down to turn 1 here. See the flag back at turn 14.
Bit of a cross headwind.
That'll make the slipstream more powerful going down into 1 and a little less useful the other direction.
I imagine the slipstream. I imagine the wind doesn't make much difference down to turn 5 anyway. Because of the trees.
Yeah, I could buy that.
So there's the automatic car coming into turn 1 way offline. So they're deciding not to pit, to just circulate, doing very slow lap time. There's the 58 making a late dive down inside.
That'll be Compressor Tech 944.
944, sorry.
944 that is no longer the Chimera 944.
So just to follow up a little bit further on the Stratus car, they are about 36 seconds outside of the podium positions overall, and faster than all of the cars ahead of them. Other than, well, actually on that lap they're faster than all of the cars ahead, including JTR, but I think British JTR is quicker. I mean, the GTU, that car's pace isn't any different to what it was through the first stint, but everyone else has slowed down. So it's strange that that car's suddenly so fast. But yeah, we should be seeing it move up into a podium position within the next sort of half hour to an hour.
Before we go to ads here, gentlemen, and pay the bills as we always do, happy to welcome Stephen Davis into the booth, who is car owner of the 909 from Automatic Racing. Good morning, Stephen.
Good morning. How are you today?
Fantastic. I would say better than maybe you guys have started out this morning, but yesterday you were highest of the highs, right? Another class and overall victory for Automatic Racing.
Yeah, it's actually, again, always a pleasure to drive here with WRL. And last year we had a victory on one of the 2 days, and it's nice to follow it up with back-to-back years.
Same lineup as last year as well? Or has the driver lineup changed?
The two-thirds of the driver lineup is the same. Myself and Ramin Abdul-Vahabi was in the car last year with Rob Eklund, but Rob has been substituted with Brandon Kidd for this year. But we run a consistent model with the car. It's not a sort of a arrive and drive program. What we do is we have a team core and just rotate in based on social, racing, and availability.
Okay. Is there any crossover at all between the other programs that Automatic has going on, or do you operate completely independently of?
No, there's a lot of synergy between the programs. So
Okay.
Rob Eklund, Ramin, and Brandon all drive in the IMSA program. I right now also cross over into Trans Am. So, we do have some synergy between the programs.
Okay. We see the car back into the pit lane here, and this time they are going to do the left rear. You had mentioned to me off air, Stephen, that there was some discussion about a vibration on that car this morning.
Yes, it seemed that we started developing some vibration about an hour and a half in, and it seems it looks like it's been located to the left rear. So I hope it's limited to the wheel and not to the hub or the bearing.
So, have you been the car owner of this car since since the old IMSA days? I know this is a previous generation Aston Martin, or is this a recent acquisition for WRL for you?
The answer is the short answer is yes. The long answer is I think the only I have owned this car the entire time,
Okay.
but the only thing from the original car that I bought is the name sticker on the side, considering I have personally tugged it 3 times in the last 7 years.
Oh my goodness!
And this is a Grand Am chassis,
Right.
which is from Automatic. So it's the same car recycled a number of times. But
Gotcha.
as I said, the only thing that's left from the car that I bought is the name sticker.
So I'm intrigued, right? You've got not you personally, but Automatic Racing has the other programs going, in Mission Pilot Challenge, which is arguably a step up from where we are here at WRL. The races are different. The promotion is obviously very different, but you've kept this older generation car and decided to add it to Automatic Racing's program, right? In addition to everything they've got going on the pro, or the more pro side. What's the driving force and the motivation behind that? What keeps you guys coming back here?
Well, I would actually disagree with you. We have a number of these older generations.
Okay.
And what we've done instead is added the next gen Aston Martin to that program.
Gotcha.
We retired the previous generation from the IMSA, and that's this car. So what we've done is supplemented the newer generation on top. But to answer the question of why WRL is, I personally have found that the endurance racing, particularly endurance racing at this level, at this higher level with the excellent sort of rubber cost entry point and the support cost not being, on a level of say the Daytona 24-hour or some other, high expense race is just fabulous value for money. It's a tremendous amount of time. It's excellent seat time. And on top of that, because of the number of cars and the competition, particularly in GTO, it's incredible learning experience.
So is that something you're looking to add, just experience for you personally and to build on what you already have, or is this more of a fun venture for you personally?
Well, as I said, we sort of have a team approach, and we're actually building a second car to spec for the WRL. So we're adding another car at Daytona. So we'll be running Automatic Racing. We'll be running 2 cars, and obviously we have a pool of 5 or 6 core team drivers, but we're looking for new drivers if they want to join a program where instead of a sort of an arrive and drive, it's slotted back in and out of the same team.
Yeah.
With a lot of consistency. So we probably need 2 or 3 more drivers who are interested in driving the Aston Martin. The thing about the Aston Martin, it's really the ideal gentleman racer because it's about 70% street car and 30% race car. So it makes it the transition from driving a street car to the handling of the Aston Martin is a very neutral experience. There's an excellent crossover.
Is it a complicated car to work on and drive and learn? I know it's an older generation GT4 before we had this big sort of explosion of the category just a couple of years ago. But it seems like maybe a slightly simpler car to wrap your head around than maybe the new BMWs and the new Caymans are.
Well, expanding on that, I think it's a very neutral car.
Okay.
I think it's a very learner-friendly car, and for learning to drive a GT4, it really is a very forgiving learning curve. I mean, I've done some WRLs in a Cayman, and it's a lot less twitchy than the Cayman.
Okay.
It's maybe not quite as responsive as the Cayman. It's more, it's a little smoother. You got to put in turning entry and input earlier.
Okay.
It's maybe not so grabby on things like, but that is helpful when you're, not a professional race car driver and you're, you got a real job and you're doing this
Sure.
for fun.
It certainly kept you guys competitive week in and week out. Obviously, you had the victory, I think, back at Barber.
Yes.
Right? Yep. And then obviously the victory yesterday. And even for its age, that car is still super consistent and super quick. Thrilled to hear you're adding a second one. You said same generation and same spec as the current one?
Yes. So although this car at one time was a homologated GT4 car, we've detuned it to the spec for WRL because it's a weight to power ratio, which we think is a really excellent and simple sort of like model, or equation. It's just not that hard. You got a weight, you got a power. You can decide either way you want to do it. And so, this car on the track for us is detuned about 75 horsepower.
Okay.
From what it would be in what it was in its original state.
Does it feel like a momentum car when you're behind the wheel? Does it race more like a momentum car, or does it feel like it's still got some get up and go, so to speak?
So that's actually a very interesting question because I think it's right in the middle. It's sort of halfway between a momentum car and halfway between a torque car. So we do have a little bit of consistent low-end torque, which will get us out of some of the hairpin corners. But it really is a flow momentum car because we just don't have the horsepower, raw horsepower. We just don't. So you got to flow it in there. You can't be. It's not a point and shoot.
Sure. Last question I'll ask you here before I take up too much of your time, and obviously I want you to be able to thank sponsors and partners as well. But do you find over the years, because you guys have been around the World Racing League for a little while now, that you are still having to actively chase the front of the grid or the competitors that are around you? I know JTR is in this season, and they've pushed the pace forward by quite a bit. Or do you find that the way you've got the car set up now is pretty much competitive week in and week out?
No, I think I think the level of competition is it's on a stratospheric rise. I mean, it's hard to keep up, not even on a year-to-year basis, but on a weekend-to-weekend basis with the competition. I think there's a lot of development with the cars going on. I think there's development with aero going on. I think people are looking at rubber more, and definitely the overall professionalism, as you can see on the pit lane, and the teams are just getting better. So we're constantly chasing the front, and it's keeping on our toes to be able to do that because a lot of respect out here for the competition. I mean, we want to win every weekend, but
Sure.
It takes a lot to win here. I mean, it takes a lot to win in WRL when you
Sure.
got a big field of GTO cars.
Yep, and 8 hours in which you've got to execute, and not give up that time. So, just to your last point there, while you made mention that the level of things is raised up, walking through a paddock like this versus walking through a pilot challenge paddock, so to speak, there's virtually no difference between
No.
the transporters, the canopies down in pit lane. It feels just as electric as you would get at a pro weekend.
The interesting thing about it, though, having been in a lot of paddocks and professional paddocks, and even assigned with the Aston Martin team at like Le Mans, the difference here is everybody is incredibly friendly. It still has a family feel. I still see parts being swapped from team to team. If you're missing something, you can ask somebody else, and I think the camaraderie within the entire pit lane and in the paddock is really excellent, and that's what makes it what it really should be, which is just it's fun.
Yeah, sure.
It's fun.
I will ask you actually one more question on that same line. Is there much work between you and the Pro Sport competition team, or are they completely separate builds, designs, and concepts from each other?
We're separate teams.
Sure.
Using the same platform, the same generation. we have some ability to swap parts with them. If we lose some things like for whatever reason, we didn't have a left-sided glass in our mirror, on a driver's side mirror, which is not good on a track that turns left. So, we're trying to borrow parts from each other on a regular basis, which
Sure.
again goes to the camaraderie and the paddock that we're talking about. But we are separate teams.
Sure, I
Right.
got you. I understand. Yeah, I was also maybe going to work an invisible glass joke in there, but
Yes.
I think I'd maybe
Yes,
put
sir.
that to one side. Well, Stephen, I appreciate you coming up here and talking with us. We, for as much as we talk about you guys because you're constantly at the front of the field, I feel like we haven't gotten too much of a look behind the scenes at Automatic. So to have you up here and spending some time with us and chatting with us is very, very much appreciated.
Well, I greatly appreciate it. I'd like to thank Automatic Racing because David Russell is a tremendous team principal. He's also been my in-car and coach for the last 6 or 7 years. Invisible Glass, Rob Eklund, is not only he is a driver, but he owns Invisible Glass. We have Pinnacle Asset Management, which Brandon Kidd, who's started the race this morning, and a little support from Aston Martin of Washington, D.C., who I actually purchased the car from originally.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Well, Stephen, thanks so much for coming up here, and you're, of course, welcome anytime, as are any of your teammates, crew members, and drivers down there. So thanks for coming up, and I'm sure we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks for the time.
Anytime.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Back at Road America, the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. As you see,
The 170. I think. It's called as the 170. It doesn't quite look like the 170, which would be a red Cayman, right? I'm slightly concerned it might be the Pro Sport Aston.
that was my first thought, Joseph. From the back, my thought was Pro Sport, but you said 170, so I was willing to trust that. We'll wait for the log to update. Maybe we get some more information on that, or we see it as missing on live timing here. No, 170. It's red and gray, so that is possible, and it is missing on Race Hero. So,
okay,
I would buy this, but it may just be that from this angle and distance that they do look slightly similar. It's a sort of red and charcoal colored Cayman. I think that's the one with the McDonald's logos on the side as well.
Yeah, the 170.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've also got a standing yellow here. The 58, our leader in GTU, is stopped on course here.
Oh my!
And I'm gonna say drivers left based on the fact that everyone's pulling to the right.
Yeah, and let's not forget here that a couple times yesterday we had.
Oh, and we've got another car stopped. You see at the apex of turn 3, the 84 is spun.
Oh, and is facing backwards? Question mark?
Sideways, I think. It's just out of shot here, but it's at the apex, back in the other shot from the Sargento Bridge.
Not the first time that car has been facing a direction that is not the racing direction today.
Yeah, so we basically.
But let's be on our toes a little bit here, because a couple times yesterday we had multiple incidents to deal with, and to do it, they went double yellow.
I wouldn't. Well, they've got 3 right now.
That's my point.
Yes.
So the big one here is that number 58 being stopped out on circuit, and now it goes Salmon on Race Hero, and yeah,
it's certainly the most consequential in terms of it's an early pit stop for the 4. Also, I don't know if they're trying to take advantage of a potential full course yellow, but they've
perhaps. But that car is well down the order. They've actually just come back out.
Oh, that's on. Excuse me, that's on schedule. Okay.
It is. Yep.
84's gotten moving again, which is good news. So that's one of the incidents taken care of.
So I think this will be our next safety. Well, it was going to be our next safety.
No.
Well, so I'm intrigued. That car is now. That situation is resolved at turn.
It was the 170.
Now. Yeah, the situation's resolved at turn 3, but I don't know what the status of the Stratus car is. Don't. You can't. I was going to try and...
Status.
59 comes across the line.
The Stratus status?
Status. I don't know. It's not worth it. It's really not.
Do you have a sense, Brendan, of what the wind is like from your vantage point? I mean, is it visibly windy?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there are multiple flags down in the pit lane. Now, the ones, the sort of banners, promotional banners, are already kind of rigid anyway, just because they're not very long. But there's an American flag, where is it? Down a little lower in the paddock, and that is basically pointed due south.
Like just straight, just.
No, I mean, there's some billow to it, but, well, it is also up against one of the canopies, so.
Yeah, but
it is definitely whipping.
Yeah, there's no, we have to elephant in the room. Is there any weather in the forecast for today, or is it just a blustery day?
Nope, it's just a little breezy. It's cooler than it was yesterday, as well by a couple of degrees, but that's also brought on by the high overcast that we've had for most of the morning, which you'll love to see, camera and equipment-wise.
Quick update in GP2. North Loop Motorsports had caught Libre Racing and has taken the lead in that class.
So, yeah, that's a good point. I want to quickly note that the 58 has fallen down to second in GTU now with that stoppage under the bridge. Now, is that right? Oh, never mind. That's not the car of note. But if we can go back to the bridge camera, it looks like we've got another car. It's still out of shot, so we can't quite see it. Maybe if there's any onboards that are in the general vicinity, but there should now be 2 stopped cars there because the 983 is stopped with a flat tire.
Oh, bummer.
Interesting. Now that wasn't the higher placed of the WGW
Correct.
car.
Correct.
That's the one that had contact in the turn 7 wall earlier.
Oh,
right.
You're right. I'd forgotten about that. Actually, it's a good call.
Yeah, so they're having some trouble today.
I think the 59 is going to overtake its. Oh, there's a car stopped to driver's right at the kink as well.
There sure is.
That looks like a white. We're
waiting for confirmation.
Start finish. The 983 is continued. That one is just making it back into the pit lane now.
That doesn't look. That looked like it was driven off controlled
Yes,
rather
I
than
agree.
a wreck.
I agree with that.
Oh, it's the 980. Is it the 983? No,
It
that
didn't
can't
look
be.
like it.
No. So the 983's made it over to turn. Oh, that's been amended. Excuse me. So
Is it 698 maybe? The car at 11?
I don't know, but I do want to clarify that the car that was stopped driver's right was the. Let me start that over.
It's
So-
white with yellow on the side.
So
and
the
it's
car,
a Cayman.
the car that was reported stopped at turn 4, the 983, that's now been amended to turn 10. So I suspect it's the 983, and it just made its way past the kink.
That is not what the 983 looks like. It's kind of the issue there, though.
Ah.
I
Well,
do
then-
see the point.
Well, the 983's made it actually back to the pits, so it's probably not that car. We'll figure it
So,
out.
the
There's definitely a
GTR
stock car
car-
there. That's
well-
that's what we know.
It's not the 698 because that car's just come back across start finish. $762 missing. White and yellow Cayman, you say?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that's a 762. There's an NP01 off at turn 6. Or what appears to be an NP01.
Shocked Pikachu face.
So it's not the 84, because that car's actually just made it into the pit lane. The 986 is in from W2W.
Yeah, Scott, I don't. You've missed it, but the 58 has fallen out of the GTU lead, stopped out on track.
Trouble.
Trouble indeed. We're not sure why yet.
All right, Racer Motors up to 7th. That's a big change.
Yeah. So where now is Edge? Oh, they've. Okay, so the GTU leader is now ahead of the GP1 leader. So GTU has overtaken. GTU as a class has overtaken GP1. Are we sure that's a Cayman? That kind of looks like the 66.
66 is white and red. Although, is the 66 missing?
No.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I do have the 762 missing. I'll take that.
Yeah. So what about the car at turn 6 then? Up in the paved runoff.
TBD.
Yeah. It is one of the functions of having a 2.5 minute plus lap.
Yeah, you can't tell when someone's missing until.
So at this point, I'm guessing Hammer Motorsports are in because they chose not to pit under yellow. So this is them having to take an early stop because of.
I think it's more, well, yes, but I also, having spoken long enough with Tim, I feel like this is sort of a, stick to the plan sort of move where you don't want to go off sequence and cost yourself time.
Okay.
It's not
JTR.
necessarily what I would do, but I'm saying I think that's what the move is.
I think it didn't take a huge amount of analysis yesterday to work out that if it's up under yellow, it's a lot quicker.
Yeah. Like I said, not what I would do, but
Yes, there's an intervention vehicle at turn 5. It's all.
Well, we think that's going to go to 6.
Yes, and there's the one in the background that's pulling the 762 question mark.
JTR did pit under yellow.
No, that's another NPO1.
Is that the 555 capstone?
I think it
also
is.
went salmon.
Or is it the 58? Which?
Good point. Yeah, either or.
111 in the pits.
Same. Yeah. Basically, a lot of the front GTOs are either coming in the pits or just left.
Or at the top 5, yeah.
Yeah. So Thunder Bunny's looking to stay out, I believe, with the 501.
Although that's really interesting, right? Because so Hammer's now pitted for their second stop, lap 55. Their first one being on lap, should have been what, 28? 26. and JTR is in on the same lap for their third stop. So that's kind of, they've kind of equalized on strategy, and so the strategy advantage that Hammer would have had the race inexplicably gone green all the way has at the moment evaporated, but there's still 5.5 hours of running to go, so they could still save a stop on the 696. Well, that's interesting. Triple One has been noted for speeding in the pit lane. I think that's going to be their first infraction of the day, but it does mean that they don't have any room for error on their remaining stops. A couple cars. Oh, yeah. The other thing, Scott, I think you might have missed. Actually, I don't know that we even mentioned it on broadcast, but the Volkswagen TCR went by the wayside at the carousel, and they've dropped out of the order.
I noted they'd gone salmon. So
yeah, that happened. That happened as we were going to interview, basically.
Driver error or car problem?
Unclear. It was called as car stopped. Nothing in terms of smoking or anything like that, but and then they were, for good measure, they were given a 1 lap penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
Are they back out again?
I guess they've got to be.
Full course yellow.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've misidentified the numbers there. So
once again, horribly timed for Racer Motors, but they are now at least clear in the leading class. Kind of 59 is still hanging around, but they're also in the pits. So
Moorhead, lap penalty for passing under yellow.
Oh.
That'll knock them out of third in class.
So Thunder Bunny haven't pitted yet, as in number 501. So this could benefit them, although I suspect JTR is going to stay on the lead lap and then cycle through.
This is going to be pretty perfect for them, actually, because they were about due.
501?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think everyone was due, because most people pitted either right before... Oh, there's... So...
Well, but they've been able to stretch it, I guess, is more my point.
Sure, well, they've been able to stretch it because they pitted under yellow and they're not JTR who have short run.
Yeah.
I think there's probably a few cars that will have stretched it, they're just not that as competitive. Like number 52, I think, also hasn't pitted in this cycle.
Correct.
698 hasn't pitted in this cycle.
This is it's a really good race for, well, and it's about to become a less good race for the 698 because they've just been docked a lap for passing under yellow also, but it's a really good run to that point for that sister car in the JTR stable.
Is the car stopped out of the kink? I don't know if that's...
Yeah, that's been there for about 10 minutes.
Oh,
I think that's the reason we're going full course yellow.
That's one of those positions I would actually throw you if there's a car stop there.
Yeah, especially what we saw yesterday.
There's also the MPO1 being dragged on 10.6, so there's multiple issues causing yellow.
We had a top score of 3 stopped cars at one point.
Well, yesterday are you talking about yesterday or are you talking about today?
It's today.
Yeah. Because yesterday there were 3 engine blows in.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to beat that score, but
52 in the pits now.
But yeah, as far as we can tell, Scott, to fill you in, we don't think that that's contact with the wall. We think that the way that that's gone off, that it was slow and had to pull to the side.
GP1 leader on pit lane. Edge Auto Sports.
I don't know that we actually... Okay, something in the in the information we have can't be right. So we think that stopped car is the 762.
Yes.
Okay, that's listed as being stopped, but it's the car. The race control entry is the car, the NPO1 that was stopped up at turn 6. That's listed as the 762, so it's a little topsy-turvy if you're trying to parse through the race control log to figure out what we're looking at, basically, and the reasons for the caution. It doesn't look like anybody's had a big accident, to be clear. It looks like we're just having to recover stopped cars in precarious situations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think all of the recovery vehicles are busy. Racer Motors have managed to stay 1 lap down. They didn't drop a second lap with that 40 times yellow flag. I think they might be the last car 1 lap down now, which means that they'll have a lap on Stratus.
I actually think that they've pulled a lap back since the last full course yellow.
Racer Motors?
Yeah, I think
no,
the way that the yellow flags worked out.
They were only 1 lap down before, and now they're still 1 lap down.
Okay, I swore they were more than that.
At the start of the last green flag run, they were definitely only 1 lap down.
Okay.
And like, again, they were in the yellow flag came out while they were the car right behind the leader, so it was 1.01 laps down.
I might have seen it on a stagger.
So yeah, again, I think fairly certain the GTU battle's been split, but now it's between Racer Motors and the 59, which has been troubled, so not too surprising that they're on the lap. 58, did they get back running again?
No.
No.
Yeah.
So we are down to just 2 remotely competitive GTU cars. Capstone are off as well, apparently.
Yeah, we saw that, but we don't really know why. There wasn't anything in race control, so it seems like they've just kind of pulled it into the pits, but not trip the pit line. So I'm unsure.
Looks like 9-4 are the last running car in the entire race. So yeah, that basically just leaves our 2 GTU cars at the front of the field. Racer Motors still clinging on to a top 10 after that pit stop.
So we're playing one of my favorite games where I walk away and come back to a double yellow.
Stop walking away.
Yeah, I think that's the issue here. Why are we double yellow?
We think it's to recover the stopped car coming out of the kink.
The one that's been there for 10-ish minutes already?
Well, it wasn't being recovered 10-ish minutes ago.
No, sure. I understand. I was just mostly making sure it's the same one. We think the 762.
We think, as I noted to JT and Scott, it's the 762 was listed as stopped at turn 6, which we think was an NPO1, possibly the 555.
Right, that's what I thought as well.
So I think that's probably a couple of corner comms that have kind of gotten mixed up in the wash.
In back end of top 10 news, the 698 and the 909 have both pitted as well. It's actually moved Racer Motors back up to 7th.
Oh, one point of note, Brendan, is that 147 from Moorhead was given a lap penalty for passing under yellow, which has not been doled out just yet.
So they're running 10th. That's going to drop them back to about 16th or 17th, back with GP1 leaders.
In the overall?
Yes.
We sure that's not been done yet?
Yeah, I thought it was.
They're back to 3rd, and 3+ minutes.
Oh, were they leading before?
No, they were
second. The Ed car, I think, right?
Yeah, Edge had passed on track.
Okay, well, maybe that has been, and it's just been masked by the fact that PC Racing has pitted in the last lap or so.
Oh, sorry, we're talking about different cars.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about the one of the front runners in GP1.
Oh, I had 698s.
Both of them are.
Yeah, hence my confusion.
Yeah. The 147 is the one that I think is probably more relevant long run. The 696 or 698 is it just hasn't shown a ton of. Honestly, this is probably the paciest it's looked all year.
Yeah, looking at it,
698?
it's actually overperforming its speed at the moment by a long way.
Talking about the 698.
Yeah.
When you mentioned that car was inside the top 10, I had the same thought. And that car, I mean, it's an M2 compared to its teammate, which is the M4, but it's taken a little while for that car to kind of find its feet, both pace and consistency-wise.
Yeah.
And it kind of seems like now it's finally done that.
It's racing very well today, because if you look at its fastest lap, it's in GP1 pace as we go green. But it's well ahead of all the GP1 cars.
Yeah.
So they're racing well, but yeah, the car's got no pace.
Yeah, looking at Race Hero now, I think that penalty has now definitely been applied to the 147 that dropped it to third. Green flag waves at the top of the hill. Nicely picked up by Gabe.
So that obviously is the 696 leading the.
So the fourth car there is the 111, I believe.
Yeah, they've got the 986 in between them. That car's lost 2 laps.
Yeah, interesting. That's a super contested car.
Well, it has been today for sure.
Yeah.
Which is why I was confused. I saw it behind the leader as it came across start finish and hadn't seen timing, and just kind of assumed that it was right there in second. But that's absolutely not the case.
Well, they've got the opportunity to get one of them back now. It's one of the few cars I think that possibly could race its way past.
That is
true. But I mean, that 696 is obviously a very, very fast car. But at this point, that position might mean more to the 986 than the 696. So they went through.
They're losing heaps of time on pit stops, I think, is kind of the issue.
Got a really good car off in turn 1, rejoining slightly sketchily. It's a white and black Mazda MX-5.
We kept it at 3. Well, it may actually have come and gone already if you caught it on.
It's got back going again. It was in front of it rejoined in front of the 52, which is having a really great scrap with the 909 Aston at the moment. That would be the race for 8.
It is, yeah. 7th in class, 8th overall.
Yeah, 8th
overall.
The Aston just gone past into turn 6 because the 52 got bottled up behind a yellow. Presumably that's an AOA MX-5.
Solid morning for Team ACP, Tangerine Associates, actually. They've got a car in 5th and 7th. Well, be 8th now because
I feel like that 2 car has more to offer than its position races really indicated. As the 52 gets passed by a white BMW, I don't know if that's...
That'll be the 698, I think.
So that car's moved up. Although I think we're still waiting for their penalty to be applied.
Sorry, which car's penalty?
698.
No, I didn't know there was a pending penalty with them.
Meanwhile, we're on board with the number 2 ACP car, which that was passing what looked like a GTO car, but I don't think it was for position.
No, that's the 123. Oh, he's not happy. I believe that's the 123 to the left here. That'll be the 189, the Yebre car.
501 moves up to 3rd place on that. Had a much better run through traffic than Hammer, so Hammer's lost 3rd place.
Yeah, they've all had miserable laps in traffic. 239, 245.
Particularly Hammer. 245 is extremely slow.
Yeah, they'll all have been mired pretty deep in things. The 4 is in the pit lane.
The 52 is just coming back down the inside of the 698 into turn 1. So that car's got quite a bit more straight line speed than the 698 M2. It looks like the camera's breaking up a bit, but it looks like they've made that move stick.
They have just picked it up there at turn 3, Scott.
Yeah.
Nicely done, Gabe. Oh, the 190's coming back.
So the Aston Martin on that lap has pulled a huge amount out on those two, by the looks of things, from the external cameras.
Yeah, well, we think that 909 is quicker than its position indicates at the moment because of the issue it had.
Well, what's interesting is it tried to overtake the 52 down the inside into turn 1, and the 52 just outbroke it on the outside and went straight back around. And that was at the start of this lap, but since then, the 909 got back past at turn 6 and then pulled 6 seconds. So I'm not sure what it was doing at turn 1 that allowed it to be passed around the outside by the 52, but yeah, it's definitely got pace for the rest of the lap.
It's slow-ish. It's an A08 car. I think it's a 15, but I kind of mix up the colors.
We also saw in that shot the lead car with the 986 behind it, and there's now a gap. So it doesn't look like the 986 has the pace to get one of its laps back at this point.
I don't think anybody's got the pace to get anything back on the 696.
No, I was just wondering whether the 986 guys would tell their driver, hey, let's treat this like a sprint race for a bit, because getting this lap back is pretty important. And he might be able to, or they might be able to pull out a little bit more pace from that car, but yeah, it doesn't look like it. With this 96 on the last lap being the 25, it's very fast at this point in the race.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you were going to try to get a lap back, your teammate would be the most sympathetic party to that.
It's the 85, by the way. It was that slow MX-5, and it's made it back into the pit lane now.
EC Racing is in the pits from high up in GP1. If you're going to pit straight after a safety car, I would suggest that's an issue.
Yes, he's been there for a couple of minutes already. Now, we know that car has been sort of working through some early teething issues relative to the transmission, but it's also now back into it's back in the pit lane with the hood up. So maybe something else going on with that car.
Racer Motors has made their way up into 6th overall, but I think they passed Pro Sport on the last lap.
Yeah, gapped them a little bit as well, up to a second and a half.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys made this point, by the way. I just wanted to say this about Hammer. You had mentioned that I think Joseph had mentioned their strategy or what their perspective might be. This is the best start to a race I think they've had all season.
Yeah, well, I made the point earlier when they moved into the lead that's definitely the first time all year we've seen them lead a...
Right. And I wouldn't be shocked if they're now going to look at today. I mean, they've got a little more pace out of that car. They're into the 28s as the fastest lap, and recently, which they definitely didn't do yesterday, or at least not until very, very late if they did. But I wouldn't be shocked if they're looking at it as, well, let's not push the car, let's not push fuel, let's, play things reasonably conservative and let the chaos happen around us, and see where it leaves us a little bit later. Because at least for right now, things have worked really, really well for them. Even if they don't have the ultimate pace of, the cars surrounding them or what their position would suggest.
Yeah, and they certainly don't have the pace right now. I should probably wait, give it a few seconds to wait for the new lap time. But the last 2 laps have been way off the pace.
Yeah, a lot of that will have been traffic.
Well, I was about to say, even relative to everyone around, same traffic. They did just pit, of course, so it could be a new driver finding speed. Let's say they just pit. Yeah, they pitted at the start of that, yeah.
This should be them coming up here as they go 3 wide in the braking zone. There's the first Ford Aston. There's the number 1. Now he's got 6 or 7 more cars to deal with. 501 is at the front of that gaggle as well.
Rosenborg gets back past Racer Motors. Yeah, 237 from Hammer, so another 7 seconds lost to the 501 car that overtook them just a couple of laps ago.
Nice start for that 501 as well. I say start, we're almost 3 hours in, but...
That's not the Thunder Bunny car we usually see the most competitive either, is it?
It's brand new. It's the first time the car's been out.
That's why I don't recognize it. As we see the 9-4 MG01 coming into pits again.
Yeah, not the sort of Cinderella day they had yesterday.
Yeah, they've already brought out one safety car today, so glad to see they made it back to the pits with whatever issue they're struggling with now. The big goal gap between fourth and fifth on this things is Hagerty Associates haven't come across the line after Hammer yet. I don't know how that gap formed because we've just restarted from the safety car. And then number 2 is not slow.
Yeah, to come back to the point about the Hammer car, I don't think it's been a particularly pacey car all day. I think really their strategy is more about being able to take advantage of long green flag runs.
It's not been a pacey car all day, but it's way closer to the pace than it has been in previous rounds.
Oh, for sure.
Eddie come back out of the pits, so I don't know. That almost look like a drive-through. Is Tangerine Associates the first car a lap down? That's why this gap's so big. They get trapped by the safety car. I think they must be, because the 2 leaders are now across the line. So yeah.
They're probably not the first car a lap down. They're the first car a lap down in class for sure.
Well, they are. That means they're the first car a lap down.
Okay.
Yeah, so that means we've only got 4 cars in the lead lap.
Yeah, correct.
They've managed to get themselves in that group, which is
Yeah, the 2 is about 3 minutes and change behind the overall leader.
Yeah, there it is. It's 2 minutes behind Hammer at this point. So yeah, that is the leaders being. In fact, the third place left right. Number 2 has pace. It's one of the quicker cars on the track. So yeah, maybe there was a bit of bad luck when the safety car came out to trap them a lap down.
Big old gaggle of cars down the front straightaway here. I think the 1 was involved in that. I think that's the blue BMW just coming up to the front of this pack. It is. There's the automatic Aston.
That car has just overtaken Racer Motors that you see come through behind.
Yeah.
Racer Motors has not got a huge amount of pace right.
But it also kind of doesn't matter.
Actually, Scott, to your point about being trapped a lap down, I wonder if that happened when we had the full course yellow where the 696 dove straight into the pits before the pace car could pick them up.
You say it doesn't matter, Brendan, but Stratus 59 is 6 seconds a lap quicker and only, I don't know exactly how much, but it's in the region of a lap behind. It's not going to take that long to catch 6 seconds a lap.
This will be the 909 unlapping itself from the 1.
It'll take a minute, Scott. I mean, 6 seconds a lap is a big number, but it's also it's 2 minutes and 22 seconds is the gap. So remember how long the lap is.
Yeah, 20 or 30 laps. Depending on how consistent that is.
Which is still an hour.
Yeah.
We got 5 of them left.
5 hours to go, so. Racer Motors definitely needs to be making progress through this part of the track. Finding its way through past Cayman there.
Well, I think that is part of the issue, is it's just been mired in this traffic. And the GTU cars are going to be more heavily affected by large packs of traffic. Because they don't have the straight line speed. 58's coming back, by the way.
It's funny because the last thing the 6 wants to see is a full course yellow in any sense, right? Because if there's a full course yellow, it could bunch the field back up. It could split them back up too. That's the other side.
Yeah, but that's a net no change from their current situation.
But alternatively, it could bunch them like right back. You know, I mean, basically 6 at the head of the queue and 59 at the tail of the queue still, but you know, it could collapse that gap pretty severely. Got a slow taker to the pits.
That is the 4 again.
Promising start to the race.
Yeah, really promising. I mean, they were GP1 leaders for quite a while.
Yeah. So that's got to be. There are positives to take from today, from this weekend for sure, right? But you know, got to be disappointing, obviously, to have that second car be quite as strong. The primary, if you like, the number 44 is still running strong in second.
Time loss for that number 58 Stratus, by the way, something like half an hour.
Well, if there's one thing we know about GTU is that it's out of the race.
Nope.
No, I mean the 55 is only a lap behind the 555 now, and when the 555 went missing, they had I think 12 or 13 laps advantage. So
you know, one of the things I hadn't really thought about from yesterday with the 9.4 car was not just the fact that it had a 40-minute lead on the cars around it, but the fact that it had a 40-minute lead while being 10 seconds a lap slower. So in reality, it was giving up, you know, minutes.
Basically an hour.
Minutes on track, and then it ended up with 40 minutes on top of all the time it had picked back up. So you're right, Joseph. Something like an hour is what that car gained by just staying on track.
Well, I'm saying it probably loses an hour of pace over the course of a race. Because
that
the
might
pace
be true.
differential is so great.
That might be true.
That might be no, that can't possibly be right.
Pace-wise, it should be losing a lap each stint.
Yeah, no, it'd be about 20 minutes. It was kind of where I thought. An hour
okay.
total. I thought you meant an hour total, which makes more sense.
I'll go with that. Yeah, that's definitely what I meant.
Perfect. Nailed it.
I'm still working on my caffeine. The first cup didn't really hit, so we'll see. We'll see about number 2.
I have a box of caffeinated Crystal Light here.
Yeah, but it's no race fuels.
I haven't tried this yet. I'm kind of intrigued. Nothing about its effervescence, though.
So my plan
I'm just hoping this cup brings me to life.
I was gonna bring race fuels to Road America.
Do you still have some?
No, but I found where to get
what
packets.
Way to bury the lead.
Black market race fuels. I love it. Should we explain the race fuels thing, or should we just leave that as a mystery for those who weren't around in the endurance radio era?
No. We can summarize it by saying if you sponsor us once, we'll mention you for the rest of our lives.
Gabe, move your cursor. Also, I think that link is old.
Oh, yeah, it's got to be old.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
6 is
they've
in.
done it. It's happened again. The 147's link has changed on us because that's a full course yellow up there.
Unexpected for this number 6. This car is in early.
Keep your link the same, please. Me duele.
Well, the issue is they have it set to auto end the stream whenever.
No, I know they do.
But it disconnects, which around here is not convenient.
Yeah, this is deeply concerning for the number 6. We might be down to just one GTU car because they pitted less than 10 laps ago.
Yeah, if you use Joseph's timing -dashboard, I believe it was 8 laps.
Yeah, I have that on a laptop that keeps locking itself. So.
Oh, there's a way to fix that. I don't know if you know.
There isn't, but it's a work laptop that they won't let you change any of the settings. And I'm out of other screen real estate.
I have an old monitor that I'm not using. You want it?
No. Don't have enough display outputs for that.
So the 59 is basically now, assuming this isn't just a quick stop for the 6, although it does look like it's already gone. I don't know if that means back out on track or in the paddock.
Yeah, not to... I assume you did mention pretty explicitly that only came in about 9 laps ago?
Yes, I did exactly explicitly.
Okay, great.
Can I make the first mention of the weekend that I'm aware of the word back timing?
Oh, no.
5 hours ago.
No.
I speculate about this every time.
No,
okay, but...
Also,
I don't.
the driver that was in that car didn't seem to be up to pace.
Yeah, but you wouldn't cut a stint that's already only 45 minutes or 50 minutes long that short.
I mean, maybe they had a weird issue with the tire. I don't know. Who
We
knows?
may as well not speculate.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
Send a text, Scott.
Already.
On it. We're not getting a ton of scoops today.
No.
Need more scoops.
Yes, by scoops, he means send us text messages to the DriversEye Live phone number, which many of you will have from previous events, I am sure.
Yeah, even if it's just to tell us who's in your car, so we can
Yeah.
shout them out.
Part of the issue is we lost the Thunder Bunny 421, who is one of the most regular and ardent users of such a system.
I hope the scoops just start rolling in.
We have eyes on Racer Motors. Are they still in the pits?
I can't see them in the pits.
Yeah, Brendan, you said you thought that they'd already sent the car.
Well, it's not there anymore as far as I can tell, but I don't know where it is.
Right.
Oh, the floor's back in it, and now it's going very slowly.
The reply says driver went off.
Oh boy.
Ah.
So
Maybe that's
that
why
was
they're
a
replacing the driver.
Oh, the 52 with a massive swapper. The windscreen wipers are now on, so presumably that was...
They flipped it on accident trying to correct it.
Yeah, genuinely. That was in whatever the term before the carousel is. I was losing count that far around the track.
8.
But yeah, I think the driver was, struggling.
Sorry, really good battle going to be on for the GTU lead here. The 6 has come out just a couple of seconds ahead of the number 59. They've both just come by start-finish here.
Two cars that have had multiple problems have ended up in exactly the same place at the same time.
Yeah.
.127, 1 lap penalty for pit lane infraction. In this case, it'll be a speeding penalty.
I thought that car looked a little quick headed up the hill.
Just
7 miles an hour quick, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, that'll be... So that is noticeable, it turns out.
It's 20%, so... 5%? It's not 10%.
The
Yeah,
lead
it's
gap.
20%. I have more faith in myself.
The
Cappy's
lead
already
gap's
marked.
gone out to 20 seconds. From 696 back to 111.
Hammer as well.
44 is blowing up down the front straightaway. Yup, I think he's actually money shifted that car at start finish.
Oh.
Yup, and it's a stream of oil.
You've got to get
from
off the racing line. There it is, yeah.
Basically the restart zone banner at the top of the hill, all the way down to that to where that car's going to come to rest here at turn 1.
Escaping out of shot. Trying to hide his shame.
696 is the first car on the scene, too.
Yeah, the good news is that car got off the racing line before the braking zone, but there's definitely oil in a straight line here down the front straight.
Yeah, we'll see if that precipitates a full cross caution. We are almost exactly 3 hours in.
Well, Racer Motors just pitted, so yeah, that is about the time that we throw full cross caution.
There actually might be some oil a little further back than that. It sounded like a bad shift, but there may be a trail a little further back than where I heard it.
It's not causing issues at the moment.
No.
Doesn't appear to be, anyway.
Yeah,
So
I don't know if it's visible from that sight line. The sun isn't particularly...
Well, if we go back to the 13 camera, just briefly, you can kind of see a trail coming up off the corner just to the left of where the curb ends. But that may just be natural.
Sand.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. But that car was fully, under acceleration headed up the hill, so...
Yeah, JT makes a good point. There was already... That's where there was a trail, I believe, yesterday that they would have cleaned up with a lot of kitty litter.
That corner station there before turn 1 could use some extra arms and hands.
Yes.
Start also has 3 flags out at the moment.
Is it the end of the race?
Right.
Are we congratulating them?
The monkey dance. I will say the starter's initial reaction to this was to put out the surface flag. That was the first thing he grabbed.
Full course yellow.
Yeah, not surprised. Not surprised. Now, we didn't explicitly mention this, but that was second in GP1 at the time.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, well, we had actually mentioned it because it was the one
okay.
car of theirs that was going pretty well still.
Right.
No longer.
Leader is at start finish here, so I'm hopeful that that means we're going to pick that car up, but I'm not sure. Looks like it's gone by unless the base car is a little further around. The good news is, if this is oil down the front straightaway, and it certainly appears to be, it's not in any braking or turning zones. So,
no, although you very unfortunately, when he made his way off the racing line, went all the way across pit exit. So,
well, we've just seen about 100 cars drive over it, and not one of them had any issue.
No.
I think we'll be okay here.
But it does mean that someone's going to have to run oil dry across pit out. Probably.
Let's keep an eye on the pit lane here. I would expect maybe a couple of GTO cars.
Is that the sixth back in? Is that live?
It is live, and it is back in. Now, is it possible they came in and didn't put fuel in the car?
They just sent it
Yeah.
That seems risky, unless they knew that they had a lap or two in reserve.
I don't know why you wouldn't just take the time to fill it, unless they didn't have fuel ready, which is possible. But I would expect Stratus to be in here as well, because they're... I show them 8 laps from expecting a stop. See, Joseph, your monitor's getting used already.
Yeah, I was like, where are you getting that information?
Yeah. Automatic should be in here. Pro Sport is in now.
52 ACP team ACP team number 52 has just been given 2 separate passing under yellow penalties.
Ouch. That is the lower place of the ACP cars, but only by 1 spot, so that is going to sting a little bit.
Yeah.
Hammer is in. I would expect... honestly, I think I'd expect just about everybody here.
I agree.
This is about half a stint for pretty much everybody.
This safety car should bring that top 4 back together again. Hammer had managed to lose a minute and a half in the 10 or so laps that we were green. There comes Racer Motors, and is that the 59 coming out of the pits? No, it's not. It's a 55.
55.
Yeah.
So that'll be less relevant to the 6.
So I didn't see the 59 in.
Is this the 50? Who's coming through here now?
59 should be ahead. If it didn't pit, it ought to be ahead.
We'll stay on this camera. Watch.
Line and not in the pits. So yeah, it should be quite a long way up the road.
Yeah, and that shocks me a little bit.
Line?
They're doing 7.
That'll be the 58.
Yeah. So the leader had gone by start finish and not been into the pits.
Interesting, because yeah, the fact that they haven't come in the pits might trap a few teams that decided to jump on the safety car opportunity immediately. If the leader then came past the pits and put them a lap down, that's an extra lap down. That's could potentially cause issues.
Actually, I don't think any of the leaders have been in here. Neither of the Thunder Bunny cars.
Well,
Hammer is the only one, yeah. Which
they're far enough behind the leader that they're in danger of getting caught down doing.
Well, this is going to depend slightly on... no. So I think if they haven't left yet, and it's tough for me to tell from where I am, they are going to get caught behind the safety car. Now, we're in this kind of goofy posture here. Yeah, exactly. So the leader's in, but this 986 is the first car behind the safety car or safety truck.
I don't fully understand.
Safety car we've had today.
Yeah, they're in rotation.
Just in case.
I was, but just as an aside, I was hinted at this morning that I may end up getting my wings clipped a little bit today for discussing the safety car situation yesterday. Oh, the start finish marshal, in attempting to hold 4 different flags at the same time, has dropped one of them.
No.
And there is now a single yellow flag sitting on the grass adjacent to start finish.
Well, we all know what it is.
On the bright side, we are already full course yellow.
Exactly.
Right.
So, let's let this all shake out. The 501 is in. I think the 111's been in as well. The number 1 will have come and gone. But paying some bills at the moment will give us the opportunity to let everything kind of run its course here under full course yellow and cycle back around on live timing so that we can wrap our heads around what things are going to look like when we go back to green here in a couple of moments' time from Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. This is the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. We'll be back in a moment.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes.
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Back at Road America, the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek, Joseph Mudrak, Scott Michaels, JT Tammy on comms this weekend, or at least for today, and Gabe Howe with us on production. Just crested the 3 hours completed mark in our second of 8-hour races for the weekend, currently under a full course yellow for a number 44 PC Racing BMW that has blown up, sir, down the front straightaway here. And now we're going to have to put down some oil dry and get the front straightaway cleaned up a little bit here. When we left, the concern was how everything was going to shake out in terms of your race leaders and where they sat in the pacing order and what the margins were going to be like. Almost certainly the 696 from JTR Motorsports Engineering was going to retain the lead. as its sister car comes into the pits of 698. But what we didn't know was where the Thunder Bunny duo was going to be in second and third. Hammer's back in, which is not right, and I fear that this is going to cost that car the lead lap.
It already has.
Okay.
So
you are
behind us. They're definitely a lap down.
Well, it's actually just come through. Oh, interesting. So you are absolutely correct with your nose to tail suggestions, Scott. The 696 and the 111 are absolutely together in the pacing order, front to back.
That is interesting because they were nowhere near each other before the safety car. There was a good 30 seconds, I think, between them. Was it 20?
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
Yeah, 2022, I think.
Short stop for the 111, which is out of character. Usually the 696 is the shorter pit stop.
Well, it's funny you say that, Scott, because at 111, I think it was earlier this morning. Maybe it was yesterday. No, I don't remember. It was late yesterday. Had an exceptionally quick stop that netted it something like 30 seconds on the cars around it, and I think they've used that to good use here again. The 501 is only a couple of cars behind them, right? I don't know if they're in view here. I think they are.
Yeah, gap's 11 seconds, but obviously that's stretched by being at safety car speeds, so it should only be a few cars between those three.
The one's been sent again.
The Stratus 59 is in the pits, by the way, so Racer Motors are probably going to take the GTU lead.
Is that 2 stops for the 59 or just a late stop?
Late stop.
So they've missed out on that.
Yeah, you identified that they didn't pick
That's right.
first time. I
There
think,
they
which
are,
I think
actually.
is a decent move because there was a chance they were going to jump up and gain a lap
You think the late stop is just hedging their bets a little bit?
I think if you're relatively close to the overall leader and the overall leader comes in the pits at the first opportunity, there's a chance that the safety car then doesn't pick up who they're supposed to pick up, which is whoever was right behind the leader. So I would always be... I don't think there's much to lose there. So if that's what they were doing, they were trying to gamble that maybe they'd get lucky with jumping the safety car. I think that's fair enough.
Because to reiterate, there's no wave buys, so it's either you get it then or you don't get it at all.
Exactly, yeah. Give yourself a chance.
A couple pit lane penalties in this rotation to make note of. Pro Sport's been docked a lap, speeding penalty in their case also. Doing 40 miles an hour. There's a lot of people that are doing about 40 miles an hour, so I don't know if people are misremembering pit lane speed limit, but that unless the threshold is 5 miles an hour, which it might be. And then another one is fueling infraction, visor up on the 46 for Ginger Racing. These lights out on
No,
definitely
no.
not.
There's a truck stationary on the front straightaway here waiting to start cleanup. I'm intrigued as to why they haven't started it yet.
You've run out of oil dry.
And TJ seemed to suggest to me that they were waiting for the field to go past and be under control so that, they have a good 5 minute, well, probably 4 minute till the field goes by.
Oh, it's a sort of window so that you don't have to worry about cars going by you. I buy that.
Yeah.
Of course, it doesn't help when there are cars constantly coming in and out of the pits.
Well, exactly.
So,
exactly.
The car exiting the pits now is going to end up coming around in 2 minutes' time.
So, this is slightly off topic, but there's a incident under investigation between the 984, which is frozen rotors, and the 761, which is a number that I am not connected. It's the TCR.
Yeah.
Possible contact under investigation between those two cars. The way it is that the 190 back out? Yes,
Yeah.
it is. The way that's been entered suggests to me that actually the 984 might be the aggressor there. And I wonder, it's time stamped to about a lap ago, which would be unusual because that's a full course yellow period. I kind of wonder if maybe somebody's come back around to race control and said, well, the reason we went off at the carousel actually was because we just got nudged off by a GP1. Speculation.
Moorhead is in. from second in GP1. A little late, but they were doing about 9 laps anyway, so...
Worth noting that they're a full lap behind Edge Autosports. If they hadn't had that lap penalty, we'd be looking at a pretty close fight for class lead. Tell them to hold the brakes, I think. Are they making a tire change? No, there's nobody around the corners. Oh, they're trying to get the car fired up. And it's fired and it's going.
By the way, the
might have
field has
misheard
gone
that,
past,
but
they still haven't started.
983's back out on track after a lengthy repair job.
Oh, 53 minutes. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the car that we think had a flat tire?
That's what it was told.
Somewhere?
Yeah. Yeah,
I think...
you forgive the marshals and race control for being a little overwhelmed this weekend.
Yeah, right. 75 cars. That'll do it.
Yeah.
Also, I think this 147 will have taken the opportunity to stop because it's cost them virtually nothing. It will only cost them, you know, whatever cars they were behind in the pacing order, and boot them to the back. But they were already the full lap down to Edge, as you had suggested, Joseph, and they're a full lap ahead. As far as I can,
maybe no longer. To the 550?
Maybe not. Yeah, that gap may have only been 20 or so seconds, actually. Now that I look at it.
Where are you looking at it?
On your timing.
Yeah.
Timing hyphen monitor, or timing hyphen dashboard.
The gap did close down because of the safety car.
Okay.
Right, so they will have given up second place to make this stop.
Yes.
Possibly RRT as well, but I think they were a little further back than that.
So what this will do is this will put Moorhead off sequence from the other cars.
Yes.
Because just going through real quick, it looks like most of the front-running cars in GP1 pitted between lap 50 and lap 51. There's a Toad MX-5 taking the cutout there.
So, we're headed Black Flag.
Because of all the oil?
It's not so much all the oil, it's the fact that the oil runs across the track. Because the number 44 pulled to driver's right, having blown up on driver's left. The track does not want to, or somebody does not want to put down oil dry and run an emergency vehicle slowly across the width of the track into the grass. So they're going to bring everybody in and get this all taken care of without cars coming, you know, at some pace to try and catch the back of the pacing order.
Which, as Scott mentioned, keeps happening because people are taking the opportunity to top off.
Exactly. So if you can't close the pits or the pit exit, this is the case, right? So it's maybe not the most glamorous solution, but it is, you know, a safe solution, and that is the important thing. So we'll be stopped here for a little bit. The good news is, like I said, it really only starts here right before start-finish at the Geico restart zone. And it runs down to just past pit out.
I don't think you can mention Geico.
Well, I can say they don't sponsor us, but
they do exist.
Yeah, in some of our lives more so than others. Other insurance agencies are available.
One of them sponsors this broadcast.
Which is better.
Big move around the outside by the sweeper truck.
Wow, 147 is absolutely getting freight trained by these recovery vehicles.
Yeah, coming on a pit road right now is not the right call with the safety vehicles still out there running at speed.
Giving a shift change, start finish.
Maybe they're bringing him a flag.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
They did just go pick it up.
This is the reason for the black flag is we
Yeah.
have to go get.
Yeah, we have to go get the other yellow flag. We ran out of yellow flags.
The safety worker already went and picked it up, and they've just laid it on a hay bale on the backside of the on the backside of the concrete barrier. But somebody's going to have to go get it.
He's
Bring
like,
it up
not
to the
me.
top of the gantry. Well, it's not me. Yeah, definitely not me.
So I'm hopeful that this will go quickly, right?
should.
Because all we've got to do is run this truck through, dump a bunch of bags of sand, and then scatter everyone back through again.
Yeah.
So, now that we're black flagged, cars in the paddock, stop working on.
Oh, good call. Yeah.
Put down the wrench.
Yeah,
We're
it's
not-
not worth it.
Or hit the WRL safety official. Either way, no, do not do that.
JT Tammy advocating violence.
If you need the WRL official to look the other way, tell them to go call their mother and wish them a happy Mother's Day.
Have you called your mother lately?
We're not under red flag though, right?
It is black flag. Yes.
Yeah, but practically speaking, it's the same procedure in terms of park from A.
Okay. I've never seen a black flag in this context. So.
There's one yesterday.
That's because you weren't watching yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
Basically,
Yeah.
all racing activity is postponed right now.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. So yeah,
Well, red
so
flag is to stop cars on track.
Brendan, stop. No, we cannot keep doing this. So a black flag in the context of club racing, a black flag all in the context of club racing is effectively a red flag in every other form of motorsport.
Okay.
A red flag in the form of club racing is stop on track, basically, like the Daytona 500 where they stopped everyone on the back straightaway, kind of.
Okay.
So that's when you hear black flag all, that's why we have this procedure rather than,
There's the red flag.
What's that?
We're now under red flag.
Effectively.
No.
Yeah,
we are.
No timing updated.
Because timing doesn't have a black flag thing.
Okay.
So it's red flag.
But also, if you
Effectively,
bring
a black flag all is like a full course caution that transitions to a red flag in the pits.
Right. We won't talk about the fact that you could do that quite easily without the black flag. You could just go yellow then red. But whatever. We are where we are.
It's just club racing shorthand.
Well,
That's all it is.
Well, it's not just shorthand. I mean, in some cases, and for a long time, that was the only means of communication. Right? There were teams and drivers that.
Oh,
didn't
that's
have radio,
true. Yeah.
Right? So if you needed everybody to come back to the pits, the only way you were going to see that was with black flags at every corner station.
Yeah, it's easy to forget, and it like the SCCA club level, for example, you don't necessarily have radio communication from pit or race control to car, so you have to have this bonus flag basically.
Huh.
Wow, monsoon conditions here at Road America. Oh wow, it really cleared up fast.
Here we go again.
Yeah. So where's everybody stand? This is gonna ruin my projections because everyone's come through pit lane, but on the other hand, also everyone's stopped basically under this yellow flag, so it's kind of worked out.
Makes it easy to do a quick rundown, though.
Yeah, it sure does. Who wants to take that? We'll alternate. Everybody pick a class. Okay, I'll go first. GTO. It's JTR Motorsports in the 696, followed by Thunder Bunny in the 111, and then Thunder Bunny again in the 501. I'm not sure if the 501 has stopped. Actually, for that matter, I'm not sure if the 111. Yeah,
Yeah, they
111
both
stopped. Yeah, so they're there legitimately. After genuinely rough day yesterday for that team. They've got 2 cars in the podium places overall, so that's looking pretty good.
Do you want me to take the next one?
Yeah.
In GTU, it's Racer Motors, then 59 Stratus, and everybody else stopped.
Well, they're all stopped, Brendan.
It is Racer Motors that leads the class at the moment by, well, it says 1 minute and 29, but obviously that will be thrown off a bit by the fact that everybody came up the hill so slowly.
I'm not bothering with gaps. You see it.
Yeah. Well, no, what my point is, it's whatever the distance is in the pacing order. I can see
Yes,
the
yes,
59,
yes.
and then the 6 is some cars ahead of it. And then third place is Stratus number 58. They're already 10 laps off of the class lead, owing to spending 20 or so minutes back in the pit lane. But that was one of your class leaders early on. So that's your top 3 in GTU.
GP1, Edge Auto Sports leads over Fifth Gear Motorsports right now. Moorhead Speed Works. I'm not sure what's going to happen here because they came onto pit lane right before we went to Black Flag. So
they're
they
gonna
may
merge in somewhere.
Yes, that's the thing. I'm not sure if they're going to be, maybe if they're in front of where the lead car or the safety car is right now.
There are 4 cars from the back of the train right in front of me.
Okay, so they're at the tail end right now?
In line, Brendan, or in their stall?
No, they're in line.
Okay.
Yeah. I think everybody's in line. I don't think I see anybody. 85 is in their stall.
Okay.
So when they next go across timing line, they may lose out to RRT Racing and round 3. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. GP2, we still have Northloop Motorsports over Libre Racing. That has stayed the same for quite a while now after the first safety car broke up the good battle they were having during the opening hour. Chattanooga Tornwagon, 3rd place still, on the same lap as Libre, at least according to our timing. So hopefully they'll be able to have a good fight in their hands because our timing says they're only 2.6 seconds behind here. I
They
think
might be
that's,
nose to tail.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
GP3 will be 94 Motorsports in the number 83, TC Klein Racing in the 93, and Overnight Motorsports in the 197. Now, did all 3 of those cars stop before this? The 83 actually hasn't. I think nor has the 93 for that matter. But the 197 has. So you would say small advantage to the 197. The 83 and 93 hadn't pitted that long ago. I take that back. They're at least halfway through their stint in the case of the 83, and pretty close to that for the 93. So the 197 is in a good spot there compared to the cars that are first and second on track in GP3.
Yeah, it seems in GP3 the front 2 cars, they had pitted around, between lap 50, 55, whereas Overnight, AOA, 94, they all pitted around lap, 60 to 65, which I think is when the 15 was going to be due in soon anyways. So there's a little bit of difference in terms of the pit cycles between your front 2 cars and then the next 3 or 4 cars in that class.
Yeah, GP3 was it hasn't been quite the dogfight that it was early on yesterday, but it can be one of those classes. GP2 and GP3 are both classes where they can either be neck and neck to the end for the win, or they'll be separated by like 5 laps apiece by the end. So it really is a wait and see for me. Is there anybody that's really, still looking stronger than we expected? I think you would still say, even with the lap that Hammers lost, I think this has been a good race for that setup. Working out the teething issues on the BMW. The 986 too. What did we? They lost almost a lap, right, in that long pit stop and the short yellow that we had earlier.
Yeah.
If they catch a good break with a yellow flag, I have no idea if they've caught one here. But if they catch a good break with a yellow flag, I wouldn't be shocked to see them competing for at least a podium position later on. And then GP1, you have to wonder if the 147, if Moorhead's going to be able to claw back the lap that they've lost with their penalty and come back and fight with the 26 for Edge Autosports. Although I don't believe that. No, they didn't come in. At least it doesn't look like it on this last pit stop. So that's potentially going to lose them some ground.
Just heard a couple of minutes to a restart.
Ooh.
But I didn't hear what the number was.
We'll say 5. Randomly. No information.
Sounds like a couple of cars have restarted.
Okay.
Listen to that breeze.
I know. I don't know if I would call that a breeze. That sounds like a bluster. I mean, look at that flag over by the entry gate, isn't it? And then also there's another one at the entrance or the apex of turn 14. But it is right down the hill. I don't know if any of the cars can feel it. Maybe the NPO1s might be able to feel that crosswind going through the corners. They're certainly not as aero sensitive as, Formula car or an Indy car.
No, but they do have some surface area.
Yeah, yeah, you might just get buffeted around. Particularly that greenhouse on the NPO1. I wonder what that feels like.
Cramp.
Yeah, because the NPO1 that's dead set in the middle of the chassis, right? It's not off to the side like a LMP or anything.
Correct.
So it really does have that feel of being in sort of an enclosed open wheeler.
Back to double yellow on timing, which I assume means we're going to have cars leaving the end of pit lane here momentarily.
Sure, I'll take that as a good sign.
So we are down to 3 cars on the lead lap, I believe.
Okay. Yeah,
that automatic car is the first car a lap down.
This is only our second interruption, right? Well, one force is it, or have we had 2 full course yellows before this?
This is the third
This,
yellow. It
yeah,
is.
we had one on lap 32, one lap 56, and then this one started on 68.
Right. Okay. Yeah, we had
cars headed out on the front straightaway now.
Perfect.
Going cut up to turn 1. He may have stepped away. Oh, there we go.
Well, I just saw the automatic car go past, and I'm not sure this. I know the 696 wasn't, at least earlier, it wasn't the first car behind the safety car. So there is a chance that automatic car is actually on the tail end of the lead lap here.
Yeah, we're gonna need to see once they come through start finish line again.
Yeah, Gabe may have things on a playlist here, but if he doesn't, his controls.
I think Gabe's a little more professional than me. I think I'm the only one who just walks away with a playlist on.
Well, if we could stay on this camera for a minute, then I want to see if we do catch that number 696 in the running order. Because that'll let us know whether or not the 909 is actually on the lead lap or not.
I think the 2 might be as well.
Oh, that's potentially a good call. Depends on how far back this car. There goes the 2.
Because there's another tab there, Brendan.
I switched over to Race Hero for this.
Oh.
Just until things get rolling again. You're absolutely right,
Is that
Joseph.
car right there?
It is. Yep. So you're absolutely right. So the Hammer M4 is the first car one lap down, which leaves the 909 and the 2 on the very tail end of the lead lap. About well, the 2 is about 8 cars in front of the 696. So that's really the only differential there. Now, yesterday when we did this black flag procedure, things got a little goofy because of who got picked up and who pitted and all of that. So things were kind of reset with waiver rounds, but I don't think they're going to do that here. So this is just how things are going to, I think, just going to pan out with 3 cars in practice on the lead lap or usefulness on the lead lap, and then the 909 and the 2 at the very, very tail end of things. Edge Auto Sports will come back to green in GP1 with a decent margin. We already covered some of these things in the rundown. But GP3 will definitely be all to play for here. I don't know, JT, I don't think, and you can confirm this or not, but I don't think this full course yellow is going to have goofed up the GP3 battle really at all.
Not in terms of the front cars other than closing gaps. I think if it's going to help anybody, it's going to help overnight. Get them a little bit closer to the front. It's going to, I believe, hurt the 15 because they're going to have to pit soon. That's just going to be mainly their battle with the number 94 Lexus. In terms of the top 3, I think they're all going to be relatively bunched up on the same lap here. We'll have to wait until they come across start finish in the next 20 seconds or so. Green flag.
A couple takers of the pits, which I wasn't really expecting.
They may have been getting a bit low on fuel.
Oh gosh, look at the dust. That's gonna that's gonna pile into radiators and everything. And boy, oh boy. I mean,
All the visibility.
it has to go down. But
yeah,
visibility with speed differences.
Absolutely.
It's going to be way worse from the angle we're looking at.
yeah, you see people flashing headlights, and I think that's probably a good move. It's actually the 696, of course it is. Although they're gonna send it on the inside of the 58, back it out just in time.
They do have the 111 right behind it. We don't have a 111 on board camera today, do we?
No, nothing from Thunder Bunny, unfortunately.
Gentlemen.
Scoundrel.
Yeah. Time for an interview. But this one is a little more relevant. Scott obviously has some connection to the crew down at Racer Motors, the number 6. But happy to mention that we've been joined by Leaf and Jarrett, 2 of the drivers down in the number 6 Racer Motors camp. So welcome, guys.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, how's it going? Good. Happy to have you guys up here. You guys are really right in the thick of it right now, huh?
Yes, sir. We are.
Yeah,
was able to just go out and fuel save for the first 2.5 hours, but yeah, we're in a pretty good spot right now. We just gotta keep our head down, and we're not even halfway yet. So,
have you been in the car yet this morning, Leaf?
I am not driving this weekend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've had a neck injury, so I'm letting my my drivers take all the stints and
Gotcha.
and hoping I can be ready for Daytona. One of the later races. I was in the car at Hallett and Coda, but we didn't have good luck there.
No, we had mentioned the Coda experience a little earlier this weekend that you guys were kind of, well, it was a bummer. You guys were quick, but didn't have the reliability there. So this morning, you took the start there. You said you kind of immediately went into fuel saving?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking back to yesterday, and I set quick lap for the day, but we finished second. So there's really no point in going out there and acting like it's qualifying. So I just went into fuel saving mode, try to time our pit stops off a little bit further apart than our competition, and then just kind of salvage the car, stay off the curbs. These cars ride so low. You just got to take care of them and make it last the whole 8 hours. But yeah, just had to make sure we gave a good enough car to Avery so he can run out and get him.
Go ahead. Do you have a question? No, maybe not. Sorry, I thought one of the other guys had a question. So you said you're keep the car off the curbs and trying to keep it in one piece. Are these cars as fragile as they look from the outside? I mean, the turmoil yesterday in GTU was enormous.
It's a great car all around. I mean, the downforce on these things is incredible. I'm really grateful to be driving an MPO1. It's just they sit really low, so Road America, you have to be careful where you decide to touch the curbs because they can get really big, and we don't have the travel or anything to be able to kind of take that kind of hit. So it's just the nature of the car. I mean, it rides so low, but
it's stiffly sprung.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're the car owner, Lee.
Yes,
sir. Yep. So was this bought with the intention of getting into endurance racing?
Absolutely. Yeah, I bought it in 2019 from a NASA sprint racer.
Okay.
From Virginia, and I went out to see the car when it was at Nationals at Coda, and 2018, and with the intent that I actually started selling seats to Daytona.
Okay.
And we quickly realized this car's not going to survive an endurance race, and serendipitously the pandemic hit, and we spent 2 years developing the car. We've upgraded every system, added every possible thing, anything that Ben from Sebeco comes out with, we add to the car, more aero, and so on. So yes, we've tried to spared no expense making the car reliable, comfortable to reduce driver fatigue, easy to drive for long distances. We put an endurance tank in, then we had to take that back out. But anyway, the car is supremely set up. So as we had hoped, we would be giving Stratus a run for their money this weekend if we just keep the car on the track and avoid any shenanigans.
Is there a lot you can do to the NP01 to make it kind of endurance ready rather than just the way the car would ship from Sebeco?
Yes, so Sebeco
You don't have to give away your secrets, by the way. I'm just curious.
But it's no secret. Sebeco has been developing endurance-related because half of his customers now are ordering the car set up for WRL. So there's more cars coming all the time. Yesterday, we had a tie rod end brake under load, and it's one of the ones we hadn't updated to their new endurance upper control arm. We did that in the pits in 45 minutes, both sides.
Okay.
So now the car's set up. So we're slowly upgrading every part. We go from cast to forge, or we go to the next bigger size joint. We safety wire. We do everything we can to. It's all about reliability and preparation for the race. That's how you win the race.
So, I mean, reliability clearly is the name of the game. But yesterday's race was one of the wildest things I've ever seen with that 9.4 car. Really, really cool to watch up here. Truly the tortoise in the hair, right? Yesterday. Today, the race started off looking much more like a sprint race.
Yeah.
There were 4 or 5 of you guys in a pack.
Yep.
We were all just head to tail for several laps there.
Yeah. And then, 20, 30 minutes later, a couple cars hit problems, and now the class strings itself out again. Do you find yourselves kind of getting caught up in that, or from lap 1, do you perceive it as, hey, this is an endurance race, let these guys go, we need to make sure the car gets to the end?
That's really the strategy, especially starting off. I feel like tremendous pressure anytime I start. This actually my first WRL weekend.
Oh, get out.
So in my first weekend with Racer Motors, really, grateful for the opportunity. But I feel like tremendous pressure because, I'm the first one starting. So it's like I have to make sure that this car is going to make it at least another 2.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's in the next driver's hands. But, I'm just going into the mindset that, hour 1 is way different from hour 8.
Yeah.
I treat the first 6 stints as staging for the real race. So just keep it on the track, keep the car clean, hand it off, and because what I'd like to see is a heads-up race at the end between us, Stratus, and anyone else who's kept the car clean. We had a 10 lap gap on either side of us yesterday, which was unfortunate because but that's how it goes. I think now we've all learned our lesson and we know where the race is, and everybody's mindset is tuned for today's race. And I think we're going to see a lot more even racing and more guys on the lead lap.
I'm certainly hopeful that that's the case. 21 seconds, 22 seconds is the lead margin right now. You guys certainly seem to have a little bit of pace over the 59. But I'm curious to get your thoughts on where you think GTU is now and where it's headed. Last year, obviously, Stratus was super competitive with the NP01 in GTO, and that was really, really cool to see. But now, you guys have your own class at a slightly different power-to-weight ratio, still kind of competitive overall, and the class is starting to get some numbers.
Well, I mean, it's sort of an open secret. Everybody feels the same way, that we would like to see a little better power-to-weight ratio. So we're not mixing it back and forth with the GTOs. We would just like to run away and let them run their race. We run our own race because right now they're faster on the straights, we're faster on the corners, and we're kind of mixed in with them. And to me it seems like a bit of a safety issue, but also it's just cleaner racing to have a clear gap between the classes. And we can keep making this car slower, but it's easier to make it faster and just let us run away, because then we're faster everywhere, or we can at least hold station on the straights and then get away. There's other factors that I don't. RJ knows that I don't know. But but they're open to it, and we keep talking about it. But it's kind of like a lot of the GTO teams are saying, they need more power. We don't want to mix that up with them. Where others say, no, we want to be in the front. So.
How about from a numbers perspective, as the class is building? I think
it would be easy for us to go faster. We're already knocked it down. It's a cam change. We can even go to a bigger power unit. It's easy to bump this car up to a 2.3 or 2.5.
Even I mostly meant from a number of entries perspective.
Growth
of the class.
Well, Daytona, we've already had
on its own.
10 cars enter, and I'm thinking we're going to keep seeing that grow. Ben's building the cars. Ben Cooper's building them as fast as he can. He's not keeping up with the orders. He's got. I think chassis number 66 is coming out next.
Oh wow!
I think like any growing class, it just takes some development. I mean, like you said, Sevico's working on cars right now. They've got more lined up to come out. So I think we're just going to keep growing.
Nice.
And then is more the development that these cars get into an enduro car. I mean, it's such a blast to drive. I think it's going to be a pretty big class at some point.
Did you race head-to-head with the Miata at all yesterday? The number 190?
A little bit. I had him get real close to me on the start, but I think we just have some aero advantage there. So by the time we get to carousel, kink, that kind of stuff, it got a little easier to pull away.
So the other cool thing is all of the MPO winners are very sort of a tight community, and we work with each other, share notes, things like that. Stratus has been great about that, organizing us and pulling us together. I would like to get a second car once we get up to speed and let the class build out, and we build some name recognition, and people trust that we're going to get them to the end of the race and sell more seats. So I love the platform. I've come from Porsches, and I thought, well, I can buy this purpose-built car with a $7,000 engine and run faster than my street car with a $35,000 engine. Doesn't make sense to have a street car. So more people are recognizing it, and the thread, if you go on Facebook to the MPO1 Evo Facebook group, it's just growing and growing. So
I think it's one of the best stories in WRL this year is watching this GTU class grow and find its feet. And even today versus yesterday, you know, the reliability has been stepped up a little bit. Competition stepped up a little bit. You guys at Stratus there within, well, you're pulling away now up to 30 seconds. So good on you guys. But it's been really cool to follow. And, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing what the rest of the season offers, not just for the class, but for you guys as well.
Fantastic. Well, we just want to come up and introduce ourselves, and we plan on being here for the whole season. So
fantastic.
We'll come up and see you again.
Leaf and Jarrett, thanks for coming up, and you guys are welcome anytime.
Hey, Brendan.
Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tell Leaf to hurry up and get better because we miss him in iRacing on CMS.
That's JT Tammy. I don't know if you know him, but
I know JT very well.
Yeah.
We race on. I race CMS, and I also race the PCA Sim Racing, Autobahn, Rumble Strip. I do lots of sim racing and coaching and PCA coach. But yeah, JT and I race a lot together.
Nice. Yeah, we all know each other through sim racing as well.
All right.
That's how this kicked off. So, yeah, thanks for coming up, guys, and we'll see you soon.
Appreciate it, guys.
Just saw the driver of the 147 there put himself in a questionable position going into the final corner and ended up in the grass. A little bit lucky that they didn't end up in the gravel, to be honest. Not sure what they were really thinking, trying to go around outside of a car into the braking zone there. Got away with it though.
Yeah, all of our gaps, 696 is, I mean, gapping the 111 by huge margins. Actually, 111's at risk of being passed by its teammate. It might happen on this lap. Yeah, they were a third of a second apart when they crossed the line last time by. So
Neither
that might
car going fast, at least on that last lap. Yeah, they kind of haven't been since the restart either.
Yeah,
gap is
yeah, they're a full 6 seconds slower than they were before the red flag came out.
Yeah, because those cars were nose to tail on the restart, JTR and Thunder Bunny 111, and now there's a 41-second gap.
I wonder if they picked up some sort of weird mechanical or something on that first, because yeah, they were half a second apart, and I don't think it was straight off the restart. It might have been, but yeah. Melt. Oh, who's gone deep into 5? It looks like it's the 75 AOA.
Yeah, 4th in GP3. They were a lap down from the leaders. They still have a lap over 94 Motorsports.
We also had a report of a car making contact with the wall in turn 12. That'll be the 326 for Pinnacle. That car actually was up towards...
Yeah, 11th right now.
Yeah, and I believe that they were further up. I think they were poking at the top 5, question mark?
They were behind the Will to Win car, so they were 8th at the time.
Okay. But it looks like they've spun it and made contact with the tire wall at turn 12. The only way that tends to happen is if you get it wide and oversteer into the tires to the right-hand side. So I'm going to guess that's what's happened. Not the only way you can make contact with tire barriers, but probably the only way you can make contact with tire barriers and continue with that corner.
Yeah.
189. Libre Racing is being noted for dropping fluid. And while we're talking mechanicals, the one is being advised that they may or may not have their brake lights stuck open. It's being reported at turn 8.
Can I share a piece of information about that?
Please.
Yeah. So I texted old Tim Myers to ask him about the extra pit stop that was made.
Yes.
That costed, well, the lead lap really is what it costed. He said our brake lights quit working, had to recenter the steering 2 times to fix it. And to me that doesn't make sense. But he elaborates.
Yeah.
It says the the steering position sensor to zero it, you go left to lock, right to lock 3 times, and then center it. Right. So basically, what a sim racing wheel does to calibrate itself.
G27, yeah.
Left, right, exactly, yeah.
Whoa, look at that dive on the 170. Holy cow.
But then you return it to center. He said the first time it didn't work. Second time it did. The issue is, if it's not working and the whole thing hasn't been calibrated properly, you don't have traction control. So I think there's a whole bunch of electronic systems that rely on the steering position sensor working and communicating properly, and that to some degree at least has led to the electronic issues, which now spawn this brake lights issue.
Yeah, in a way, okay. I that makes some amount of sense to me, because you need to know whether or not the steering wheel's a full lock or if it's basically straight, to figure out how much traction control you're actually going to deliver.
Exactly. And there's, I'm sure, slip angles and stuff like that that'll get, however that
sensors on sensors,
works.
yeah.
Yeah, right. So if you have a fundamental sensor that isn't communicating properly, the issue is if they claim it's been fixed and now they've re-reported a brake light issue on the number one, recently within the last couple of minutes, that
within the last about 15. So
well, this message was 40 minutes ago. So
okay,
from 10.
So it's more recent than that.
Yeah.
It might be worth noting that car is extremely slow.
So maybe they still don't have traction control.
So maybe this is a recurring issue where the sensor or the steering position sensor is falling out of calibration for one reason or another.
Yeah, that's a good point, Scott. Their lap history, if you go to Race Hero and click on that chart, they are fully 8 seconds off what they had been running earlier in the race.
Is that car identical to the 501 and the 115?
No, it's not even the same.
Okay.
Car. Yeah, it's an M4 GT4. It's the same as the JTR.
Right. Oh yeah.
So I was going to say,
they could have the same systems. It's weird that all 3 of those cars are running similarly slowly. As the 501 and the 111 finally at least get below the 235. So
they swapped around, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah.
Coming across start-finish line, round 3 racing 701 and the 336 Big Mission Motorsports nose to tail battling for 5th in class.
134 has just come back in. They're already 9 laps down.
Yeah, that's a good pull, JT. Let's try to follow that 701. That white and black Cayman and the dark blue BMW behind it, because that is a nose to tail battle for 5th.
GP2 second place is into the pits, as is the third place car. The 189 is also in from Uber Racing. That car is up on the jack on the right-hand side, and they appear to be doing tires, which is interesting because we
they've just been called for a 4 off and continue at turn 12, Brennan. I think that something is amiss there.
So the right side, attention being paid to the right side, is an interesting call.
Another car that's surprisingly slow right now is the 59 Stratus. They're an I230, so somewhere between 237, 214, 238 with their last 3 laps, which is 10 seconds off the pace for that car, based on what it was doing before the recent safety car and pit stops.
Well, we've seen that with that car a couple of times, haven't we, Scott? Where there's one driver that isn't quite as comfortable in that car.
Yeah.
And we see the pace drop away a little bit for a stint or two, and then it's right back to.
A little bit interesting is that we've seen a lot of pace today from the 58, so that indicates the Stratus they're kind of splitting their faster drivers between the 2 cars rather than having a clear A and a B car.
Yeah, I believe that 59 is the same lineup as it was for most of last season.
Right.
Certainly the majority of the names are the same.
Pit stop to the 348 out of 2nd in GP2.
Yeah, so that was kind of my point earlier, was that car's in. The third place car is also in.
No longer third place. It's fallen down to fourth now.
Oh, so it has. Stands Racing, who had its issues earlier in the day. But that all leaves the backup North Loop Motorsport car out in front with how many laps did that car is doing?
701's caught a good break in traffic here, and it's going to gap the 336 pretty well.
Sorry, I think the 170 was had the front brakes fully locked up, headed up the hill.
That's not where you tend to put on brakes.
No. Also, that 348 car, I think this is unscheduled, isn't it?
Is it?
348 coming in again?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good...
I didn't realize that at the moment. Or at the time.
Well, actually, is it?
Yeah,
because that's the red flag, isn't it?
Exactly. We need to kind of adjust for that, and there's really no way to do that.
No, that's about right for them, actually. If they didn't pit before the red flag came out, I think that's right.
Yeah. That's why everybody's pit stop lap numbers are now between 15 and 20 laps.
Fastest lap for TC Klein in GP3 as they're trying to, as they just passed, I believe, 9.4 Motorsports for the leading class.
I don't know that they did, actually.
I last had 9.4 in front.
Okay. I'm not sure when that pass has actually been made, but yeah, it's an improvement of half a second over their previous best for the TC Klein 93.
We've made it to halfway in the Sunday race at Road America. 4 hours down, 4 hours left to go.
That pass happened about 15 minutes ago, but those two cars are, I mean, you can see it on timing. They are nose to tail. Not sure where they are on track to try to watch them. They're not coming through now. They're no. Yeah, Brendan, if you happen to catch the 93 and the 83 nose to tail, it'll be Lexus and
BMW. Very hard to miss that 93 car.
Yes.
Libre Racing, Libre, whatever we're going with, has.
I feel like there's a pun going on with that name because when they stream on YouTube, it's Libre, but in the list, it's Yibre. So I feel like there's a pun here that we're missing, being not native speakers.
No, I would not get that pun. No chance.
Oh, they have come back out, I think.
They have just been sent on its way.
Okay.
That's what I was suggesting there. They're pitted before start finish, so kind of.
Was that the car yesterday?
There it is, actually.
Was that the car yesterday that was having slight radiator issues, steam from underneath the hood?
Yes, it was.
Water just weighs you down.
550 into the pit lane.
Okay, so third from GP1.
Yes, and that'll drop it a full lap down to the Moorhead car, I think.
So I think what that does, with the exception of Moorhead, I think this is when we should be seeing a lot of our GP1 cars start to come in. Because I believe most of them had pit between like lap 50 and 55.
Right, so that I was just thinking as we were talking about this. Joseph, it was a great thought, except for the fact that the 93 has literally just come into the pits.
Oh, no.
So the 83 came by, and I was like, well, what happened to the TC Klein? And straight
Joseph in shambles. All right.
They are pitted before start finish as well, so. Driver change. Still going in. Visors are down. Woohoo! Anyway, I was going to say about the 147. I know they had the penalty in there, right, where they lost a lap. But I felt like they should have been making more progress on that margin than they really have been. I forgot that they had pitted
right before the red.
Yeah. Well, it was a lap after I think the double yellow came out. So they would have dropped, towards the back of the pacing line, which may have cost them the lap to the class leading number 26. I'm not sure when that 26 is going to be due in.
It should be due relatively soon as well.
Okay, yeah. If it wasn't in under the full course yellow. Seven. Yeah, they actually ought to be in about a lap or two.
So there's the triple
But that's
one.
all that. What that really says to me then is that the 147 is the only car off strategy. That the 26 and the 550 would basically be in parallel on fuel. The chance here actually, that the 362 could either jump or be up onto the back of the number 550. That they may need fuel here as well. So let's let this GP1 situation shake out for a lap or two. Leaders come across the line again. 986 is into the pit lane.
Yeah, we've keyed back in on the 701 and 336 round 3 in Big Mission. Still nose to tail. I mean, at this point, I wonder if Big Mission's just sitting behind and saving fuel. The general production cars make good enough mileage that you probably don't need to do that. But I mean, he's been stalking him for. Oh, he might be making the move here in the turn 6. On board the 701 on a little bit of a delay. So this was as they were coming down into turn 5, holding a little bit of a conservative line, slightly defensive line, and I think it's going to compromise them a little bit. .336, look to the left-hand side. Do we have room to our left? Not really, but they're going to have to back out of it through turn 7. Stalking him into turn 8. See them in the top left of the inset. Ooh, rough shift in the 701. We'll stick on board. The fight that we're looking at is the, I think, a slightly more delayed view on the 336. But you see how close the 701 is out the windscreen of the 336. I think the challenge that they're going to run into in the Big Mission camp is I think the 701's a little faster down the straightaway. Big Mission car, well, that's not going to help too. We've got a car off in the gravel trap at turn 12. That'll be the 85 AOA car. Actually had just come out of the pits. Last running car in GP2. So I suspect that they've been trying to fix an issue and have just sent that car out and it has reared its head again. Two cars are going to be no, not quite separated. The number 1 Hammer BMW is going to go down the inside, but it's also going to take the 701 away from the racing line and might give the 336 an opportunity into turn 3 to at least get alongside. He is alongside, and he's through at least for the moment. But he's got to take a shallower entry, and that's compromised his exit. Side by side with each other. I mean, they're basically about level on top speed, but at the end of the straight, the 701's just got a little bit more. Is the 336 still there? Is he able to get an overlap?
I actually think the difference is in the speed of shifting between the cars.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's like they hit different power bands. But anyway, he's able to outdrag him by the time they get into the braking zone of turn 5, and he's cleared him again. So now he's got to make the move all over again.
They're really not that much slower than... Is this the Hammer car?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
But remember, that's the car that we think might have faulty traction control.
True.
And presumably stability control and everything else, you know, ABS, etc.
Yeah, I think brake lights are working.
That's good.
Maybe they're working.
Well, so I think the call was that they were stuck on.
Well, they're not stuck on, but they are. I just don't think they're giving correct information.
Yeah, they do seem to prematurely come back
It
on.
actually seems like they're on when they're at full throttle.
Yeah.
No, I think it's literally intermittent.
Yeah, because it came off there for a second, but it went back on and then came back off.
Well, I was wondering if that was maybe because you can see sometimes in TV cameras there's just not a the frequency doesn't quite match up.
I think that's why they're flashing, but there's a yellow man actually stood in the gravel trap with a yellow flag.
Braver than me.
This big mission on board is I think some hours old. Partially because it's definitely sunnier in that video than it is out right now.
Yeah, I was going to say that it's definitely off by at least some laps.
The 336.
Some hours, to be honest with you, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that feels right to me. So they're back to an overlap. So we've got the same situation here coming out of 14, where the 336 has a little bit of, they've got the advantage coming out of the corners. And I think the 701 is going to pull them back into turn 1, but I think there might be a little too much of a gap now. I don't think he's certainly not going to pull them back by the time they get into turn 1. I'm not sure he's going to be able to pull him back into turn 5 either, although he's got a better line through 1.
It's a really good little scrap here, actually.
It's been going on for ages.
Yeah.
909 to the pits from 4th overall, by the way.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that,
Good
but didn't
note.
want to interrupt. 189 is back in and out again.
I mean, this has got to be the moment here where the 336, if they're going to break loose, it's going to happen here. I think he's clear of him. Not by much, but I think he is. They're going to run into slower traffic.
It's number 1 just up the road.
Yeah, with also struggling with the cell signal around the track.
GPS signal for that matter. 14 miles an hour on the way into 7. Never
Yeah.
mind the map.
That's through the race as well.
Big Mission able to clear the slower, the 550. Oh,
That
wow.
car's not irrelevant.
No, it's not. That's a pass for position. Excuse me. I've missed that entirely.
Absolutely. Yep. I was going to say that car's just out of the pits, and there's a chance that this is for position. Pulled it up on timing, and sure enough.
Now, granted, if they've just come out of the pits, this is sort of academic. It's a track position battle, not necessarily, how they would finish. And no overtaking
sure.
here. Yellow flag here. While they pull the 83. Is it the 83?
I can't help wonder why
there's
this...
two. There's been a new stopped car at turn 12 in the 83, which was our erstwhile leader in GP3. So that's a problem.
I'm surprised this isn't a safety car when we had one earlier for a car stopped on the other side of the track. There.
701's going to duck into the pits. And that'll end that battle.
I wonder if they're anticipating a safety car, maybe.
Oh, they should be due.
It does end this battle, but it doesn't necessarily end the 336 and the 550 battle. Obviously, we won't be able to follow that because we don't have the onboard. But
we don't have a live onboard anyway.
Yeah. That's true. Yes.
We had Anna on board.
All the lap times are suddenly extremely slow.
I think that's because we've got a big yellow flag zone coming into turn 12, and if you get caught behind a GP3 there, it packs the entire group up.
Yeah, that's been there for a while though, and it's like every car is slow, other than.
Well, but it affects different cars on different laps. A couple laps ago, the 696 did a 237. Now it's done a 234. This time, Thunder Bunny's done a 238, where they had previously done a 32. So I think Joseph's right. I think it really just depends on who you get caught behind, because you're going to be at the slowest car's pace from halfway from the kink all the way down to Cannon Corner.
The 550, that's just... No, that can't be right.
You're talking about the car into the pits?
Yes.
It is the 984.
Okay.
Similar looking cars, but I think the 550 has a touch of gray.
Just for men.
Yeah.
So that'll be the frozen rotor
Yes.
Porsche rather than the fifth gear.
I had not realized how much time the 501's given up to the 696 here.
701's just come out.
Yeah.
That feels like a quick little stop.
Well, remember the onboard is a little bit.
That's true.
So you're going to gain
Good
about
point.
20 seconds.
So actually,
Oh my god, they've really nailed it over there. Oh, wait a second.
that
Time
gap
has stopped.
you were talking about has actually stabilized a little bit now. Because the JTR car has kind of slowed down to everyone's pace during this.
Sure.
Almost
Yeah.
what it's like a Nürburgring 24 style part of the race where you've got tons of over 35s up.
Yeah. No, I was thinking the exact same thing.
Almost got one, but it's not a real one. It's very strange. But yeah, it has had the effect of slowing the JTR car down to everyone else's speed, so that gap isn't ballooning out like it was.
Also, if you are a car that makes your speed at the tail end of the straightaway, if that's where you make your lap time, then you're going to be pretty heavily compromised.
Fastest car on the track for the last few laps, not this last one, but a couple of laps before that was the Stratus car, where they're slow anyway at the end of the straight, so they don't actually have to back off.
Yeah. Pit lane infraction for the 127. That is speeding by a full 9 miles per hour.
Wasn't that car done in for speeding on the last stop?
127?
127?
They sure were.
Yeah.
So whoever's, if you guys have a pit limiter on, it's not working, or it's set to the wrong value.
Or your drivers don't know where the line is.
Yes.
Or don't know what the pit speed limit is.
And then 555 has also been pinged, but in their case, it's for passing under yellow at turn 13, which will be still inside the yellow flag zone, but past the incident. On board the 701, which has rejoined the race following its pit stop, as we saw.
This is they're putting it on a flatbed. I was wondering why it was taking so much time if they were pulling it out of the gravel, but they're not. That car is going to be brought back on the back of the flatbed.
Now, presumably, that's yellow flags. Have we noticed when the first one is? Is it before the kink?
I haven't seen it, no.
Okay. Obviously, there's going to be one going into 12. It might be 11A. 11A might be the first yellow flag zone.
There's the two left-hand kinks on that run between the kink and the Canada corner, and there's a yellow flag at the first of the left kinks.
Okay, that would be 11A then, I think.
Yeah, that's the only. I think that's a standing yellow because.
Yes, it is.
Canada corner would be waving.
Yeah. Okay. So that establishes for us where the yellow flag actually starts.
Well, yeah, I'd love to be able to tell you if there's one in the kink itself, but that is our black spot. So
shouldn't be.
Yeah, there shouldn't.
Unless there's a separate issue.
And then that flag should resolve at the apex of turn 13, right? That should be where the first green flag is.
Yeah, there's green flag on the apex of the penultimate corner.
Okay.
Wait, green. Well, the car's
362
on the flatbed now, so hopefully it will be removed pretty shortly.
362 noted for still having its flashers on. I think that might be from the beginning of the race.
It's been going on for some time.
Since not from the beginning of the race, but rather since the green flag when everyone had to run through the oil dry.
GTU leaders in the pit lane.
had been making good progress against the number 1 Hammer car, but obviously this will drop them back a lap or so. Another car that I'm noticing is making consistent progress, but coming from a reasonable way back, is the number 2 ACP Tendry Associates car. If all these trends continue for too much longer, I think they're going to have to pit relatively soon, but the Thunder Bunny cars are so much slower that they're in danger of being caught by that number 2 car, and I guess the 909 as well. Neutralized. Yeah, eventually I think we're going to see those 2 Thunder Bunny cars and the Hammer car drop towards the back end of the top 10, but safety cars have split the field up in such a way that it's taking a while for that to actually occur, because there are some big gaps to close. But we're definitely seeing JTR extend their lead. It's not going to be too long before they might end up pulling a full lap.
Yeah, I'm irresponsibly doing some math. Don't worry. Because now I'm curious, because we actually haven't really... I don't feel like I have a good feel for the rhythm of the race right now.
The black flag kind of threw things into a little bit of chaos.
Yeah.
Well, everything's completely different since. The fact that we've got 3 cars in the top 10 that are 5 seconds a lap or so off basically everyone else in the top 10. It almost feels like the race is in a settling period where we need those positions to correct themselves before we can actually work out what's really going on.
Is there anyone in particular that we're trying to figure out where they might settle out as things stand?
With regards to pit stops or with regards to pace?
Well,
I think
mostly in terms of the balance of the race.
The way it's going to end up going, 909 I think is going to end up second, but it's got the best part of a lap to catch on 2 cars that are usually, although this seems to have been started reversing recently, they're around 5 seconds slower than the automatic Aston. I think the 2 Thunder Bunny cars also owe us pit stops reasonably soon.
They do. The 2, actually all 3 of those cars do.
The Aston has pitted very recently. So I think
the problem
will end up getting into second, and I think eventually ACP is going to end up getting into third.
Well, ACP is the next car due in.
Yeah, but Thunder Bunny are also due quite soon, and the ACP car is catching them at like 5 seconds a lap. Those 3 are going to pit, like pit stop wise, they're relatively equal, but the ACP car is much faster.
I don't know that the ACP car has the stint length over the course of the rest of the race. Now I'm curious.
I'm not extrapolating all the way out to.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking forward the next couple of hours.
Sure. Okay.
That 2 car is not going to catch the 111 before it pits.
Not before it pits, no. I'm extrapolating out a couple of hours because WRL.
Yeah, the GP1. There's some interesting stuff. For me, if I'm trying to take a view of the end of the race, the GP1, I guess, lead battle seems close to decided. I don't think Moorhead's got time to make up the penalty that they incurred.
Not at the rate it's been going, no.
And so I think what you're looking for in GP1 is basically, point stays in terms of, how's this top 5 going to shake out? Because I think that is definitely in a lot of flux right now. So if you're looking for something to look at in the general production classes, I think that's probably it. That's probably the big fight. There's a little bit of a tussle going on for the last podium spot in GP3 between the 94 and the 15. And obviously all this can change if someone catches a mechanical or a penalty, right? None of this is guaranteed, but this is sort of an as things stand view of things. GTO, this won't be much of a surprise to anybody, but the 696 would be your favorite here, right? Even though they run shorter stints, they've got enough pace to make that less of a factor. But that's another class where everything outside of that is super up for grabs. I mean, second could go to either of the Thunder Bunny cars, the ACP number 2, the 909. Yeah.
We are about to get around to pit stops here in GP1. Edge Auto Sports is in.
Yeah, so we should see Edge. We should see Big Mission in the next couple of laps, I believe.
I think it's mostly those two cars, right? Moorhead was in at the yellow, right? Just before we went red.
GTO, we're expecting the top 4 to be in pretty soon. JTR and ACP both very soon.
So the 52's been in, but I haven't seen the 2 yet. 59 is in.
The yellow flag at Canada corner's clear, by the way. That's why.
Oh, good.
This is the onboard with the 2 at the top of your screen. Should be, yeah.
701 passes RT Racing for 5th in GP1. I think the key factor in that battle there was they both pit recently, about 5 laps ago, but round 3 Racing, their stop was 20 seconds quicker than RRT. That allowed them to close the gap here and make a pass.
Yeah, that is the cliche in racing. It's less so now in the professional ranks, but you have all these laps on track where you're trying to make up a delta, and then it's that crucial moment in the pit lane where you can gain or lose so much time and undo a lot of the hard work that you...
Here comes the number 2.
Yeah, right on schedule.
And the 336 should be on pit lane as well, or just leaving.
It is stationary at the moment.
So this is going to be a crucial stop as well.
Oh,
so
yeah, they're actually in at the same time as the 26, who is currently doing left side tires.
Okay, we need to see where Big Mission comes out. So whether they're going to have about a 4-minute 30 to about a 5-minute total stop here, total lap.
I think this is the 59 coming out of the pits.
It is, yep. And not sure where the Racer Motors car is. It should have gone through already, right? That margin was
5 seconds behind when Stratus crossed the line in the pit lane. So yeah, they'll be way ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Now, is this the... Yeah, who is this in front of us? This is not the 550 again.
No. Ooh, too wide through the kink is awfully spicy.
Sure is. They worked it out, though.
I want to mention just under the better mode. The 501 has actually found pace recently, and it's no longer. I wouldn't put it in that bracket anymore where it's submarining through, away from JTR and towards 2. It's kind of equalized pace with the 2 and the 909. The 111 is still pretty slow, so that car's still dropping way out of contention for the win for sure.
696 may be due in next lap, by the way. And that will not be out of step with the 2 Thunder Bunny cars. 111 is due in a lap later, and then the 501 a couple laps after that. So the 501 is stretching it. I don't know that it's going to make a difference, because I don't think it can go to... The only question is the 696 going to... And the 2, for that matter, are they going to owe us a splash at the end if we go green to the end? But that feels like a huge if.
Yeah, I mean, I would say anybody that's pitting now, if everything stays the same, is half a stint off.
The number 2 is... Sorry, they're exiting the pit lane. It looked like they were going.
They've done left side tires on that car, by the way. The 26, incidentally, is just leaving the pit lane now after also having done left side tires.
That feels like they were in the pits for way too long.
They were, but they did tires, which, remember, in a general production car involves actually physically jacking the car out.
You can't do that while you're fueling?
No.
Okay. So the 2 also would have lost some time changing tires.
Correct. It's a little quicker relative to production cars in that car because obviously you have the air jacks, but it was definitely in there for longer than it otherwise would have been. And we are just past halfway, which is about when you would see this.
And Brendan, that tire change is salient because the 26 just copped their first warning for not having a jack stand. Which is a new one for me.
Have to have jack stands?
Well, that's what it says.
I thought you had to have jack stands to go under the car, but maybe somebody poked
I think
their
it's
head underneath
it
the
might be
car.
anytime the car's elevated.
Yeah, there's a conversation going on down there with the pit marshal. Seems to be largely jovial, but not entirely sure I'm rating that properly. Interesting. Anyway. 696, as you mentioned, Joseph, should be doing this lap.
Yes.
Joseph, does your ticker output the time in Greenwich Mean Time?
On which side? It's local time.
Number 2, Tangerine Associates, last seen at 5/8/17/27.
Oh yeah, yeah. On the because I haven't changed it yet to output in local
I'm
time.
trying to figure out, is that a garbage time or what is that? And
No,
I thought, I am -5.
Yeah, it's your time plus 5 hours. So
Yeah. Leaders in, right on cue.
I was going to mention that actually, the fact that ACP went salmon there, which is obviously because they had a long pit stop, but due to changing tires. But that indicates to me that nobody else has changed tires because I haven't seen anyone else go salmon.
Well, this is the first stop after halfway.
Right. Did we see a lot of tire changes yesterday?
Yeah, pretty much everybody.
Oh,
Now,
really?
it was a lot sunnier yesterday, so we'll bear that in mind.
The race was also a lot shorter because of the red flags.
Well,
It's true.
Yeah, was it
Well, and
after half? I think it was after halfway, right?
yeah, it was, but the first one was still an hour and 20 minutes or something.
That's true.
Who is it? Someone stopping in the box or someone going behind the wall? Who is that?
Yep, called that. They're in progress down there. Fuel going in, and we'll wait to see if they do tires.
Froze your camera.
No, it's good for me.
Oh, in which case I need to refresh my...
Potentially.
So, real quick update, GP1. Big Mission Motorsports came back out of the pits 3 seconds ahead of round 3 racing, the 701.
So they picked up right where they left off.
Yeah, the 701 was a little bit quicker, but I think they got held up when they were trying to pass RRT Racing.
The lead has changed hands on track, by the way. The 501 has just come through.
Basically on the balance that they haven't pitted yet.
Correct. The 696 is doing left side tires.
Okay. Makes sense that you wouldn't necessarily need to change rights because all the right-hand corners here are relatively slow.
Other way around.
What did I say?
You
The
said
right.
the right.
Oh yeah, the loading on the right-hand side is all relatively slow. I'm trying to. What is the fastest right-hand corner on the track?
Corner.
Left-hand corner. Left-hand corner.
Turn 7. No, left-hand corner.
Maybe.
Oh, the penultimate corner.
Yeah, it might be.
You just made it farther around the track than we did more quickly.
The highest load on the
Oh, well,
left.
look at this. Look at this. We're back side by side with the 336.
I feel like we're watching. Ooh, that was close.
Oh, it was nearly contact if it wasn't.
Yeah, that was really close. 4 tires on the JTR car, by the way. Just watching that down at the far end of pit lane. Just gone over to the right-hand side now.
It was advantage
really
round 3 racing by 64 thousandths of a second that time by, and now it's clearly Big Mission with the lead over 701. That'll be the fight for 4th in GP1. Ooh, that didn't feel like a good... Oh,
No,
there's a slow car, slow NPO1 to
exactly.
the right-hand side.
Yup, he had to breathe out of the throttle there because they came up on a slow Sebico prototype. Exactly like you mentioned, Joseph. 111 is due in this lap.
That's the 555, I think.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. It's been... I'll let the race control log sort itself out on that one. There's a call for the slow 555 and a call for a slow 555, but I think that's...
696 just went through your camera there at turn 4. So that car's been released.
Sure, yes. 336 is going to get held up in the carousel here.
Yeah, the problem is there's really no passing opportunity, especially single class. You're within your class between here and the King.
Don't do anything dumb, please.
Yeah, he kind of...
I know it's a feint, but it's just...
kind of ruined his chance at a run here. Knowing the 336 was going to be held up, he really ought to have laid back and tried to get the launch.
Which he might get anyway.
End. Yep. More important things happening in GP1. Your leader is back in the pits.
Is that Moorhead or is that Edge? Which leader?
No, oh, sorry. I didn't realize that it actually changed. It's the 26.
Okay.
So your erstwhile leader is back in.
Now, are they behind the wall?
No,
That's
they came back into their stall, but they were not going quickly. And now they're putting the jack underneath the center rear of the car and bringing out jack stands.
well done, because that would have been the lap penalty.
I wonder if they went looking for something on the last stop while the car was jacked up and put their head under the car without the jack stands, and that's what they got called for.
701 looks to the inside, but doesn't have the opportunity. You'll see it here effectively on replay. They're showing a nose, and they could outbrake. The braking distance for the 701's a little shorter than on the 336.
Yeah,
but it's not quite
wide
enough.
on the exit there, though, Joseph. And the 701 show the nose again here on the way into 3. Throws it in on the brakes, forces the 336 out wide. Now, 336 can go back to the throttle and get a launch.
They're both all over the place.
And that's exactly what he does. The 55 is going to cut through on the inside here and then probably stall out.
This is, and we might still have the, now it'll be a stopped car to the driver's right, although it looks like it might have coasted down the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, somebody's looking.
Hope they'd make it down there.
Ooh, watch the 55. There it is.
You can feel all the weight on the front tires there. You can feel the rear of the car dancing around. And now they're in a tricky situation because they're in a car which should be faster cornering wise, but in terms of power,
give up heaps of time here.
Yeah.
The 111 is in and crucially did not do tires.
Okay. Yeah, we actually had tire information at the Mid-Ohio round, and we don't this round.
No, I forgot about that actually.
It was kind of nice.
So I think this Edge Autosport situation is basically going to take this car out of contention.
Yeah.
They put it up on the jacks on the right-hand side now rather than trying to do center rear, and I think I wonder if they've got like an axle issue or something at the rear that they're trying to diagnose. Because they were going to put the back of the car in the air and just look at both sides on the back, but essentially they ended up looking at the left rear, didn't see anything, and now have gone around to the right. So I think they're looking at something on one of the rear corners of that number 26 BMW. 501 is in from the race lead. And somebody looking at a different timing screen can tell me, is the 696 likely to come around and take the lead here?
I would have to believe that it is.
Yeah.
Well, I'm relative to
despite the tire change.
Stop. Exactly. That's kind of why I'm asking that question.
They had a minute and a half in hand, so they, even with no tire change, I don't think the 501 will be able to get out in time.
Terrible lap in terms of traffic for the 701. They've actually just got caught behind the 170, the GTO. I think it's fair to call it the third W2W entry.
501 is doing fuel.
The 698 has been salmon for a little while. I was waiting to see if that just meant they'd done a tyre change, but I think it's been too long at this point.
And I think their stall is past the start finish.
That wouldn't matter.
Fuel done on the 501. Car stationary.
The JTR cars come across the line.
And there they go. Okay. So that answers that question. That'll be JTR back into the lead. The Thunder Bunny car now sent from pit lane.
So they didn't take tires then?
They did not, but they're still going to come out behind the race leader.
Yeah.
The 26 pulling away forlornly from its pit stall.
Oh,
and Mike.
170, well wide. And that looks like that might have a problem.
It's interesting that the Thunder Bunny cars were the two cars that were kind of off the pace they was last stint, and they didn't take tires. So
698 is just leaving the paddock now, coming out of the cold pit side.
Yeah, Scott, I guess there's two ways to maybe consider that. Is one, maybe they don't think that their pace is falling off because of tire wear, or B, it's maybe a little bit of a gamble to try to pick up a little bit of track position, but I don't know that would really help that much.
Right, yeah, clearly they don't think it's a tyre problem, otherwise they would have changed tyres. And yeah, it's obviously something just not. Again, the 501 did start to pick up pace towards the end of that stint. So yeah, it's just presumably something that's not fixable. Could be a driver.
Could be, yeah. Could honestly be fatigue. You're probably towards the end of. If you're running a 3-driver lineup, you could be towards the end of your second driver's run.
So the
genuinely could just be tired.
And has ended up dropping behind automatic despite not making a tyre change.
Not too far behind. They should catch him. Do we think they'll have the pace, or is the 909 fast enough to just pull it?
Yeah, then the 111 is the one that's going really slow at the moment.
Okay.
Or was before the pit stop. So yeah, unless there's a big swing in driver performance here, I wouldn't expect them to catch back up. That is a change. That's if you remember at the last restart, automatic were on the tail end of the lead lap, and Thunder Bunny were right behind the leader. So it's taken automatic this entire stint to close up that gap and overhaul it. That is essentially what's happened there.
Do you remember what the time or what the gap was roughly in time between the 696 and the 909 at the restart?
It was almost an entire lap.
Okay, because it's under a minute now, so they've done pretty well. Although we are due a stop from them in about 4 laps.
The number 1 is in, I think, a little bit early. A couple of laps.
Close enough, I think.
Okay.
I think the way Automatic got themselves back on the lead lap was by not pitting, so that's why they then had to pit halfway through. They're sort of half out of phase with everyone.
Right, okay. I'll buy that. For how much? Exactly $1.
I don't think JTR has actually been very quick in this run.
No, but they've been quicker than any of the cars behind them.
They're definitely not running the car at full pace, right? Because they started the first run they were doing mid to low, 20s, 23s, 24s, 25s, and they haven't really come close to that in the last run.
Yeah, and I think on average, I think Automatic's been slightly quicker through this run, to Brendan's point. Same with ACP. I think they've been slightly quicker.
We have seen teams manage the gap a little bit in some of these races, so we'll see a gap close down and then it just equalizes. So it's possible that they're just not pushing because they don't need to. And then if the 909 is within striking distance, then they'll start to, or whomever, then they'll start to ratchet it back up.
Number 1's in the pits.
Little Larry on entry for the 701. Fueling infraction for we've got a handful. None of them are penalties. They are all first infractions. 198 for visor up. That was about 10 minutes ago. More recently, Pro Sport been warned for speeding on pit lane. 727 had 2 wheel guns over the wall. That's their first warning. And Hammer has just copped a warning for improper fire gear over the wall.
Scott making mention of the number 909 automatic Aston Martin. It is up into third. That car, I think, is going to be the only one that's even remotely in range of maybe saving a pit stop.
Which one is this?
The 909.
Because
saving a pit stop if it owes us one right now.
Yeah, they're out of phase as it is.
Yeah. So if they pit, I guess that's, well, this would be the saving, the pit stop that's been saved. If they can do it.
Exactly, yep.
Right, so this is the way it would look if, with that already taken into account. And again, that may not matter for the JTR car, but it could put them in range of the 501. Right, especially as it's lapping slightly more quickly than that 501 is. Also, Scott had made mention earlier of the 111 and the number 2 as a battle that was going to be closing. The 2 did tires, and even so is a minute behind the number 111, which is about where it was before it pitted. Ooh, slow number 727 up the hill on the front straightaway.
The 2 is also 7 seconds quicker than the 111.
Well, so that was my point, is you had mentioned how much quicker it was, and rightly so, but that, you know, there was going to be a pit stop to come in there. It made it stop, and it put tires on, and now the gap is back down to a minute. So it's made back pretty much all of the time it lost in the pits doing tires.
Right. Also worth noting, 696 on its new left side tires is easily the fastest car on the track.
New 4 tires.
Was it 4? Oh, okay.
Yeah, they did 4. 4 of them Dr. Feelgood.
Okay.
Really?
4 fresh lungs.
There you go.
Yeah, 26-0 on the last lap for them. The only other car anywhere near is Will to Win with a 27.9. Most other car, every other car is outside the 28s. Outside 28-0.
Did we, sorry, we mentioned Moorhead is in?
25.5 for JTR this lap, so they're really coming in on their fastest lap of the race. Putting huge chunks into every other car. Underbunny 1 appears to have found absolutely no pace.
Yeah, they didn't do a driver change there, which I should have made a note of, knowing that that car really hadn't been up to pace over the last stint or so.
909 is going to end up homing in on the back of the 501, although it owes us a pit stop, doesn't it? So I guess that's probably not going to actually happen. As the 501 is finding very slowly finding more pace. Do we know if they made a driver change?
Neither of the Thunder Bunny cars did.
Okay.
So your GP1 leader is into the pits. And it's that Moorhead car has gone from, you know, not necessarily looking like it was going to be able to make up the time it lost as a result of the penalty to now having over a lap lead on second place in class. And that's purely a function of the number 26, you know, braking. You can hear how gradually the 701 feeds the throttle back in through the carousel.
Yeah, no, this car didn't take tires, did it?
I don't believe so.
Okay. We don't tend to see a ton of general production cars take tires, at least that I've noticed. Obviously the 26 did.
Well, but now that we know it came back in and looked at various corners of the car, I wonder if they only took tires because they felt something off. And they thought, well, let's throw left side tires on it and see if it does, you know, fixes the issue. Standing yellow flag at start. I don't know if we can get cut to turn 1 here. I am concerned that this maybe is a 727. It's because there's something at turn 1.
No, it's the 944. It'll be the Presser Tech car that stopped at turn 2. Or at least it's been reported by... So if we run to cam 2, we should be able to see it.
Or run to the Presotech onboard.
Either or.
It's
it's gone from there, so maybe it's continued.
No.
The yellow flag's still out.
No, there's a waving green at the top of the hill. You can just see it between the tree and the post
on the
holding
left.
up the Aryan sign.
Yeah, I can see it. So maybe it's just driver's right or driver's left immediately exit of 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, called in by 2 up the hill, maybe towards 1.
Yeah, maybe the more hard onboard will show us where it is.
Yeah, Moorhead. This is a good one. He's actually this is pretty close to real time.
Well, I followed the number 2 car through turn 1 and couldn't see anything from there on board. This one's a wider shot though. So
Yellow flag is definitely still out.
Yeah.
Don't fail on us now. Far to driver's left. Well, he's
well to driver's left.
In the gravel too.
Yeah, I couldn't remember how far the new tarmac runoff. I say new. It's probably been about 10 years, but how deep that tarmac runoff goes.
Maybe that is paved now. It looks like gravel from the onboard, but that could just be the shade of tarmac now.
Now here's a little spice. I don't know if you mentioned it, Brendan. It was about 15 minutes ago, so you may well have. But Tim has dialed in and said that he's going to be taking 2 rear tires. So they feel that they're traction limited, probably because they've been destroying the rear tires with
exactly where I was going to go with that.
Yeah. Driver in the car there. I don't know if that pit stop's been made. Has it? Question mark? Yes, it has. So that'll be Topher Everett into the number 1.
Yeah, this 111 is just hemorrhaging time.
Yeah, it really is. 501 it's capable of 230, but it's quite often dropping back to the 235 rate.
Well, but remember Nürburgring style, we are being affected by a pretty lengthy.
Well, yeah, but it's not affecting
flag
any.
area.
Look at the lap time track for the Aston Martin behind it. It's 229.
Sure.
Is that also okay? That's a vehicle flag.
Yeah. Yeah, they do that motorcycle style.
We've got a 4 off and continue for the 70 on the pit straight.
Interesting.
Presumably, I'm guessing that's been called by marshals on the pit straight rather than.
Hopefully, it's like out of the last corner.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah, the marshal up under the bridge, headed up the hill, may have seen it coming out of 14.
Or that's how we're reporting pit stops these days.
4 off. They're completely left the racing surface into a different racing surface.
GP2 class leaders into the pits. The traction control is fixed on the number 1.
Okay. Well, then they won't ruin these tires.
Another slow lap for the 501. Again, that gap between second and third is closing up, but how far away is the automatic car from an expected pit stop? Should be pretty soon, right?
Yeah, it's actually slightly overdue.
Oh, it's overdue. Okay. Yeah, I did think it's coming up on 20 laps, which is about as long as we see most cars in that class run.
Yeah, so this will obviously be what its ultimate, I guess, stretch is, because I don't think we've had a yellow flag. I mean, we had the local yellows at 12th, but I don't think we've had a full course yellow in this run for them.
No, definitely not.
GP3 leader is also due in very soon. 9494 has just pitted on this lap from third in GP3. So look for overnight to. Actually, do they have enough of the gap on the 93 that they'll hold on to that or no?
It's at least a lap.
Okay. Oh, someone's bouncing off the limiter. Yeah, a little under 4 minutes. So 197 should be able to, unless they have a long stop for whatever reason, should be able to pit and come back out, retaining the lead.
I feel like a broken record, but the 111 seems to be getting just slower and slower.
I was looking at that too. Yeah.
I mean, that could be just they're going slow and traffic affected, but actually there aren't that many cars on the track slower than that.
Yeah.
I mean,
The one of the unknowns that we have are A, how many drivers are they running today, and B, who's actually in the car. Is this something that we can explain away by saying, okay, well, on the next stop they'll put in their closer, because you can kind of see a difference in, this stint they're doing basically the same times that they were on their previous stint, and the stint before that, basically all the way through the beginning of the race they were doing higher 27s, 28s, etc. Maybe it's just fully down to driver rather than anything to do with the tires.
Keep an eye on the GP2 lead battle at the moment. The 21 has been in and gone, but we haven't seen either that car or the 348 across the line.
It was a 4-minute gap when North Loop crossed.
So they should retain the lead here.
I would think so. I mean, that's about a lap and 3/4.
Oh, you know what? It was 2 laps, so I think the 348 should have already put itself onto that same lap by now. If I'm reading that properly.
only about 2 laps away from Tangerine Associates catching Thunder Bunny 111 or 4th overall, and then automatically going to pit eventually, which will put the number 2 car into the top 3.
I think Automatic's gone fairly far on this stint, haven't they?
Yeah, they're extending by a couple laps already.
We're just discussing that.
Yeah.
Recovery vehicles at turn 2, multiple.
I think that's still for the 944. I think they're still trying to collect that Presser Tech car.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if they've got to put that car on a flatbed, much like the recovery down at Canada Corner earlier.
On the racetrack, driving around. So that should be clear pretty soon.
Okay. Yeah, no notice of any kind of disruption to the surface or anything like that. So I don't think they've put down oil. I think they've just lost drive.
Surprising that it required 2 vehicles. Also interesting, the 696 really hasn't kept up that quick pace it showed straight after the pit stop. They might just be consolidating their position and not taking any risks. But in WRL, it's usually a good idea to try and put everyone a lap down if you can.
That's true. Although I don't know that it matters as much to them, because their strategy has been to pit before they get picked up by the pace car. So it's not even quite. I mean, a gap is a gap, I guess, but
yeah, and it only takes their driver having his visor up a couple
to
of
lose
times.
that. Yeah,
lose your entire lap. So, 3 wide down the front straight into the braking zone from Moorhead.
What could possibly go wrong?
It's the will to win car, isn't it? The one that's been extremely fast but trapped a couple of laps down forever.
Pit stop for the GP3 class leading number 197. That car's now back underway.
That is on schedule. Yeah, the thing about entries like the 111, they've removed the Presser Tech car to an access road well off the racing surface, so that should be clean and green. But anyway, yeah, the point about the 111, if they are racing with basically mixed company, you do get to a point, a little bit of a lockup in front of us here, but you do eventually get to a point where you your middle driver, your I guess weaker driver maybe, is they lose enough time that your closer can't really do much in the way of closing, you know. So that's just one of the compromises you have to make, I guess.
As long as they stay on the lead lap, it's only an issue if you don't get a safety car. And they are currently on the lead lap, so doing just enough right now, but it's really not going to take very long.
No.
It's 10 seconds a lap off the pace. It's only another about 3 laps before they'll get lapped.
Let's keep an eye on this number 2, not just for the 111 battle, but it is, at least on that lap, going more quickly than anybody else in front of it, bar the leader.
Well, you say that the leader is, now that all the yellow flags are in, the leader has decided they do want to press on a little bit and put everyone a lap down.
Well, I said everybody bar the leader.
Yeah. Just wanted to point that out anyway.
Yeah, yes. No, you're absolutely correct. I just am mostly looking at this from hey, you know, if the 2 can keep this pace up, it's not just that they're going to catch the 111, but eventually they're going to catch the Aston Martin the 501 as well.
Yeah, I think the Aston Martin had a bad lap that time around. There you go, 30.3.
230, yeah.
I think those 2 cars have similar pace. The Aston is due in the pits like 5 minutes ago. So
yes.
They're going to drop behind anyway. Also worth looking at, I think, is like kind of try to because of the lap out to okay, but the Racer Motors car has been running along nicely recently, and yeah, of course they're putting the slow down just as much. But they've been closing down the gap on the will to win number 986 car over the last few laps, and that's down below 10 seconds for 6th overall. Obviously not a class battle. That would be. Well, I was going to say it's the first part. They'll be the first one lap down, but I think that's not true too. Actually, does Racer Motors also pit stop? Because I think they've got within. Yeah, they kind of do. Got within
3 laps.
Which I think on the last pit stop they dropped 2 laps off because again they got lucky with timing of safety cars. 2 laps now, but they do.
By the way, reference to number 909, their first stint was 23 laps. So the math is a little off on the script here, but looks like 2 more laps, 3 more laps out of that 909. Look, I don't know how it works. I'm just telling you.
Okay, well then they probably have 2 more stops to go, which might be level with the rest of the field actually.
Well, so this is the point. We were talking about, well, can that car save a stop relative to everybody else? I think this is the running order adjusted for that. So the 909 will kick off this next round of stops, which for everybody will be the. Be careful. Penultimate.
Yeah, I've got lap since pit at 20, and they made it to lap 23 for their first run. Oh, the reason it's picked that number, Brendan, is because they've done. I think it's because they've done 2 stints that were 20 laps long.
Right. Oh, so that's the most common, right? So, sorry, not the penultimate. This will be. Golly.
How you doing, bud?
3rd from last.
We've got reliability issues in the booth.
No kidding.
Our parts are lifing out.
Oh no.
Go for a walk, Brendan, get some fresh air.
Yeah. Oh well, I think it might be a food issue as well.
Oh no.
How is Tim letting you not eat right now?
Could use some race fuel.
Want to let you know, GP2 North Loop pit came back out, still retain the lead.
Have we had any notes in the race control log about the 328, 326?
No. Okay. No, we have not. Have they been slow somewhere, or on a particular lap?
No, they have scuff marks all the way down the left-hand side of the car to the point that I couldn't pick out the number.
The 328?
326. They were off at turn 12.
Yeah, that was about an hour ago. Yeah,
so
an hour
and a half. Yeah, first time I've seen it.
Yeah, so that are those tires potentially from them sideswiping tires? Those tire marks?
Yeah, they are. It's from the tire barrier for sure.
Great. Bit of housekeeping. The 122 Honda Research West has been given a lap penalty for speeding on pit lane. 197's copped its first warning also for speeding. So be mindful of that one in particular because that's your GP3 leader.
Yeah, who did come back out with the lead as well. I think the gap was around 2 minutes.
We could see fourth place overall changing within the next lap, as the 111 is, again, 5 seconds faster than they were going earlier, but they are in turn 6 seconds slower than the number 2 car on the last lap with a 6.8 second gap. Similar story with Automatic Racing catching the other Thunder Bunny car. So we're about to have a bad lap with Thunder Bunny, I think.
You're going to have to be more specific, Scott.
Which Thunder Bunny?
Both of them. That was the point.
Ah.
They're both about to lose a position each.
One to the 2 and the other to the 909, I take it.
Yeah, 5.4 seconds between the 501 and the 909.
909 might be... okay, we'll give him maybe 2 more laps.
You've been saying that last 15 minutes.
Well, but this is based on its first stint. It should actually be doing 24 laps.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Quick lap from that time. It's really not a quick lap, but right now it is. I don't know what the deal is with the track condition, and very few cars are capable of getting under 230 at the moment.
Yeah, it's odd. It's not warm out. I mean, it's in the 50s, high 50s, but it's there's no real energy being put into the track by the sun, so you wouldn't think. Certainly, tire overheating would not be an issue. A lot of these cars have got at least a couple of fresh tires on them. And yeah, the pace just really isn't there for anybody.
Anybody except Racer Motors, who are within 2/10 of their fastest lap.
Yep. Oh, Thunder Bunny is about to be lapped.
Yeah, and Tangerine Associates just passed them.
Yep.
So we missed that, unfortunately. But yeah, they were 8 seconds quicker on that lap. 7.5 seconds quicker on that lap.
Thunder Bunny just keeps getting slower.
The funny thing is that the 2 car wasn't quick. The 2 car's still 4 seconds slower than JTR. 4.5 seconds slower than JTR.
Well, I think it's coming down to a driver issue, Brennan. I think you've got the. I think you've got a driver in the 111 that isn't quite up to pace with the lead-off and closer drivers in that car, and I also think you're starting to. I'm speculating, but they're maybe 2.5 stints in right now, so I think you're probably dealing with a little bit of fatigue too, mental and physical.
That is, I don't know if that's more likely the issue, but the car was in the 34s and 35s, and then it was in the 36s and 37s, and now 39 last time?
Yeah, I mean, they did get past on the last lap. So
sure.
A little bit of time.
If they got past in a bad spot, like on the way into the kink or something.
Yeah.
But
that's super likely interclass.
I think actually looking on board the number 2, I think the JTR car has lapped them as well. So I think both of those cars are now a lap down.
That is the 696 out of it, yep.
Yeah, and then the 909 is now only 3.5 seconds behind the 501. So that's the race for second. Those cars they're only half a lap down at the moment. So we're going to end up with 3 cars on the lead lap. It's going to be very difficult for the 2 or the 111 to get back on the lead lap at this point.
There's something potentially significant developing here. We just saw it in that shot. If we cut up to turn 1, you'll see the number 59 enter the shot first. That's the first of the NP01s, and then directly behind it is the number 6 from Racer Motors, which is the class leader, and would put, if that pass is completed, the number 6 alone on the GTU lead lap. Now, obviously, that's not as significant as the overall lead lap with the way safety cars work, but it does kind of
pit stop pretty soon.
Well, they both will. I think the 6 will be first.
First by quite a long way.
3 laps is the difference I have here.
Second place in GP1, by the way, while we're talking about pit stint lengths, is about do for their stop?
Second place in what, sorry?
GP1.
So
That'll be the 550.
By the way, Billy Smith getting a car pit stop, I believe, for Racer Motors. They do have. He tells us they have a pretty even driver lineup though, so hopefully they'll be able to keep up the progress they've been making recently. Three more MPO1s through the shot there. I think we've just seen every single MPO1 in the last 5 seconds. They're all running. Yeah,
the smallest London buses you've ever seen.
That was 5 of them. I think we only have 5 entered. So
yeah.
So yeah, good to see they're all out there.
Yeah, we had a really rough beginning to the race. Actually, I think everybody in GTU was running. Everyone in GTU for a second was out back in the paddock, and now they're all running again. So that's kind of cool to see.
Yeah, I think we were down to 1 on the track.
Yeah, I was like, this is going to be kind of dire, but they figured it out.
Yeah, they figured it out.
Keep an eye on the number 6 for a right-hand turn into the pit lane this time. Nope, not this time, but the move is done, so that puts them on the lead lap.
You mean it puts 59 off the lead lap?
Sorry, yeah, puts them alone on the lead lap is what I meant to say. I missed a word.
Yeah, yeah, that 59 car is not going around slowly. It's
No.
one of the cars on track, but Racer Motors are significantly faster. So
And they're consistent.
Well, I mean, nobody else is really in the 27s
Yeah.
other than race leader. Been a couple of those kind of lap times dotted around here and there, but yeah, as you say, they're consistently at that pace as well. The Racer Motors car.
YouTube comment section has devolved into talking about internet streams, and it looks exactly like our Slack channel. I can't take it.
It's been great.
1.4 seconds between the 501 and the 909 for second overall, and somehow the 909 still hasn't been pitted.
Yeah, this is longer than I thought they'd be going, I'll be honest with you.
They're out towards 25 laps at this point, aren't they? This will be their
24, yep. So
Yeah.
that is, they did do 23 on the first stint, which would have included 2 pace laps. So they could get out to 24, 25 maybe if they were playing it conservatively on that first stint. That's, I mean, considerably longer than anybody else went.
Yeah, are we sure they just didn't have a spare little fuel tank in the trunk that it was gonna? All right, open
Joseph.
What?
I would say that's better than anyone else except Hammer and the Volkswagen Golf team name.
Through again.
Rotor.
It's a shame that the Golf ran into trouble at the carousel because they were running pretty well. I was really curious to see how they and Hammer would do in the long run.
For sure.
We never
yeah.
really got to see that for the 761. 761? 761.
I've been meaning to ask if that's related to the 762 in any way, or they just happen to have chosen very similar numbers.
It's
Don't
not
believe so.
obvious to me that they're related.
It isn't, but that just seems like way too much of a coincidence.
I know, yeah. You have 1,000 numbers to choose from, and you pick those two.
More than, because you can have leading zeros.
It's true.
So if you guys didn't see, the 701 of Round 3 Racing finally got around the 336 Big Mission Motorsports for third in GP1.
Racer Motors are in the pits, along with the 986, which I think is unscheduled. Oh no, okay.
No, this looks.
Yeah, no, that's good. I think.
JT, did I catch that right? You said the 701 got back around the 336?
701. Yeah.
Yeah, the pace on the 336 has been It's dropped off a little bit in the back half of this stint. Either that or the 701's just been super consistent.
550 is in from second in GP1.
That's on schedule for them, I believe.
It is, yes. And round 3 will be due in here in a little bit, actually. Which doesn't feel right, but I guess it is. Yeah.
Automatic's made that pass, by the way. They're up to second overall. And still not in the pits.
How long can the hammer car go? Like let's let that be our benchmark. About 27 laps. So that's the longest I think that we've seen.
The rotor car went longer.
Oh, that's true. They did. Yeah.
But this is approaching that number.
There's the leader coming past the Moorhead car, if anyone wants a close look at that.
It is, yeah. Camo or camo adjacent.
Camouflaged against the grey sky today in Wisconsin. Sheboygan.
Yeah. The brake lights really give it away. Really give away its position. The 59 is due in, by the way, out of second in GTU. I assume that they will stay second in GTU.
Well, everyone's back ahead, so I'm guessing Automatic are in the pit lane.
Indeed they are. Nicely done.
So they stayed out. They just stayed out until they could make the pass, and then we're like, all right, that's enough.
We got what we came here for.
Yeah, we've proven up.
A small Scott Dixon in the back, just collecting fuel for them to. Did you know he makes fuel? Isn't that crazy?
A literal refinery.
Yeah.
They should call him that instead of the Iceman.
The refinery. You give that a shot. You have fun with that. Let me know how it goes.
What's the worst that could happen? That's what I say.
Stop confusing him with Kimi Räikkönen is what happens.
Exactly. Or Terry Labonte. No, that was Texas Terry. No, he was the Iceman, right?
Terry Labonte, no. What's happened to Terry?
Terry Bear.
What a shame.
Stupid. All right. Who else are we waiting on in terms of pits? The 2 is due relatively soon. Actually, so is the 696.
2 and the 696. That's how long this 909 thing, or how.
Yeah. I was actually going to mention this, that we talked about them being out of phase, but they're kind of not anymore.
They've come back into phase, yeah, and they definitely will be by the end of the race if we don't catch a full course yellow.
They'll probably be back out of phase again because they'll just
in the right direction though.
Yeah, in the other direction.
It'll be 2 more stints, and then JTR will be pitting ahead of them. Right. 'Cause the difference is about 5. Well, it's 5 laps now. But Automatic has just gone 26 laps. JTR has gone. They'll do 22. Actually, so it'll just be this stop, and then the one afterwards. JTR will pit ahead of the 909. Now, I don't think that's significant for anything. I think everybody is going to require the same number of stops, but it will mean that the 909 will have a shorter stop come the end of the race.
Yeah, the 909 is driving themselves into a very good position for taking second. There's no chance that they'll have anything for the 696 at this rate, but I assume that's true. Yeah, they'll only have to have a shorter pit stop. They won't have to have no pit stop. If they could get away with one less pit stop, they might have a chance. But the 696 is just too fast anyway.
Yeah. That's what kind of the point I was making earlier, where the 696 is kind of out on its own, and every decision you make behind them, you can kind of just discard them. Say, okay, well, just because this isn't going to get us the lead doesn't mean it isn't worth doing. Or,
absolutely. Yeah. Racer Motors have come back around. They had a 5-minute lap. That's one of the longer pit stop laps I've seen, which is odd because my impression of that car, or what I've been told about that car, is that their pit stops are relatively fast. So I don't know if there was an issue on the driver change there, or maybe they changed tyres, but that seems very unlikely for that type of car. Either way, they're now down to second in class, 22 seconds behind Stratus, but Stratus should be pitting imminently. Automatic have dropped behind the 111 now through the pit stop cycle.
So something I want us to keep an eye on is going to be the battle for the GP2 lead.
Look at the safety truck bounce.
Both cars are relatively consistent in terms of pace, but there's quite a difference.
American suspension there, Brendan.
Yeah. Sorry, this is go recover the 123. I assume down at turn 1. JT, which two cars are these?
GP2 leader Northloop Motorsports and second place Chattanooga Touring Wagon.
So let me look at that margin here, because it was
35 seconds.
Oh, it wasn't that.
It was previously in the 40s.
I think it was even more than that earlier. I think it was.
It is coming down there's like I said, there's quite a difference in pace in the tune of consistently 5+ seconds.
Yeah, that explains it. They were that. I was fairly sure at a recent pit stop cycle they were up close to a lap.
It's interesting to me as someone who's not really looked that far down the time screen today. The GP3 leader is right behind them.
Oh.
Only 22 seconds. They're not as quick, but obviously just, I guess, indicative of those two cars. The fact that those two cars have had some sort of issue or issues.
Let's not forget in this discussion about GP2, by the way, that this is that number 21's first endurance race. Not for the team, but for the car. Right? That is their backup car. It's a Spec E46. And I'm not saying that they're nursing an issue or anything like that, but I also wouldn't be surprised if there are drivers that haven't driven that car before.
Well,
because
I mean,
it's used in sprint racing.
If you look at all the laps they've done, they've been consistently running in the low 40s. So it hasn't been a super fast car. Whereas it seems Chattanooga, this past stint, has been consistently under 240, which is something that it hadn't been doing earlier. I mean, since the pit stop, it hasn't done a 240 yet. It's been consistently doing 37s.
Yeah. 2 is in, by the way. Team ACP.
I was just about to compliment the Thunder Bunny driver on finally finding some pace with 3 233s in a row, but this last lap has been a 242.
Some of that'll be the red flag from start. The yellow flag from Alpha to turn 1. Alpha being the station halfway up to turn 1 from start.
Again, it's not affecting anyone else anywhere near that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when you think about 9 seconds, that's so
really
much time.
Really much time, yeah.
But it's not 9 seconds slower than the leader. It's 9 seconds slower than they just went the lap before it.
Exactly. It's 11 seconds slower than. 14 seconds slower than the leader. That's like a wet lap time.
There's only 12 corners on the track.
Right,
but at some point you're going around so slowly that you can't possibly be being held up because nobody else is going any slower than that.
Right, but I'm also not seeing any comments of 4 off or anything like that. I'm trying to imagine what would be costing that car that much time, and I've honestly got nothing.
The thing that I think can be challenging, if you're not at the pro or semi-pro level, is I do think it's easy to fall into a mental rut in terms of what you feel is comfortable in the car, right? And so you start to just back it out and back it out and back it out, and eventually you are just giving up almost a second every corner. It could be something as simple as that.
If only we had an onboard.
It's also entirely possible they are nursing some kind of new mechanical problem that showed up after the red flag. You know, they did drive. Obviously, they drove through a ton of oil dry.
It could only be intermittent though, because last lap was a 2:33, and then this one was a 2:42.
Yeah, I think it. I mean, if it is a misjudging of the limits, to the side of comfort, obviously, rather than aggression. If it is that, you could imagine that getting passed by a faster GTO car, which there are a good number of them on track, it would help you recalibrate that a little bit, and then if they did go out of sight, then you lose that again, and you're back to being a second off.
Automatic Racing out the pits only 6 seconds behind that car, and their pace should be more than 6 seconds a lap faster, so that position will probably swap back on this lap. Stratus, number 59, are in the pits.
That was very briefly from the lead in GTU.
Yeah.
Would suggest me that the 6 lost a full lap in the pits, is that right?
Yeah, I did mention that. They had a 5-minute out lap, which is very long.
What if they did tires?
They shouldn't be doing tires in this car.
I wouldn't have thought so, but...
Certainly the way Billy's been talking about tires to me indicates that's not part of the plan.
Yeah.
Is it possible that there was a because they obviously did have a technical issue yesterday? Is it possible they're if they haven't run into it, they're doing checks to make sure that they don't run into it? It was a suspension issue, right? They just sheared.
The interview we had with the drivers earlier said that they hit a curb funny. Well, it indicates.
Okay. I missed that. Okay.
Yeah, they were talking about how kind of fragile the car is on the bigger curbs here at Road America, and they have to be kind of careful. And it was kind of implying that rose joint in the right rear yesterday.
Why is the 2 gone salmon?
Well, they were due for a stop.
They were already in, weren't they? Oh, maybe they just didn't trip the beam. There they go.
Yeah. ACP is, I think, behind the line.
No, definitely not.
They're not? Okay.
No, they're like 15 stalls past the line.
It happens routinely with the ACP stops.
Yeah,
I don't know what to tell you.
No, it's very bizarre.
It also happens
I was pretty
with
sure they were just in.
Yeah, 429's a slightly long stop, so that'll be why they went salmon.
8-second gap for GP2 lead.
That 2 runs awfully short stints too. That's the other thing. That it updated the laps to pit for me, and I was like 20. That doesn't seem right at all. And I looked at when their stops were, and it's just they must be running the shortest stints of anybody out there, barring maybe the 696. Even the 696 goes a little longer.
The only thing I'd say is here, like I don't think that stint length is going to make a difference anymore, because we're at 2.5 hours to go, which is kind of wild. I don't know that anybody is going to be on the wrong side of having to make 2 versus 1 stop. You know what I mean? And certainly that number 2 shouldn't have to make 3 or 2 more from here. Sorry, they will have to make 2 more from here, not 3. Yeah.
If anyone who could go like 27 laps from here could do it on 1.
I mean, that would either be Rotor or Hammer, right? Hammer would be the closest we get. Automatic would close, but I don't think it's enough there. I think they're going to need a yellow.
Yeah, it would only be if they pit now, and they pitted like 5 laps ago.
Right.
So yeah, maybe Rotor or Hammer. But Hammer... No, actually, Hammer's pace has improved a lot.
Yeah, Tim did say they were getting the driver that was going to be getting in would be quicker.
Yeah, that does seem to have been the case. Still not...
especially... Go ahead.
Yeah, their fastest lap is only a mid-28, so he's doing low 30s, second and a half off. That's
ironically still being caught by the GTU leader behind it.
Right. I think we expect Billy to be one of the faster drivers in the race. Billy Smith to be one of the faster drivers in the race in most cars, so that makes sense.
909 is going to pass, as the leader comes in, is going to pass the number 111 on this lap.
Yeah.
Or 3rd overall.
Probably has already happened.
And that is a. Oof, man, I am confusing the heck out of myself with this.
Chattanooga to the lead.
That's even on stops remaining, right? With those two cars. Yes. So everybody pitting now will require 2 more after this.
Sorry,
1.5 to go, half hour to go. Yeah.
I was distracted. Did you mention that 696 was in?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Driver change on board that car.
That position change has happened, 3rd to 4th. Automatic Racing Aston Martin back up to 3rd, and Thunder Bunny BMW down to 4th.
701 is also about wherein I would expect them to pit, actually.
Yep.
Beyond that, that is a legitimate stretch, I think. Either that or they haven't had a green flag, a fully green flag stint yet. I'll get there eventually, don't worry.
One discussion we may want to have is whether the 501, after their next stop, can make it on one more. They're due relatively soon. They've obviously got 1 minute and 45 right now on the automatic racing. If they only have to do another 2 stops, which the automatic car also has to make another 2, they may have a chance of holding on to that position.
I've got them in 5 laps, which I've been kind of selling those stints short, but I've got them in about 5 laps.
So that's about 12 minutes. So that means they'll be exiting the pits with about 1 hour 15 to go.
I don't think anybody other than maybe Rotor can make it.
Yeah, that's what I'm
that
saying.
long.
Everybody pitting now will require 2 more.
Right, but in 12 minutes is not now.
I don't know that anybody can make it from there. Even Automatic's longest stint was 62 minutes.
No, that's definitely not true. If you set laps at 2.5 minutes a lap, that's a lot longer than 62 minutes.
That was 25 laps then. 67 minutes. Yes, Dr. Mike.
All right.
I mean,
Doubtful.
look, it's going to be a little bit longer than that because not every lap is exactly 2:30. You know, it's just a rough approximation, and you are going to lose some of that time in the pits, right? So I guess you could call it 70 for that car if you really wanted. Well.
Well, no, they pitted they pitted a few laps ago now, so that car will need 2 more.
Yes, yeah. But so will JTR. Right? They'll require 1 at 1:30 and then a splash with 20 or 30 minutes to go.
Yeah, I don't think JTR is really in the conversation. It's,
No, I agree, but that doesn't change the fact that they are going to require 2 stops.
Yeah, it's the 501 that I'm questioning, but yeah, it's. I think they'll need another 10 minutes. Well, they wouldn't need much safety car intervention potentially to be able to make it on one more after this one.
Over in the general production classes, the GP2 podium runners at the moment, 348 Chattanooga and 198 for Stan's Racing. Those are both also about due for pit stops. 198 for sure, I think, is we should see in the next couple laps, and then the 348 maybe a bit after.
So yeah, the JTR have just pitted, come out, and they're still in the lead by 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Which that's a pretty good way to not have to worry about the pit stop rotation.
Yeah.
Is if you can buy yourself a full pit stop.
Yep. Yeah, even if Thunder Bunny could make it on 2 more from here, just like JTR has, they don't have the pace to catch the 15 seconds they are behind. So yeah, pretty much cruise control for JTR at this point. Also, that was a 3:55 out lap.
That's really quick.
It's very quick.
I don't know that I've seen one. I've been looking super closely, but I don't know if I've seen one under 4 minutes.
Same.
Especially given as long as the pit lane is.
4:01 for automatic on the last
That's
stop.
not bad.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty close. 4:0 for the 111.
So that's why we haven't seen one under 4 minutes. They've been right there, but
And then there are more over 5 minutes than there are under 4. So that said, Stratus's last one was a 3:44.
yeah, they're putting in much less fuel. Yeah,
But at the same time, Racer Motors were over 5 minutes. So actually, that's an interesting point of fact there.
it is.
Gained back a minute on Racer Motors in the last pit stop.
We had mentioned the long stop for the 6, but not relative to the 59.
Yeah, it's a long stop for the 6 and a short one for the 59. Which
Yeah,
is going,
we didn't mention those relative to each other.
But the 6 just seems to have more pace in general at the moment. Oh, and Will to Win has just overtaken Stratus, incidentally. That's 8th and 9th overall, but obviously not a class position. Stratus with a pretty slow lap in that last one, 2:35.6.
25.3 from GTR.
Racer Motors, who they're trying to catch, did a 20.
701 just exited the pits in front of us.
Yeah, there's a couple of relevant pit stops here, actually. TC Klein is in from 2nd in GP3. Stans Racing is in from the 3rd podium spot in GP2. And, yeah, 2nd and 3rd in GP1.
Just to finish off the point on the GTU battle, if you remember, right before this round of pit stops, the Racer Motors car put the 59 a lap down. The gap so that would make the gap 2.5 minutes or so. The gap now is about 1:24. So yeah, they did gain just over a minute. So all those numbers add up. Still 1:24 behind though. So Racer Motors in control for now.
At the risk of raising alarm, can somebody double check and see if I've got a timing glitch or the 696 is back in?
Alarm.
That is a timing glitch.
Okay, great.
Warning.
That's why I prefaced it.
Yeah, because Brendan had just mentioned that they did a 25.3 on the last lap, which is the fastest lap anyone's set for quite a while.
Yeah,
It's also
don't want to be
within
setting that in
their
pit lane.
Alarm.
There it goes, actually. It's just come through the carousel.
Yes, right.
And what's really interesting about that as well is I can't see a single other car below 2:31. So they are at least 6 seconds faster than the entire field.
Whoa.
Yeah, you can hear the tires. What's the phrase? Crying out for mercy.
Incidentally, did anybody see an article regarding Sebastian Vettel's quote about racing in the US?
I have.
I haven't.
So basically, he did not have terribly kind things to say about the venue at Miami.
Well, it's a temporary street circuit.
Not
basically.
being one of the best that the United States has to offer, and suggested that for the amount of money that, anybody really has poured into building that track from the ground up, they could have made a place like Road America Formula One ready, where he would much rather like to go.
Yeah. But it's not in a major metro, and that's the...
No, it could not be less than a major metro.
What are you trying to say about Sheboygan Falls?
I think everything that's been said about Sheboygan Falls, anything that's needed to be said, has already been said.
Mostly by Brad.
I still have some opinions.
Great. TC Klein is overdue for a stop, and okay, they have just stopped.
There we go. You're fine.
Yeah.
Another thing to note is that the two Thunder Bunny cars have fallen back into their pace that they had before the last round of pit stops. Maybe just on the last lap, at least for the 501. The 111 still has no pace at all. So they are dropping away from automatic.
Well, if it's a driver issue, the Triple One hasn't come in yet, and so I don't expect that to change. Neither. Well, you said the 501 has picked it up a little bit.
Ish.
Ish. Yeah. That last lap wasn't particularly great, but that might have been.
I was just making the point that they've fallen back, but actually that was just it was an outlier lap, so I'll give them the opportunity to fix that on this next one.
Got it. Yeah. Okay.
Looking at the race control log here, the 170's been noted for a tank slapper at turn 12.
Technical term.
Yeah,
Ooh.
obviously, which is not something I'm used to hearing or reading about in race control logs. But more importantly, the number 2 was noted by turn 13 as having a gear lube smell.
Not the first time we've seen that actually. Go up to 8:12 a.m.
I don't know if anybody has ever smelled hot gear lube.
I'm not sure I've ever seen a Marshall report involving a smell.
Oh, we talk. Well, I said we. When I marshaled, I.
There might be a lot of smells that actually aren't getting put onto the race control log.
Yeah, all the time. It's very distinct, and that's why. I mean, oil is kind of an obvious one, right? You can smell gas if something's leaking out in overflow. But gear lube is a really uncomfortable hot smell, and it's very recognizable.
Can we talk about how smells are only reported when they're negative?
Pleasant floral smell
Scott.
from the 59.
Sure.
26.5 from JTR. Again, the only car within.
Lavender notes from the 111.
Chocolate chip cookies.
The 44 smelled of excellent until it didn't.
Why was that the smell that came into my mind as well?
That's the power of pine saw hunting.
This 189 has got an issue. I don't know if we've discussed it being slow. 501 is in also.
It's had a couple longer stops.
No, cut to the turn 1 cameras. You'll see what I mean.
501 is in the pits, by the way.
Meanwhile, at Canada Corner,
and we can go to 3 now.
Our GP2 leader has had an off at turn 12. They are also due for a stop. Thunder Bunny is in a 501. 348, it sounds like, has actually made contact with the inside tire barrier.
Oh. Where's
So,
that?
Too fast.
Turn 12. So it's a 4-off impact and continue, which I take to always, at that corner, always mean...
It's in the pits, and it's done the front end quite a bit.
Oh, no.
It's not done a radiator or anything, which is good, but it's almost certainly done some damage to the splitter. I can't really see too much of it because it's down below the pit wall, but it's definitely done a bit of punching in at the front end of that car. So it's already promoted the North Loop Motorsport BMW to the lead.
Yeah. So North Loop is not due in for another 8 laps, which they would be inside 2 hours to go.
No, but there is a bunch of activity in that pit lane because they've just seen the 348 roll past. So they've all jumped up and are now staring down towards the Chattanooga pit stall.
Now, to be super clear, it wasn't. I didn't get the sense that the 348 was a real contender for the win, but they were a pretty good lock for second in GP2, so it's still a big deal. But I'm not sure that North Loop would have been really watching their mirrors too intensely.
No, but maybe not. But they've certainly been alarmed by this as a development. Both of the Thunder Bunny cars are in. The 501 has done left side tires.
Interesting.
And the 111 pulls in front of it, just as the 501.
I would imagine does the same? Question mark?
Yeah, we did note that these cars didn't take tires on the last stop. It's a bit
correct. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I mean...
They set themselves up for a late safety car run or something? I don't know. That's when you would want...
Well...
It's not the worst idea, but you're going to lose the lap, and so I don't know.
At this point, I mean, unless they've corded tires.
Unless they're doing it to coordinate with a driver change.
Yeah, that's probably quite likely.
They are doing drivers on the 111. I don't know. I didn't notice the 501.
decent lap from Stratus last time around, trying to chase down at least Racer Motors. 28.8. About as fast. Actually, I hadn't noticed that car's done to 25.9 at some point at 1 lap 48. I think that makes the second fastest car in the race.
The car we're looking at now, excuse me, sorry, the 147 was actually pulling back time on the Aston Martin through the carousel. That's a pretty well sorted car.
I thought that's who that was. They did it again at the kink, Joseph. They pulled in a couple of, well, maybe a car length or two on them, but it was noticeable.
It's odd because their fastest lap is 5 seconds slower than the Aston, and their last lap was 4 seconds slower than the Aston. So this doesn't look like a car that's 4 seconds slower.
No, they're going to get held up a little bit as the Aston through 14.
The Aston's okay.
This is the 909 for what it's worth. This is the third place car.
Second place car, they just took it.
Yeah. Noted.
111's been sent.
I guess the Aston just gets most of its speed on the front straight and the run to turn 5 because it's now disappeared.
Yeah, certainly not through the corners.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, and that kind of backs up what we were talking about a little. I don't know if you were still here. We were talking about that a little bit. You know, their strong tracks definitely seem to be the ones that favor top end, right? You know, where they were competitive for wins last year. Most notably in my memory was Daytona, right, where they had the fight with the 29 of Screaming Goat and nearly held them off.
Yeah. Oh, the race leaders just passed Moorhead, so this will be automatic. About to go a lap down, which surprises me. I thought they were about half a lap down.
Have they been losing time? I mean, on that level?
The JTR car's been going around 6 seconds faster than everyone, so I guess that adds up.
Oh yeah, that's back to their opening stint pace.
Yeah. So I guess that's it, and they're not much more, I don't think they're as much as 6 seconds behind, so maybe on this next lap or so, JTR is going to put everyone a lap down. Which is significant, because that protects them from a 1 lap penalty, and it protects them from a safety car coming around and neutralizing it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it gives you a huge, it's almost an administrative buffer, right? I mean, it's as much as anything else.
Yeah, and it's certainly an incidental contact buffer is nice to have.
Note in the race control log that they believe they're going to have to repair the, I don't know if it's quite a conveyor belt, but the wall to the right-hand side here, where the 348 went in. I don't know if that's going to have to be done during running of this race, or if we're able to hold off on that until maybe we get a full course yellow, or until after the race is finished. But it has been noted.
JTR is a lap ahead now of automatic. They came across the line. We've also had this. Finally, the pace has settled for long enough that we've had our running order come into the correct order, and we've got Tangerine Associates up into the top 3, and the Thunder Bunny cars, which have been struggling for pace, both outside the top 3 now. So I would say, right as we are right now, the order at least through the top 6 is correct for pace. Possibly with the exception of Hammer, should eventually catch the 111. But Hammer is not being super fast. Hammer running 6th right now.
Hammer's also 2 laps away from a stop, it looks like.
Right. Okay, so
that'll shuffle them down.
Yeah. Well, it's going to shuffle them behind Racer Motors, who don't owe us pit stop anytime particularly soon. But anyway, so the top 6 in GTO are roughly in the order they should be. It's nice that we've had a long enough run for that to shake itself out.
Yeah, I mean, after as fractured of a race as Saturday was, it's so nice to have something that's actually got a little bit of a rhythm to it.
Yeah, it'd be interesting now though that Thunder Bunny have fresh tyres and new drivers in. Could just as it settles itself out, it could completely flip.
I wouldn't mind a little bit of a wrinkle. It's when the entire load of laundry gets thrown out that it's like, okay, well now what do we do?
Well, the gap between third and fourth is only 3.3 seconds. So if this 501 Thunder Bunny has any pace, then the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates car is going to be in trouble.
How far back is the one going to fall in class?
I don't have
At least
on how far behind Will to Win is, but it must be within a minute and a half of Racer Motors because Stratus are a minute and a half behind Racer Motors.
I've got the 986 as being a minute 40 behind the one, so that's I think that'll be close.
Yeah. I think the one will drop behind a fair amount. I think it's at least 2 minutes, isn't it, for a pit stop?
To be honest, I haven't checked.
You tend to lose 20
closely.
seconds on the first lap and then a minute and a half on the second lap, at least.
Okay, so they should fall behind.
Yeah.
At least one spot, but not the 52. The 52 is a further lap and a half behind the 986. So they're barring something going wrong with the pit stop, that should leave the number one still in 7th in class.
Yeah, I think they'll just about drop behind Stratus as well. So I think they'll be down to 9th overall. Stratus are catching the 986 for what it's worth for 8th overall. At least they were on that last lap. They had a bad lap the lap before. 236.
Actually, I have 7th as the most likely finishing position for the number one. So that tracks.
Yeah, I mean those 2 GTU cars are going to have to pit slightly more often. So they probably all owe the same number of pit stops at the moment. I do think Racer Motors might have the pace to overhaul them anyway. Although Racer Motors have had some long pit stops recently. Really interesting to see how that ends up going.
The fight for the podium spots is risk of jinxing things has started to settle out in GP1. But it's Fifth Gear who's already holding that second spot that kind of, for me, slipped under the radar. I'm sure JT was keeping a little closer eye on it, but they look like they're going to start to consolidate second in GP1 with the 701 in a little bit of a... I mean, everyone's got a pretty big range of possibilities because the running order is still relatively tight in GP1. But we're just going to get to the point where we're running out of time to actually do anything.
Yeah, I mean, we've still got, plenty. We've still got 2 hours.
Yeah, we have 2 hours, but it's fewer than the other way around,
Absolutely, but I mean, you're looking at their pit stop strategy isn't that much different. Fifth Gear is just a little bit sooner than round 3. It's just going to depend on the pace of this stint. So far, Fifth Gear's looking pretty good. Quite a few laps well under the 240. It seems round 3's been able to do that as well. Need to see if they can do consistent 34s again in this stint. Because the gap is just over a minute right now.
And then over in GP2, it looks like the 348, after having that impact with the wall, their pace has fallen off, but it's not too bad. It's fairly consistent with the driver change. Because they're doing the same sort of lap times that they were doing in the early and middle portions of the race.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's going to prevent them from kind of clawing back North Loop, which is going to be its own story, either way, because if North Loop can keep it together, they will have gone from, binning one car to potentially winning the Sunday race with their backup, which would be, well done to them to get that car prepped and running in the first place, especially as competitive as it has been.
Is pit strategy going to play a role in GP2 yet?
I haven't decided.
It's the 555 car.
In turn 5, yeah.
Yeah, it's tough going.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to tell because, I mean, Chattanooga, unfortunately, it looks like that was a bit of an unscheduled pit stop due to damage.
It was actually
check
unscheduled
over
for
the
them,
car.
believe it or not. It may well have been their in lap.
Okay.
Yeah, it was close. So they would have absolutely put fuel in the car to go around the outside of the GP2 leader.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Oh, that's close.
Yeah, it was awfully close.
Is that a wheel?
Gentlemen,
Scoundrel.
we've got some commercial obligations to take care of. There has also been a suggestion to crank the gnats. If that's something we'd also like to do for a few
Nobody
minutes here.
calls it gnats other than...
Yeah, what's gnats? I'm like, wait, what? Isn't that like a
I
fly?
believe it's naturals.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know what
Yeah.
it means, but that's
Yeah.
not what...
I did not.
Well, that's what we're going with.
I'll do that. You guys take care of the YouTube bot.
Oh, and Brendan
again?
can take care of the Facebook.
Oh, yeah, it's been like 5 separate times.
Oh my gosh, I've done it like 3 times. That's
We're
amazing.
popular.
So we're going to let Gabe run the engine noise for a little bit here. I'm going to convert the Facebook page over, and when Gabe's ready, he'll run into ads, and we'll come back on the other side in a few minutes for Road America on DriversEye.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper and Duramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Back at Road America, World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company. Brendan Kazmarek, Scott Michaels, Joseph Woodrock, JT Family, Gabe Howard production as well.
And we've got a problem.
Well, ish. The 909 was slow out on track, and you made that point privately here, Joseph, while we were.
And we saw it. We saw it on screen.
Right. So the only thing that's, I think, going to make a big difference here is how much time did they lose on the slow in-lap? Because this isn't making... They're not going to have to make an extra stop as a result of this. They'll be good on one more from here. They've done a driver change. So really the only consequence is the time loss on the in-lap and, any potential loss they had during the stop. Otherwise...
That was normal, was it?
Appeared to be.
And here they are now.
Their in-lap was a 344, right? So unless there is an ongoing issue for this car...
Well, to be honest, though, that's lost them a minute, and they can't really afford that.
Right. So that's what I'm saying, is it's right now, until we know whether or not that car is definitely healthy.
That's not even close to being on schedule, though, right?
But it's not, but it doesn't cost them an extra stop, is my point. So if that car is healthy, then all they've lost is the minute on the in-lap.
Yeah. So we'll just see if the car's healthy.
Right.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They're still only going to have to pit one more time. And they had to pit 2 more times anyway.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah,
Also,
but when you do that, it's there's the primary effect of, okay, yeah, you pitted out of sequence, but secondarily, you've lost any flexibility if a full course yellow were to come out between now and when you should have actually been pitting.
Can we cut to the carousel game? To turn 9. Let's hang here until the automatic Aston comes by. It should be somewhere up in this area now.
It's one of the W2W Caymans and the 59, which is still holding stage. That doesn't sound quite right. Maybe, I don't know. I'm used to that being a little louder and throatier. It felt a little muted.
It didn't look slow. Maybe a little off pace there.
Maybe they were just off throttle, and I just, as they were coming through camera.
Yeah. 348 is back in. So that's not right.
That isn't
GP1
right.
leader is in the pits as well.
Yes, they are. So a couple of things happening here. Now, it looks like everybody down at the automatic pits has basically jumped back up on the war wagon or turned their attention away from the pit stall itself. So I'm under the assumption
this is on
here
schedule, conversely.
Right. I'm under the assumption that everything is okay with the 909 for now, but we'll know more in a minute or two here when he comes across the line. Ooh, PB from 5th gear.
PB from the number 2, actually. That's worth looking out for. They've just improved their fast lap by 0.4 of a second.
So that outlap was a bit slow, 15 seconds or so, for the automatic car.
Brendan, you don't see the 348 on pit lane, do you?
I just mentioned that. Yeah, it's back in, and that's not right.
No.
Actually, that may have gone all the way into the paddock.
Well, and think about that being a frontal impact, right? You're obviously risking a lot of damage to a lot of pretty important parts up there. The cooling is going to be up there, and who knows what you might do to the electronics by punching the headlights in.
Yeah, they did a couple of other. Actually, I think they had a front end issue back at at Mid-Ohio, didn't they? They tore the splitter off.
That was slightly different in that they basically destroyed the undercarriage.
Right, that
Because
was the car
they ran it over. You're talking about last year, right?
No, just last week.
Oh, jeez.
Or
Okay, well,
last race, anyway.
okay, well, they also had an off last year where they kind of semi-high-sided it over the turn 9 exit and tore a bunch of stuff.
No, I'm fairly sure, as Moorhead comes back out, I'm fairly sure back at Mid-Ohio they took the car off, ripped the splitter off, and then on Sunday, in order to balance the aero back out, instead of adding a splitter, they just took off the rear wing.
We've got a note in race control. The pit lane has been blocked. I don't know if we've got cam 8.
There's a tow truck at the top of the hill.
Okay, so that won't be in shot.
It won't be, no.
But it's going to be challenging for anybody who does need to make a stop, like the number 2 that's about to come into shot here.
So I'm going to guess...
That's not the 2. That's the 189, isn't it?
No, it's not blocked as such. The car got through just fine.
Okay. Actually, the 2 should definitely not be doing, not for another 5 laps at least.
Relatively normal lap for the automatic Aston Martin. First flying lap out of the pits.
Yeah, 233. I mean, it is kind of odd how little pace everybody except JTR seems to have at the moment.
Well, I was referencing
the odd lap from Team ACP.
I was referencing the fact that car had recently been in trouble, so I was waiting.
No, I understand. I'm mostly pointing out that even 232, 233, calling that mostly normal, is kind of normal relative to the rest of the field, except for JTR, who is still, constantly within 2 seconds of their best lap.
Yeah, you have to.
If we're talking about relative lap, number 2 is closer.
That is true.
Barring the 696, right? If you're looking at who's going to score points, the thing that's interesting to me is this is probably the longest green flag run we've had of the weekend by a mile. And basically second through 5th, not quite down to 6th, could be decided based off of how a yellow flag falls relative to their pit strategy. I mean, it's fairly close. The biggest gap I see is Automatics got basically a pit stop behind 501 in terms of track position. But these cars are all pretty close to each other, and that's the only sort of cluster of cars that we really see that. Sounded different. The other thing that surprises me is how static the gap between the 6 and the 59 has been in GTU. I feel like that hasn't changed in the last hour.
No, I've been tracking their lap times, and their ultimate pace is in the sort of 29s and 30s for both cars. So yeah, they're very evenly matched in this.
I haven't seen much about the 58, which led the race early, I believe, question mark, until they ran into their own troubles.
Yeah, it was them and the 59 that nose to tail for the second half.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the tandem drafting.
Yeah. Obviously they had their issues, but I've spotted them on. Oh, you just had a car disappear.
Lost connection.
The incident.
He's been spirited away.
Spotted the 58 a few times on the external cam, so it is going around. Looking reasonably healthy, but yeah, too far back to be relevant until the 6 and 59 have problems, as the 6 comes in the pits. Right in front of them.
GTU class leader.
Yep, that is about right. 20 laps. 119. And at this point, they should just about be able to make it on one more stop.
Yeah, that should work out. 20 laps, I think, is their normal.
Yeah, I think they hope to get to about an hour. And we've got 1 hour and 50 to go.
So 55 minutes is in. It will be close.
No,
that car was pretty good, pretty close to an hour. I think they'll be all right.
Was it? I thought it was shorter than that. We were surprised that it pitted because we thought it was out of sequence.
No, it went longer than the Stratus cars in the first stint by about 2 or 3 laps.
Yeah, about 5 minutes worth, right?
We had the interview where they said they were basically immediately fuel safe. So as long as they can keep that up, I think they should be able to make it. Also, in a bit of current events news, I've just been told that Martin Brundle mistook Paulo Banchero for Patrick Mahomes on the grid bomb. So, incredible television apparently happening.
Spicy.
Trouble.
Please no spoilers.
No, it's not a spoiler unless you watch the pre-race.
No, I know. It's just preemptive because people are talking about it in the comment section. It's like,
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, don't watch the comments then. Somebody let me know if there's a bot, please.
So, yeah, in terms of the GTU battle, projection-wise, and they are in now. I don't know if that was mentioned.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I wasn't looking at the camera.
Yes.
It's about 80-20 in terms of probabilities between the 59 and the 6 in favor of the 6, which won't be a surprise.
Yeah, I don't really see any reason why that should change it. All else being equal, their pace is equal. There's a 1.5-minute gap. Their pit stops are equal. So yeah.
Yeah.
Place.
Unless, the only question mark for me was there some sort of weird stagger in pit rotation where the 59 had an edge that we weren't noticing? I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, their next pit stop will be shorter, but not by much. Actually, will it even be? Because they're running shorter on a tank. How long till they're due? 3 laps or something? But no, I imagine both teams will be taking full fuel.
59's got about 5 laps left on their tank or so. Oh, we're scrambling 2 wreckers.
Nope, it's recovering the car that was blocking the pit entry.
Ah, okay.
It's the number 75 AOA MX5.
We've got a stopped car at turn 13, if we could switch to cam 7. I don't know if it's still there. It is not.
Doesn't appear to be.
So that will have been the 189, the Libre or Libre Racing Toyota, which I think just went through shot there.
I'll tell you what, we've added a few tire tracks through the run on 2013.
Yeah, well, I don't know when that happened.
I don't either. You can see them there, just the driver's right on the backside of the curb. There's quite a few of them. And those are new.
Insult to injury for the 348, 1 lap penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
Well, that will just about take care of that then. I mean, it was already pretty much a done deal, but...
Well,
other issues notwithstanding, obviously, for the
the thing about that is it potentially puts them in reach of the 198 now, which is a lap behind because of the long stop that they had in the pits. Yeah. If I keep adding points to my statement, you will eventually have to respond to it.
Well, but the 348 hasn't even resumed yet. They came into the pits, and they haven't come.
Oh, so that's just on the way in. Are they on their way out now? Or is that who
no,
was
I don't
that?
think that's them. Is it the 4 maybe?
It may be the 4. Yeah, that is choice-esque.
It's not choice. It's PC.
Yeah, I know. I said choice-esque.
Choice and Jason.
Yeah.
We speculated about the Thunder Bunny 111 car after their latest pit stop where they changed tyres and driver. They have picked up some pace, down to the sort of 232, 233 range.
They are exactly now a lap behind the number 2 we just saw.
Yeah, they are. The previous driver was capable of that, just not consistently. Whereas this driver seems much more consistent. With
Which will still help.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
But yeah, that car must have. Yeah, that car had more pace at the start of the race in the 28s and 29s. Then again, everyone's kind of dropped off recently, so difficult to come to a conclusion about that one. I don't think. Well, the 909 Aston, since its issue, has not found the same pace it had before. So that actually is a race where the 111 is sped up a bit and the 909 is slowed down a bit, and they've kind of met in the middle. And they're 17 seconds apart, kind of racing for fourth. I think so. Actually, the 111's probably got an extra pit stop to make, right?
Well, let's check that.
Yeah, they pitted.
Get them. They're really like right in the middle of a stint.
Yeah, so they're going to have 2 pit stops to make, whereas the Aston will only have 1. So I think. How far behind is the Will to Win car, and are they in a similar...
2 minutes. They're about a full pit stop behind.
And they have the same number of pit stops to make, I think. Well, they certainly at least the same number of pit stops to make. So.
And actually, they're due right now, so they are for sure going to have to do 2.
Yeah, and they're not any quicker. So I think, yeah, the 111 probably just settled into 5th, as actually Stratus just overtook the 986 Will to Win car. Stratus into the lead in GTU, and now 6th overall. Stratus owe us a pit stop fairly soon. Very soon.
So the 189 that's running 4th is running into constant issues. It has to be said.
Sorry, it's the 986, the Will to Win car we were just talking about is in pits.
And that is on schedule, I believe.
So.
Yes, that is.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so the 189 as second in GP2 does change hands between Stan's Racing and the 198 and the Chattanooga car, which is still stricken in the pit lane. 189 is running into problems out on track. They've got a huge gap behind them at the moment.
That will probably not be overcome, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I see that the 85 is in the pits, and I don't know how long that's been there.
Quite a long time.
Okay.
It should also be noted that 348 was assessed a 1-lap penalty 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, we caught that. Yeah. That obviously will be speeding on the way in because they haven't.
They haven't left.
Right. So 189 in successive sequences, they've had an awful time since they came out of the pits. They were cited about 8 minutes ago for bad pit out, which I've never seen before, and I'm not 100% sure what that means.
I think it's an unsafe re-entry, but
I just wanted to give you that verbatim because it made me it made me chuckle.
That is fantastic.
Yeah, and then they came down to turn 13. Car stopped. We tried to pick that up and did miss it. And then the lap after that, car stopped at turn 5, followed by gear lube smell. So whoever the marshal is who smells gear lube is smelling an awful lot of it today. And then slow car at turn 8. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that car come back in. They may be nursing a mechanical that's gonna have to be addressed soon.
I'd like to remind you, Joseph, that what our marshals do in their spare time is none of your business.
I don't mean to yuck anybody's yum. Don't get me wrong.
Is that a Ohio thing? Or?
And sorry.
Those who smell gear lube in their spare time.
I just like, smells. Just any kind of smell.
It's a great scent. One of the better ones.
But one of my top 5, I'd say.
You think we could maybe strike a deal with one of those direct sales, scented wax companies to produce the gear? Wax.
Happy Father's Day.
Ugh.
Call it the Gear Cube. Anyway.
We've got a lot of people coming into the pits now, and I don't think that's in response to anything. I think that's just coincidental. I don't think we've got anybody stopped on track or anything. Although,
I think we'd start expecting the GT. I was going to say GTO leaders. JTR ought to be in at about 10 minutes or so.
It is like back time of the race, isn't it? Everyone knows.
For the production cars,
I
definitely.
don't think anybody can.
For the production cars, Brendan.
Oh yeah, yes.
What about that? Everyone can do it on one stop from here, easily. It's kind of what I was thinking. As in, if you pit now, it would only be one more. I don't know if any production cars can do it.
No. Well, everybody's good on two more, Scott. It's one and a splat. Well, half a tankers.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
The post at turn 11 really quickly has just noted the 134 for going 4 off. Post 11, I'll remind you, is at the kink, so it's a scary place to go 4 off.
Yeah. Unless they took the motorbike course.
Oh, slow car exiting 3, guys. Is that the 189?
I think it might be the 189. That was my first.
Let's go back
too.
to turn 3 or turn 4 there, Gabe, if we can.
Yeah.
That is absolutely the 189.
Yeah, I don't think
that looks like it's dead stick.
They should have. Did the left rear look weird?
Oh.
And that's the
5 again.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's off the racing surface.
2 is slow.
Where is it?
Corner.
Let's jump on board the 2 if we can.
So presumably the shape of the car, I think they're out of fuel.
Oh my goodness.
Hell into the pit lane, interesting. They do have quite a bit of momentum.
Nope, and they were doing
1 lap ago.
Yes. 40 miles an hour on this hill. I don't know that's an. Oh, they're just going to make it.
Yeah, they do. They are going to make it.
Well, they're going to make it to the top of the hill. I don't know if that means they're going to make it to their pit stall.
They're shaking. Yeah, there's very, very little power. If
they need to be.
I appreciate him keeping his foot in the throttle, by the way, on the telemetry there.
50%. Let's not go crazy.
Holding it at 20. I wonder if he's got the. Nah, it doesn't sound like the starter.
It does sound like he's making noise.
Well, the RPM is constant.
Yeah.
Is that idle though? Actually, no.
Yeah, maybe just left it in gear and
be on idle.
Yeah, but he's got throttle trace.
Yeah, it would mean that the engine's off. He's not going any. Very odd.
Yeah.
I would believe that car. Oh, it's come to a stop. Actually, the pit crew's just gone and got it. So
that's a big deal for the top 5 in GTO.
It is, yeah.
Was nailed on for second because they've been setting the fastest laps of anyone, even faster than JTR, for quite a few laps in a row. There.
Yeah, there's going to be time loss associated with this for sure.
Hey, look who's in shot, so we don't have to jump back and forth for that.
There are actually 2 cars.
Nice.
Yeah, there are 2. Oh, yeah, that's the car that was going slowly down the hill.
Yeah, it's finally made it. Yeah. The truck's like, which one do I get?
Well, the 555's trying to move. It is rocking backwards and forwards.
Just take the cut out. Please just take the. It's okay.
Yeah. Let's rejoin.
The car's broken. Just take the cut out.
That car's not broken. It's suddenly moving. Fine.
Yeah, but it's.
That's got a gear problem.
Smoking. Is it gear?
Maybe Shut up! It is gear lube.
I'll marshal it. Like I told you.
No, I mean the way it was revving up sounded like it had a broken gear or maybe a half shaft or I don't know. Drive shaft. I don't know if they have half shafts, but yeah, certainly a drive train issue.
Stratus is in the pits.
I actually wouldn't be shocked if that car is having a transmission issue. I've thought for some time that maybe they were lacking some lower gears. because it was slow coming up the hill out of turn 14, and then by the time it got
Okay, this isn't funny. And I'm sorry for laughing, but you're also gonna laugh, and then you're gonna feel bad about it too. The number 2 has just been given a warning, fueling infraction for having 7 people over the wall.
okay.
Because they've all come to push the car.
Yeah. So apparently having people over the wall applies not only to actually servicing the car, but running up the pit lane to go get it.
I mean, good for them for sending everybody out to go get the car. It's worth it for a warning, for sure.
I was going to say, if all you're getting is a slap on the wrist, you just go take it. You know what I mean?
We've got one warning to use, guys. Let's use it.
696 is in the pit lane.
I really think if I were operating a team, that I absolutely would try to keep one in my back pocket, and then just, as a just in case. You can do 5 over this time. Please don't do that.
Didn't notice Chattanooga went back out.
I didn't either.
Yeah, just saw them pass by. I'm like, ooh, nice.
It does at this point look like, because I can't imagine that the 189 is going to be coming back out on track unless it's something. I mean, that seems.
Yeah.
If that's a drivetrain issue, that's not going to be the work of the moment, right? So they might have secured third anyway, and I wouldn't fault them for taking the car off track to, if you've got something that might cause damage to more components, you don't want to, or turn yourself into a hazard. It's a little bit of a risk-reward strategy that you probably have to consider.
If the paces are on the 348, well, regardless, they're definitely good reference to 189.
Yes.
The 348 though is still within striking distance of second. They could still go get that Stans Racing number 198.
Yeah, if they can go back and run in the high 230s, I think that would definitely
even the
be.
low 40s I think would be close. Stans is only in the 46s.
I didn't realize it was that close. Yeah, so that's for sure worth going after.
First lap out was a 238.
It's the fastest they've run in a while.
No, right before was also 238, 239s.
Okay, so maybe they just fixed whatever was busted.
Leaders back out. Ubre has come in and they've gone right past the pit stall. So the good news there is they're heading just straight back. Well, I say good news. They are going to take it back to the paddock and go deal with whatever this is, rather than try and cobble it together to send it back out on track.
And in fairness, they might not be familiar with the track layout, and knowing that there is a cut through that they could, if you've got a legitimate reason for keeping the car off the surface, so that would be the time and place to do it. And I don't know that we needed confirmation, but the 696 pit stop was completely on schedule.
Yeah, I figured as much. The 2 is obviously marked as missing on Race Hero as a result of being in the pits entirely too long. They come through 5:31, so that's a minute and a half off of.
Yeah, plus 20 seconds the lap before, so call it 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's the better part of a lap.
Which I think might still keep it in third once the others pit. Did you say that they got a penalty for 7 men over the wall, or was it a warning?
It's a warning.
Okay. So they might still be on for third, particularly with the kind of pace they had before that issue.
Yeah, that was the thing that I think was most disappointing about it, because they were running so strongly in terms of pace. This could have turned into something kind of different than we expected, but well, it did, but in a different way.
Yeah, and they weren't going faster than JTR; they were just matching them. But that meant that they were way faster than anyone else.
Yeah, but I don't think we've. Well, I might eat my words, because I don't think we've seen ACP on a podium in a little bit, and so that was what I was kind of looking forward to, and I don't know whether or not that's out of reach yet.
No, I think you're still going to get it. I think when Automatic and Thunder Bunny pit, they'll drop behind.
I guess they're going to be helped by A, Thunder Bunny's pace, and B, I don't know if you've made these points explicitly, but Thunder Bunny's pace, and also the minute that Automatic lost on their slow in lap where they nearly ran it dry.
Yep. Yeah, that's where that gap has developed from. The one that was between third and fourth is now between second.
GP3 class leader is in for what I believe will be the final time.
It'll be close.
It'll be
Yeah.
close, but he's come to the attention of a very large orange angry face emoji.
Because he's just been warned for doing 42 miles an hour in the pit lane. I think that's a warning.
I'm intrigued by this because the pit lane speed limit starts very far down the hill, and the radar gun operator is standing at like the third pit stall. From
It won't be a warning. It's their second infraction. That'll be a lap.
Well, they've got 2 in hand, so you don't want to give up the spare time or the margin that you have, but I suppose it's a good thing it's there. Automatic is about to be put 2 laps down here. That move's just been made on the way up into turn 6.
Yeah, we alluded to this earlier. 696 has such pace. I hesitate to say GTR because they haven't quite cracked it with the team car yet. But that 696 has so much pace, and it feels like it's the execution that tends to let the pace of that car down. And
it is.
So far, it looks like they've basically nailed it today.
Yep.
Speaking of pace, one car that doesn't have any right now is Racer Motor, the lead of GTU. They've consistently been running 33s and 34s. They just managed a 31. But meanwhile, the car that's catching them is Stratus, and their first lap out of the pits was a 26.
They could be.
I was going to say I thought there was a pit stop in hand there for the number 6. That's not the case.
No, it's not the case.
Anymore.
They've both got to pit one more time. There's a 47.5 second gap, which itself is much smaller than it was. I mean, that was a lap 2 pit stops ago. And then Stratus had a long pit stop, switching over to Billy Smith. Their last pit stop was fine. It's a little bit slower than Stratus, but nothing too significant. But apparently Stratus just have a lot more pace all of a sudden. So that gap's going to close up. And that will change if this...
He's done a 28 this time, so that's helpful.
Okay. That's helpful. Still 2 seconds slower than what Stratus did last time.
Yeah.
So the longest stint that we've seen the number 6 do is 21 laps, as far as I can tell. And they've got 14 laps of those left on this stint.
They pitted with an hour and 50 minutes to go, so they can definitely do it on that.
Okay.
I don't think that's really in doubt. Even at 2 seconds a lap delta, though, the Stratus car will still catch them.
The 348, not sure if it was by choice or by force, no longer has a front splitter. And they're doing laps in the 38s, which is 7.5 seconds quicker than the Stance racing car.
I wouldn't be surprised.
There as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if they've actually just torn that splitter off because it had been damaged in the collision with the tire wall.
Yeah.
It was a myth. Pro Sport just set their fastest lap of the race, interestingly, in 10th place.
Yeah, it's top 10 for that car still.
Yeah, it's been very anonymous today. Not quite as anonymous as it was yesterday. At least
This is
quickly.
This is not a top 10 run, but the 127 is being investigated for unsafe driving around the safety vehicle. And as we know, the series does not tend to look kindly on people that make the safety workers uncomfortable, as they should do.
So having mentioned that Racer Motors were a little off the pace and being caught by Stratus, they are actually catching Hammer themselves pretty quickly, and that position for 6th overall might change either this lap or the next one.
Do we have an onboard for Hammer still, or has that gone by the wayside?
It's been a little spotty.
I've turned it off. It didn't get anything out of it. The car ahead anyway. So there's Racer Motors, and I assume, is that Hammer 2 cars ahead?
Looks
yeah, it is.
like
It's the blue auto park car.
And is that, presumably that's one of the Astons. It's not very fast in front. That's Pro Sport, isn't it? Which is odd, because they just set their fastest lap. They were only 4/10 slower than Racer Motors that lap. So I guess that's just what happens when you have a GTU car following a GTO car for the point. It makes the GTO car look slow.
Scott, remind me, how long did you what was the time remaining when the 6 pitted?
An hour 50.
That's really close.
It's close. I think
That's 5 minutes longer than they've gone all race. If I'm going off of 21 laps by 150 seconds, so 2 minutes 30. I only get to 105 minutes.
which stint is that?
It's I haven't seen them go longer than 21 laps in this stint.
Or was it the
I don't
first?
think.
They did.
Someone locked up the rears. I've got that on the last 2 stints, and then and also the first one.
Well, the first one would have also had the pace laps.
That's true. That'll help.
Are we confident that Stratus can make it to the end?
I haven't looked.
They pitted
but they're in a better spot.
Yeah, they pitted a bit
pitted later.
So, but they haven't been going as far as well.
I know. Yeah, that's the other side of that.
The number 2 car is stopped at the side of the road.
Oh my goodness!
So that car is now
at turn 12. That'll be at Canada Corner.
Doesn't look like Canada Corner.
No, it was called in by turn 12.
Might be the exit of Canada Corner, actually.
Flat left rear. The call is flat left rear.
Then drive it round. Right.
Yeah, let's stay on the turn 13 camera in case it comes through.
No, it's stopped. It's in neutral on the side of the road.
Oh,
interesting.
On board.
We have it on board.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Jump to that if we have.
I wonder if it's been called in as a flat rear, but it's actually a suspension piece that's broken.
Well, left rear plus turn 12. I mean, you do have a loaded left rear corner on a very aggressive serrated curve.
Yeah, if it were a flat left rear, that car would be in the wall, wouldn't it?
Well, I'm more saying if you're going to break a left rear suspension, that would be a place something like that would happen.
Something broke coming out of the corner. He was going perfectly fine until the very exit, and then it just looked like something at the left rear went.
Okay, so it's probably been called in because it's sitting lower on the left rear, but the reason it's sitting lower is because it's broken.
Yeah, I think that's correct. This is more likely to be a suspension issue than a flat tire, I would think.
Yeah.
Scott's right. If you have a flat tire, just drive it home.
Well, and if you have a flat tire through the kink, you're in the wall. But if you were surprised by that going through the kink, you would be a slower speed Catherine leg, basically.
Thunder Bunny cars side by side across the line, a lap apart, obviously, but
he was
cars together.
The 2 were still overtaking cars on the way to Canada Corner, so it happened very suddenly.
Weird.
Well, that's taken a top 5, podium contender, really.
Well, yeah,
fully out of it now.
I mean,
they were second.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda been second. Yeah.
Yeah.
They should have been second. I think they still would have been third, but not.
Well, I'm saying after the fuel issue.
It's absolutely been a weekend of attrition, not just a race of,
No, in multiple classes.
And are we picking somebody up, or is this just on the way to get the 2?
No, no.
It's gonna be a lot.
Ironically, once we got past the first couple hours, GTU has been maybe the most consistently close at the top.
I know, it's just the teething issues of that class have been. It's been a little frustrating for us. I can't imagine what it's like to be working on that spec and trying to get that spec right.
Well, getting it right mid weekend. I mean,
Yes.
we heard the guys from Racer Motors mention earlier that there were parts they had chosen not to upgrade. Then they failed mid race, so they just put the upgraded parts on then. Which I'm slightly intrigued about because I would assume that would change the weight, but maybe not enough.
So this will give the one 5th place and fairly comfortably. They're not really in striking distance of the 111 unless the 111 needs an extra stop, and even then it'll be close.
Nobody should need an extra stop. Automatic is maybe the only one who's going to save one.
So it looks like they're going to hot pull this this number 2 car. If they don't, it's worth noting that the Racer Motors car is right behind the race leader. So they would get completely screwed if there was a safety car at this point.
It does look like that gap stabilized between the 6 and 59. Instead of hemorrhaging time like they were, it looks like that's basically flattened out at 40
I don't
seconds.
think that's true, Scott. I think they would just lose their 45-second lead.
I mean, losing your 45-second lead with an hour to go is being screwed.
Well, I mean, if they were directly in front of the 696, then
Well, it'd be the other way
it'd be the other way around. The 59 would get completely hosed.
Yeah, sure. The leader happens to be in a place where it's going to go one way or the other. Joseph, I completely disagree. The 59's carried on being 3 seconds a lap quicker recently. Maybe not on the very last lap. Because that gap has shrunk from 47 seconds last time I was talking about it to under 42 now.
Oh, the stance car's in the pits, and it's promoted the Chattanooga BMW up into second. A long stop from stand. Oh, they're before start finish. So the position has actually just changed hands when 348 came across start finish.
Yeah, Chattanooga was just under a minute and a half back. It's consistently been doing pretty good laps until this time by, which possibly an in lap for pits. Do we see Chattanooga on pit lane?
No, they came by start finish on track.
Just a random 245. Okay, cool.
Well, remember we've got the yellow flags down at turn 12.
Oh, yeah.
Which I assume with marshals or safety personnel being on the ground will probably be yellow all the way from 11A down through Canada Corner.
Maybe
there's a long
698
stop
that just
stand
gone
actually
under us.
I don't know if they're doing a driver. Ooh. I think this car's got a problem. It looked like somebody made the cutthroat motion, but I think that maybe he can't get it. I think they're doing a driver change.
Looked like a dark M1 pit.
No.
It wasn't the 59, was it?
No, the 698's just come in.
Yeah, it's the wrong part. Yeah, the 59's on a different part of the track, so it can't be them.
198 gets bump started.
Racer Motors is 1 second behind Hammer Motorsports now. For 5th overall. There they are. Yeah, just coming past now.
Big Mission is the slow car headed up the hill, by the way.
That's JTR.
336 Big Mission?
No,
Or 134?
134.
Okay.
It's the white and black car.
Yeah. They've worked their way back up to 7th.
I forgot how miserable their day had started. Yeah. Although it's not better now. That car is not under power. Wiggling back and forth, so my guess is they've run that car out of fuel. Maybe in hopes of getting it home with just one stop.
They're guaranteed a top 10, so...
No,
134.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, that car... Yeah. Nothing
made it. Made it all the way to the pit stall.
Woo.
So that long pit stop from stands, Chattanooga owes us one more stop, I think, but, well, probably owes us one more stop.
Laps until pit. 12. Yes, they do. They do need to stop again.
Yeah, okay.
The Thunder Bunny tandem are, although they're not really a tandem because they've been split by the 909, but they are both due in about a lap or two.
40.6 for automatic on the last lap. Hopefully that's just an outlier. But it's definitely not helping in their fight to stay on the podium. Or I don't think actually they've got much chance of catching the 501 at this point.
Yeah, I think we're definitely into the back timing phase for the production cars. a
Well,
big way.
anybody that's in now should, I think, be able to make it from here.
Definitely not true.
Production
In
cars.
production?
Oh, production cars, yes.
Yeah.
GTO definitely not. GTO is going to be tight up until about 50, 55 minutes to go, depending on the car.
Well, I mean, automatic we've worked out can do 67, right?
Yeah, automatic can go for a while.
We've got 10 minutes until any of the GTO cars can make it.
When is automatic due, Joseph?
4 laps. They are very close to being back timed.
Oh, I think they'll be good. Then.
Actually, it might
4
be more
laps
than that
is
because
10
I don't know if
minutes.
we've adjusted for the longer stint time.
4 laps will be 10 minutes. I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, they're good to go actually because I'm still underestimating their stint length. So
It's like-
automatic owes us 1. The 501 and 111, I think they're going to need a splash, barring some extended yellow flags.
So automatic's pace has dropped off so much that they're actually in danger of losing third place to the 111 now. Wasn't the case an hour or two ago. They were pretty set on. I think actually they were pretty set on being second, and then they ran out of fuel, which what we've seen that issue was. And then since then they've really not been up to speed at all. That gap between third and fourth is now under 23 seconds and closing. Both cars owing 1 pit stop. Racer Motors had a really bad lap last time. They've lost a quarter of the lead they had. It's gratis.
Oh, that's a 37. That is awfully slow.
Watching them through the onboards, because Gabe's been following that for most of that lap. It was just traffic. They were trying. I think it's still Billy in the car. He was flashing away at all the cars around him, but they kept being side by side in front of him, and obviously no punch on the straight, so he's got no chance of passing them there.
Yeah, it's like being behind 2 semi trucks.
Exactly. Pro Sport in the pits, they won't be able to make it from here, I don't think, even though it's the same car as automatic. I don't actually know if they've been able to go as far as automatic at all.
I think they are set up pretty substantially different. I mean, we talked about that, and we learned about that to some degree earlier. But I don't think that there's. It sounds to me as though there's not much in common between them, other than the fact that they are a common platform. I think they've set them up pretty differently.
Racing to a normal pace that lap, and right behind Hammer Motorsports again.
I do want to make a quick point. I don't think we actually mentioned this on air. The 21, the North Loop car that's leading and was binned by. I'm blanking on the. Was it Nick Escadra was driving the car?
Yeah.
When yeah, we got clarification this morning that the reason that happened was because there was a bit of oil that was put down the fluid that they ran over at the crest of turn 6, and that's what caught him out apparently.
I mean, there was a lot of fluid down at various parts of the track.
Yeah. Which have. I mean, even if someone doesn't break something, you just get.
Yeah.
Over the course of what was it? I think we were 6 hours in at that point.
Second place is into the pits as well. The number 501.
That's way too early for them to make it. So.
But it is on schedule.
Sure. But that is going to give Automatic a chance of second place, I think, because that gap isn't huge. It's not. I think it's over a minute, but obviously a pit stop takes longer than that. Thunder Bunny's only going to need a splash at the end of the race, but that if Automatic can find any pace, they'll get very close to grabbing second place back off the 501. If they don't, then they might have issues losing third place to the 111. So we do have a race on for second, third, and fourth overall.
Yeah, automatic should be due. I've got 2 laps, and I think I'm going to add 5 laps onto that. So I expect them in about 7 laps or so. Which, yeah, I mean, reiterate the obvious, should be easily makeable. Probably 50 minutes to go, thereabouts. Round 3, the 701's pitted out of second in GP1. I don't know if we mentioned that.
That just happened. Fifth Gear Motorsports had already pit.
It's a little ahead of schedule, but no harm if it looks like it's a. And they haven't finished the outlap, I guess, but as long as it looks like the timing was about what we'd expect for a normal pit stop, it seems pretty innocuous.
Yeah, I'm thinking they'll be able to hold on to third from Big Mission.
Gap between Thunder Bunny and Automatic was actually over 2 minutes, so I don't think they've got much chance of making that up, even if Thunder Bunny has to make an extra splash, take an extra splash of fuel before the end.
Okay. Well, it looks like the only bit of question mark at the moment, in the immediate future anyway, is when we might see the 111 in. It should be soon. I understand. I understand Brendan's got a guest, so we should throw to a few ads, get our last. I think this will be our last ad break out of the way, and then Brendan will be back with a guest from JTR.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes.
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Back at Road America on DriversEye Live, this is the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Happy to have everybody along, and happy to say that we are joined from the JTR Motorsports Engineering Camp by Tony McIntosh.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, welcome up to the booth. Said this is your first time here, despite being something of a local.
I am.
Yeah.
I'm from Milwaukee, and
Okay.
I've never sat actually in this booth. This is pretty nice place, actually. This is sweet. Like the windows and everything. It's just the view is amazing.
You're not from Sheboygan Falls, all right? You don't live there now, do you?
No,
Okay, good.
Milwaukee.
Okay, that's good. I have not had a lot of nice things to say this weekend. Anyway.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Not big on Sheboygan. But that's okay.
Nice.
I like it up here anyway. So you guys.
Yes.
We talked off the air a little bit. Let's talk first about your weekend. Yesterday, pace was good.
Yep.
Fuel was not.
Fuel was not, and this was like the most rookiest mistake ever. And we normally always have this protocol where we will pump out throughout the day several times, and we just never correlated our data. I think we had again talked a little bit offline that some other teams with BMW M4s were having the same issue, is that the computer is just up to 1 to 5% off, and on this massive track all these different things came together, and that's what we got.
Yeah, you said something like a gallon.
1
difference.
gallon.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a big
1
number.
gallon. Yeah, well, Jared is the most aggressive driver of us three, and it happened under his watch. I'm like a feather foot compared to Jared,
Sure.
but Jared's just like, I mean, the pedal's 100%. Jared's pushing the pedal down 150%.
Gotcha.
So,
Well, the car's been quick, maybe as a result or in spite of, I guess. But all weekend, your pace has been there. All season, your pace has been there. You had the one win back at Mid-Ohio, ironically, in the slowest race of the season, back in the snow race. But today, as we come up to the start of the final hour here, everything's just kind of clicked for you guys today.
yes. And to be honest, we are our own worst enemies.
Sure.
Every time we're in a place for first, it's just like you really have to be perfect in order to pull off a first place finish.
Is it that challenging behind the wheel? Like, are you guys pushing to keep the pace that high, or are you just kind of out there cruising, taking what the car gives you, and then every now and then just have these little mistakes?
We're probably driving. I know I can speak for myself. We're probably driving like 90%.
Oh wow! And you're still that quick.
Yeah, it's
Holy
just
cow.
you're driving 90%, 100%. If you were to like have a gauge, would be an MX-5. That's probably 101%, 102%. The car is just always on the ragged edge of crashing. So this is about a 90%, and really, I don't want to say that's the easy part, but that kind of is the easy part. The setup, the tire pressures, all the fuel guys, the guy that's changing the tire, all those things are infinitely more difficult when you got three guys that are just going to lay down the law in the laps.
So you are the quickest out of the BMWs. The BMWs, as we kind of talked off air and discussed with some of the other team owners back at Mid-Ohio, seems like out of all the GT4 cars are pretty much, the cream of the crop there. And that's not that, Automatic won yesterday in an old Aston Martin, right?
Right.
Not that nobody else has a chance, but the BMW certainly seems to be the most popular choice. And, based on numbers, certainly seems to have the general pace advantage as well. Now, you said to me that you've now driven both pretty extensively. You've got experience behind the 718, behind the BMW now, and you've got some thoughts there.
Yeah, so when I heard you guys talking about it, I'm not sure if it was Joseph who was bringing it up, but one of you was talking about, well, there's this delta between the speed between the BMWs, it seems, or lap time certainly implying speed between the BMWs and the Porsches. And I think what's really, really important is that I first drove, I've only been driving for about a year, and I had my first race last year ever. So I did this, the first GT4 car I drove was a 981.
Okay.
Then I drove a 718. Those were with Mark Martin, W2W. And then I drove the BMW M4. All of them are wildly different. They drive wildly different. But if you're starting out, the 981 and certainly the 718 have their place. It is a gentleman driver's car. So the car has a lot of nannies, and it does have its limits. Not necessarily because the engine is giving you those limits, but there's certain things in the setup. If you're a gentleman driver and you're new to it, the car is going to step in and control when you could put the throttle in, how much throttle you could put in, and then also, certainly with Mark, he's trying to balance a lot of fast drivers with gentleman drivers, and so he's going to not make a super oversteery car.
Right.
And to be fast, you have to have an oversteery car. And I mean, there's plenty of racers that'll say, well, I disagree with that. This is just me after a year. I've driven all three of these cars now. And if you look, there are other BMW GT4s out there that don't have our pace.
Right.
But we can have. I won with Kenny Schmid and Yoder and Aiden Kenny all on the 981 at Sebring.
Yeah.
And we were fast. But that took Aiden Kenny and I just really saying, look, the car's got to turn more, car's got to turn more, car's got to turn more, we got to loosen it up. And there's others on the team that are like, no, I can't drive it like that. I can't drive it. So you're in this battle. And if you want to win, that all has to go out the window. You have to go full commitment, full oversteer, make it as wicked as you can, and you're going to pick up a couple of seconds. The second thing that is important along that goes with that is tire choice.
Right. It was a big deal at NOLA. Well, we spent a lot of time talking about tires.
We were running Hancooks at NOLA, and we were handicapped quite a bit.
Wow.
Even though we had pace,
Yeah.
we ran some other tires at NOLA the day before anyone was there. We rented it out, and the Coopers are about 2 seconds faster.
Wow. That's a big number.
That's legit on that track.
And you guys have stuck with the Cooper since then?
Nope,
Oh,
we
okay.
went to Yokes.
Okay. All right.
The Coopers are good. It's just too tall of a tire.
Okay.
So we have our own tire strategies that we can float between different tire brands, but you can't do that with a Cooper. It's too tall. So the setup on the car would completely change.
So it sounds to me like, you know, we look at, take somebody like Hammer, for instance, right? That had these crazy fast TCR cars last year, super consistent, really had the ability to wring the neck out of those cars when they wanted to and really push them. Now they've got an M4 that maybe it sounds like them, maybe ACP, aren't putting that car on the ragged edge like you guys are, and like you said, committing to having the car be fast, not just consistent, not just comfortable, but now fast as well over 8-hour rigs.
Right. And I can't really stress this enough. If you want to drive at that level, you got to have the tire, the setup, and you have to have a super oversteer car. Let me give you an example. When I'm driving MX-5, we go into a corner, you're basically almost exploding the brakes, and you're not trying to brake as late as possible. You're trying to scrub as much speed as you can in the shortest amount of distance. When you come off that pedal, the car immediately starts to rotate out of control. And you stop that with the application of the throttle. And you ease into the throttle, otherwise you'll spin up and crash because there's no traction control. So you ease in the throttle and on this turning trajectory about where you want to stop the turn and track out at. In this car, what we do is we brake so hard, I think it's over 90 bar every turn. We're over 90 bar and push, and we're left foot braking. We're doing a lot of blending of the pedals.
Is that through the pedal or is that by wire?
It's through the pedal.
Yeah.
And there is no upgraded master cylinder on this car. From SRO, that's one of the things I think that they have as a BPO is the master cylinder, whatever there is. It's like a dead pedal almost. It feels like a brick, like you're pushing all your might on a brick.
Huh.
So when Glenn first got in it and he did his first stint, we almost had to yank him out. He said, he was like, the top of my kneecap has exploded. I can't push the pedal anymore. So he's switching between right and left foot braking because he just couldn't do it anymore.
Wow.
And Jared's used to it. We're all used to it by now, but it takes some getting used to. So we like turn one, I will brake past the driveway. Like the back of my car is past the driveway and I'm full tilt. I murder the brakes like 1000%. The moment I start trailing off, the car is rotating. I'm introducing power, and I will close. Like you were talking about Team ACP, I probably closed up 3 or 4 car distances just on the brakes in turn one on that car. That's how wicked, like you can be that fast.
Yeah.
So
do you just by observation, I mean, and having driven the W2W cars in the past, do you get the sense that, you know, if more teams were to open up setup wise and be a little more aggressive on setup, that they could kind of close the gap on pace?
Well, so interesting that you say that. W2W had a, I don't know if you consider a pro driver. I don't know his name. He was a TA2 driver, and he was driving today, and you saw one of their cars was consistently like in the 25s, which is, but they were destroying tires. So they got to work out their tire strategy. They have to work out their pressures. They have to work. And he was kind of like, I think, over and undercutting some of the curbs. So again, it's figure out the tire. There's a lot that goes into this, and you have to just spend the time and energy. And for a lot of teams, if you have one gentleman driver who's a couple seconds off, then you're just like, okay, well, I guess we're just turning laps here, basically.
It's interesting.
Because not just because you're losing pace with that driver, but because you've got to compromise the setup for them, presumably, right?
Yeah, big time. That So here's another little tidbit. We were at testing with W2W. One of the drivers, after I got out of the car at Sebring, went over and talked to the engineer. So I was in the car, he was in the car. They went to go talk to the engineer. They made the car more understeer, pushing. I didn't know that change happened. I went back out in the car at Sebring and I lost 1.8 seconds per lap. And I'm like, I'm radioing in. I'm like, what's going on? I can't. And they just basically said, just deal with it, which is what you should, not, they were very good about it, but they're like, hey, the tires are falling off. It's getting harder. So then I had to change my whole driving style. And I did. I brought the times back down, but it really is a different driving style.
Sure. I believe it. It is an inescapable part of endurance racing, right? But when you have a team that matches each other in ability and comfort levels with the different style of setup, that's where it seems like that stuff really starts to click.
Oh yeah.
And if you can repeat that, for 150 some laps or over an 8-hour period, wherever you happen to be, that that gets you anybody to the position that you guys find yourselves in now, which is a couple of lap advantage. But that, to me, that's a fascinating insight into how hard the top of this class is being pushed at the moment.
Sure.
That you are basically putting the car on the ragged edge and maybe not driving it at 100%, but driving the car set up to be driven at 100%. If you need to,
right,
it's there for you.
Yeah. So, and I don't want to sound like we're never driving at 100%. There's a couple, you'll get in and everyone
we've seen the lap times. We know when you're doing 100%.
Yeah. So, between us three, yesterday I set the purple lap. Glenn got in and he set the purple lap today. I was about to set a monster lap and I was driving 100%. I was going to set a 2:24.2 today, and I lost it in the last turn. But that's between us three. We're battling talking crazy on the radio because for us that's bragging rights. Right?
Sure.
So, that's that.
Second place car is in the 909 from Automatic Racing, just across from us here. Not a threat to you guys at the moment. I'll ask you one more question. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but now that we know kind of what your approach is like, right, to getting the car set up and getting the maximum out of the car, what is sort of the attitude or the approach to executing the race? Whether that's, do we drive 90%? Do we drive 100%? How do we run the strategy? When do we do tires? Do we do it all on the fly or plan it all out? What is that sort of environment like for you guys down at JTO?
So Jared goes out, but usually he starts the race. He's the most aggressive driver that we have. I'm the slowest of the three. He's usually between him and Glenn, they'll change off. They have completely different driving styles. So we'll put Jared out first, and then we'll really take the temperature of the race and just say, okay, what's going on? How's it looking? Depending on how things are going and how the tires are, if the car is having trouble or the tires are just falling on their face, I'll usually go in.
Okay.
And I'm fine with the worst tires. You can rub Vaseline on those tires. I'm looking at it as a challenge, and I'm going to go in there and just save some whales. And then as far as our pitting strategy, that's really up to Dave. He really does. That's Jared's dad, Dave Thomas. He does an amazing job with that. He's making all the calls. Most of the time, like 90% of the time, we're making the right call. There's 1% of the time where we're not making the right call, but 1% of the time we'll lose you the race.
Sure. Yeah, and it has.
Yes,
obviously,
for sure.
Previously,
Yesterday.
There you go. There you go. Well, Tony, thanks for coming up, man.
Absolutely.
We appreciate talking to you. If you've got sponsors or partners or anybody you need to thank before you go, by all means, the floor is yours.
I want to thank you guys. You guys put on an amazing show. I want to thank everyone from WRL. I also want to thank Global Power Components, iRacing. I want to thank Dave Thomas, Jared Thomas, the whole crew, Jeff Pearson at Global, Dan Hausman. A lot of these guys, our pit crew is probably what really puts us over the edge when you see like our pit times and our tire change times. Chad's the tire guy's a beast, bro. He's a beast.
I'm I saw you guys do. I think you guys did 4 in roughly the same time. It was taking a lot of other guys to do 2.
Yeah,
a little earlier, which is super impressive. I actually watched one up close yesterday when you guys stopped at halfway, and it was really impressive.
Yeah,
you guys are doing a great job down there.
Cool.
So,
well, thanks for having me.
absolutely, you're welcome anytime. Keep it up.
Thanks.
And 696, they will have the last chance to show off their pit crew in about 5 laps time. So about 12 minutes or so. One of the things that we've been tracking while Brendan's been conducting that interview, and you saw it on screen, the 6 gave up the lead on track to the 59 Stratus in GTU. Stratus has just put in its fastest lap of the race.
So that's the fastest lap of the race, Joseph.
Yes.
That is scary if you're in the 6 camp. Because they gave up the lead on track. We think trying to fuel save, trying to hit a number, and we're not sure they're going to hit it anyway, and we're not sure they're going to have the pace anyway. So it has really kind of flipped around in the last really 20-30 minutes or so.
Well, this whole green run since the last pit stop, Stratus has gained exactly a lap on that car just through pace and pit stops.
You have to say it almost maybe would have been worth it to just go flat out and acknowledge that you were going to have to do the splash at the end.
I'm confused. I kind of want to have a conversation about the GTU weirdness of pace that we've just seen, because those cars have shown no ability to be consistently below sort of 28s and 29s. Billy Smith, who I think is driving the Racer Motors car, he was sat behind the number 1 car for a good 10 or 15 laps. And then all of a sudden, I was following the number 1 cars on board, and Billy went around the outside through the carousel, which you'd expect a GTU car to be able to do. And all of a sudden, on that lap, set at 27, so it went 3 or 4 seconds faster. Then 2 laps later, Stratus, who'd been in the 29s and 30s, started setting 24s, so going 5 or 6 seconds a lap faster. And they've been sort of in that area ever since. I haven't done the maths on it, but I'm pretty sure that if you're losing 5 or 6 seconds a lap fuel saving, you may as well go flat out and do an extra pit stop.
We talk about this on occasion.
Yeah.
It doesn't take that many laps, especially if, all you're doing is a splash.
Now, everyone knows that the pit lane at Road America is pretty long, right? And I do wonder if maybe that has played into it emotionally rather than logically.
Yeah, because a full pit stop here costs somewhere in the region of 2 minutes. If you're losing 6 seconds a lap, it doesn't take long for that to become 2 minutes.
I agree completely. I think they've
laps.
I think they maybe didn't appreciate, or maybe it's a sunk cost thing. I don't think they really appreciated how much that they were basically losing a pit stop in pace by trying to save the fuel for that pit stop.
Yeah, I mean, after 20 laps, which is exactly a fuel run for these guys, they've lost a pit stop. So, yeah, I'm very confused about if that's the arithmetic they're doing, then it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I agree. Unless there's something going on, and that is just the pace right now. But like you say, they can put in the odd, lap where they're at least on a par with the 59. Although that lap 153 from the 59 is kind of, well, not quite out of nowhere. They've got a couple 24s in this stint.
And they've just done a 25. That is clearly the pace they can run.
Yeah.
Well, but let's not
Racer Motors. If Racer Motors if their flat out pace is a 27, then that makes a bit more sense. But if Stratus are cruising around saving fuel doing 30s and 31s when they can do 24s, that doesn't make sense.
Let's not forget from earlier in the race that the point was made to us by Jarrett down at Racer Motors that they had been staying off the curbs, right? Not running the car all the way out over the exits, and really trying to conserve the car mechanically. I bet if they were to throw caution to the wind and just thrash that car, that if they, started using more curb, apex curb,
gun shy because of yesterday.
Yeah, that you could probably eke another 1.5 or 2 seconds out of that car if you needed to. And
Again,
I'm sure Stratus would have been taking the same approach.
I'm questioning Stratus more than Racer Motors because, well,
But that's my point. That's my point. Is I think if Stratus was on the same approach and saying, okay, we're going to take care of the car, we're going to stay off the curbs, all these things, and now they just say, look, we got to go, then they can turn the wick up, use the curbs, and do 24s.
Well, they kind of don't have to go because
no, not anymore.
They've proven that they can only do 27s. So all Stratus need to do is 26s, and they're fine.
Right.
Drives. And
They're in. Stratus is in.
Yeah.
That's early. That's actually a little early, and
Well,
that's
but
going to be back timed. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to get caught out here under full course yellow. Although I'm not sure that they would have.
Because, well, I kind of don't like that. I trust that they know how long that they can go.
Ooh,
Someone's locked it up pretty bad in the 3.
Somebody.
Yeah, it
we
depends
have
on the
that cam 3.
Yeah, turn 4.
Make sure there's not a stop car there. There is a stop car there in the gravel trap.
Oh, in the gravel. I think somebody's been off potentially into the barrier there.
No, I think that's a trick of perspective. I think they're in gravel trap.
I'm not convinced somebody didn't end up in the barrier on the left there because that car is smoking.
No, it was smoking on the way in. It had a problem on the way in.
We got to be careful here. They're sending an EV to it right away, but we got to be careful that there's not like a fire or something involved over there.
Well, there may well be, but it won't be as a result of the accident. It was smoking on the way in.
Right. Ooh, that was spicy.
It was a little bit.
Well, I like that too much.
59 has just left its pit stall down at the other end.
Reporting it is car 46, Ginger.
Yeah, no. Running 5th in GP1 at the time.
Yeah.
There's Stratus. Although that might have been 58 actually.
Car in gravel, sand trap, fire. All words that can be found in the race control log next to the number 46.
But not impact.
Not impact.
Yeah.
And no action needed.
Well, I would dispute that a little bit.
No, I get why it's put like that. That always kind of bugs me a little bit.
Action needed. Get it. Yeah, so I was a little concerned actually by that pit call for the 59 because I think they, unless they fuel save a little bit, I think they can only do about 45 minutes.
Yeah, seems close.
Yeah.
By the way, something I want to mention, the 909 pitted while we were discussing GTU strategies, and their in-lap was pretty slow. It was about 45-50 seconds slow. So actually very, very similar to the in-lap they did when they had a problem on the last pit stop. So I wonder if there's something recurring going on with fuel pickup or something. The pit stop was early, based on the fact that automatic can go very long on fuel, I think. Not very early. But yeah, that's cost them some time. And they're now only 20 seconds ahead of Racer Motors, whereas they should really, without any issues, they would have been a lap or more ahead of those guys.
Yeah,
so
they're going to catch the 111 here, though, for class promotion.
They should, yeah.
I've got a question for the crowd, I guess. Well, okay, never mind. Give it a lap. I saw there was a pretty substantial gap between the front runners and GTU that I couldn't work out, and the answer is that the 59 hasn't finished its out lap yet.
Yeah. Give this a second to cycle through. I think we're pretty sure the 59 is going to come through first here, right?
Should do.
No reason it shouldn't. 147 has come in, presumably for its last stop.
909 is right behind the 111, so that'll change hands this lap. Here's the 59, directly behind automatic. So that's 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall right together.
Racer Motors is going to be another 15 seconds back. So yeah, that's the GTU race. Pretty decided for this one.
Barring any problems.
It is going to depend on how hard the Stratus car pushes here, and
well, it'll also depend on how hard the 6 can push. They're both kind of at the edge of their fuel windows.
Racer Motors demonstrating on that lap that they're not pushing. They're not able to push hard. 31.8 is very quick.
Now they were in a little bit of traffic coming out of 14, though.
Where is the? I don't see a yellow. I don't. Where is the Marshall station here? Where is this yellow flag
Up
gonna
top
start?
of the hill. Yeah, I don't see it up there.
Okay, it must be. This is a fairly low. Yeah, obviously it's lower than the Marshall's vantage point, right? So it may be over the crest out of sight.
Oh, look at that.
Zoom. Well, we found where the green flag starts.
Yeah, you know what? I actually wonder if the Marshall. So the Marshall at 3 is on driver's right, just before the apex. So I wonder if there is no backup flag there at the top of the hill. Although it does look to be waving there, just to the left side of the screen. You kind of see a waving yellow.
There is a Marshall there.
Oh, you know what? So they will have a standing yellow at the top of the hill then at turn 2. So that makes sense.
That's what I was looking for, and that's why I was perplexed. 94 for 94 Motorsports, believe it or not. That car has been given a lap penalty for not having the fire bottle ready for it. So, a race that had bright spots for that car hasn't really delivered, unfortunately.
When are we expecting the 111? Are we expecting the 111?
I would.
I think we need a splash out of that car.
I think I mentioned in our private channel that when they pitted it, I think they pitted it exactly an hour, or maybe slightly longer. Wasn't sure that they could make it.
I mean, they're not going quite as quickly.
I think they might be driving to a number because I've got them with 16 laps to go on this tank, and that's going to be close.
They just lost 2 positions and set a 240 on that lap.
Okay, well, they might be driving to a number then, which now it comes back to the same thing. It's like you might as well just drive it flat out and then come in and splash.
If that's the reason they've been slow for the last, 2.5 hours, then, yeah, you can afford an extra pit stop in that amount of time.
I think one of the things with endurance racing is you can run the risk of kind of over-strategizing and kind of think yourself out of a pretty straightforward race.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it really is all just about trade-offs, right? Time loss and trade-offs.
Now, there are risks associated with pit stops that are not, they don't quite show up in lap time, right? You could have a penalty thrown at you or whatever, and so that's not nothing. But I don't know. I don't know if that comes into their calculus or not.
We've been following the 909 and 59 going around. That would be the race for third.
Third overall, yep.
Third overall. I think we've just dropped behind them, Gabe, with the trackside cameras, but that will be a good battle because I'm expecting Stratus to be quicker than the 909.
696 will be about to do this lap, and then it'll be. They've got enough of a gap anyway that it wouldn't matter.
They're going to go right around the outside of the automatic Aston at the carousel.
Yeah,
wow. Tight, like he was tied to a post.
That's downforce for you.
Yeah.
and
there is another slight risk here, and it's not for class positions, so don't make too big a deal out of it. But the Hammer car is down in the 230s, as is W2Ws. They don't matter. The Hammer car, because they're 2 laps behind.
Yeah.
But the Hammer car
there's a pit stop between them anyway.
30s. There's a variety of reasons then. But the 6s, the last lap was in the 33s, and there's only 20 seconds between them. So at 3 seconds a lap, there's really not much in 6th overall.
Does Hammer have to pit again?
21 laps. I don't think so. No, definitely not.
They'll be fine. 21 laps will be fine.
So will the 986. I think the 111 will be marginal, which we were just talking about. The 909 is definitely good to go. The 501 has less range than the 111 does, so the 501 maybe do a splash.
Yeah, I wonder if we did speculate they would need a splash, and it wouldn't be cost them a place to automatic. But
there's a part of me that kind of wonders if maybe they've tried to split strategy on those cars and put one on a turn and burn and the other on a fuel save.
Possibly. I think Stratus might have the speed to close that gap up enough that they're in danger of losing a position to Stratus. Especially if they're going to keep doing 2:37s, which is 10 seconds off Stratus's pace.
No, you're looking at overall, obviously.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. Just to clarify.
Yeah. It's interesting that Stratus had an issue, like a pretty significant issue with this car earlier in the race. It's making me think that they could have won this overall with a perfect run.
They definitely have really, I mean, they definitely have overall level pace for sure.
Well, yeah, they set the fastest lap.
Yeah. So, you know, we'd spent all this time yesterday talking about like, oh yeah, GTU, you put it at this power level, it's down at GP1 pace. I don't know if that's necessarily true now.
Well, it's definitely not. Yeah. They have the fastest pit stops as well.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because they have the small fuel tanks.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But their runs aren't significantly shorter. So yeah.
I mean, they are obviously shorter, but
not than JTR.
Their first stints definitely were, but maybe not. Maybe not.
JTR's got about the same stint length as it's all about trade-offs, right? JTR's got about the same stint length as the 6 does.
Right.
And the pace of the 59, right? So JTR is kind of the best of both worlds in terms of performance.
Except the JTR's pit stops are much longer.
True, sure.
So I think if we'd started the GTUs with the GTOs and Stratus had had a perfect run, it would have been really close.
It would be interesting for sure, yeah.
This
little, look at this! Yeah, they're in tandem formation again. They've found each other. So I wonder if it is tight on fuel for them.
If it were tight on fuel for the Stratus car, I don't know that they'd be out there doing 26s.
What's interesting, well, I don't think they're doing that because the 58 car is doing 38s, like doing 37s, 39s.
That's actually bulked the 50. It probably will not matter, but it's actually bulked the 59 pretty badly.
Well, PB from the 6.
All right, 27.4. It's still 3 seconds slower than Stratus done.
I mean, good for them for putting in an effort, you know.
Yeah, and he flashing his lights at the 111 there. I think he's being held up, or he thinks he's being held up by the 111.
Yeah, well, that's for position.
Well, overall position, sure. And in less sustained corners, I would believe that he is going to be held up. We can actually, if we could follow that around, probably down at turn 3, turn 4.
His last lap was 9 seconds faster than the 111, so he is being held up.
Yeah. The 59, as we see there, has gotten around in the team car.
Yeah, so it will catch them here at turn 5. Here goes the automatic car.
What's interesting is you were speculating whether the 1 would catch the 6. That doesn't look realistic now, but the 1 could certainly catch the 111, which actually matters for.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a really good point, actually.
That would be for 4th in class, 5th in class, 4th in class.
4th in class is correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Potentially, is the gap small enough that? No, I gotta look at this before I say anything. I want to see if there's any negative effects to the 501 having to splash at the end here.
Well, there's negative effects to it doing 239s.
That won't help.
Well, is that why they're doing 239? Ooh, is there a car off in the gravel at the last corner?
There's a yellow flag. It might have run wide.
Yeah, can we run it? Pick up the 14 camera there, Gabe. Yep, 4 off. Is that the 4?
It is the 4.
Yeah. That was a long 4 off.
4 off for the 4. No? Okay.
That 501 Thunder Bunny car is losing 7 to 9 seconds a lap to.
So if they're this comes back to what we were talking. If they're doing that to fuel save, that's a mistake because they have enough of a gap on the 909 that they could do a splash and come out in front. If they sacrifice that, they're at risk of getting neither. They're at risk of not having to do the splash anyway by missing their fuel number.
I feel like we're missing something because the numbers simply don't add up to that level of fuel save being worth it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree on both parts. I agree that it doesn't seem to make sense. I also feel like we're missing an important piece of information. Maybe they're keeping a lap or 2 in reserve or something. I don't know.
6 picked up 3 seconds on the automatic car all the time. but still lost a second and a half to the 59. Where do we think this time loss came for the number 6? Because I feel like they were
hemorrhaging time.
Okay.
So they were not going to make it on fuel. They were about 5 minutes short, and they were turning lap times that were a solid. I mean, what were they, Scott? They must have been like mid-30s.
Leaders in for the last time.
It was more that Stratus was suddenly doing 24s, which came out of nowhere.
Right. So what they thought might have been a 4 or 5 second lap loss turned into a 10-second lap loss.
Well, even a 4 or 5 second lap loss is too much.
Sure. No, I completely agree.
Yeah. I think Race Motors, their sort of fuel save pace is like 30-31, but Stratus are going around doing anywhere between 24 and 28. So that they're gaining, like 30-31 is not that slow. It's just the Stratus is ridiculously fast all of a sudden. There's a really close race for second in GP1. Round 3 racing number 701 just set their fastest lap and are only 2 tenths behind fifth gear of Motorsports.
Oh, do we still have the 701 on board? That might be a place worth going to. I know it's kind of a crapshoot this late in the day.
So keep in mind.
Not just that, but yeah, go ahead, JT.
That should be fifth gear's last stop, which happened just 4 laps ago.
Where 701 may need a stop before the end.
Yeah, it's going to be.
I think they'll be okay, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've got them in at about 14 laps, and I think just the length of the lap, I think they'll be all right. Barely, but I think they'll. I think they've back timed it.
Okay.
Because they came in about 3 laps early for this last stint.
Fastest lap for round 3, though.
Did we have the 701 on board, or is that wrong?
I don't know if it's still active.
Yeah.
It has gone kaputski.
Doesn't look great. 27 from Racer Motors, but a 26.2 from Stratus.
Our leader is in. I don't know if we called that.
Yeah,
we just saw them come out of the pits, so they're out for the last time, hopefully.
And at the point of their in lap, they had a full 2-lap lead. I think they might retain a 2-lap lead. So that is speed plus execution for today for sure. North Loop has pitted out of the lead in GP2.
It's a big gaggle of cars throughout the top 10 that is, none of them are split by more than 20 seconds, which, considering that we've been green for a large number of laps, is been green since lap 73, and we're now on lap 164. Almost 100 laps of green.
I was going to say we're going to come close to doubling what we did yesterday. I think it's going to be closer to like 80% more laps or something like that, but with all the stoppages that we just haven't had. We had the one brief stoppage.
I think we're almost going to have more green laps in one go today than we did green laps in total yesterday.
Yeah, we might. Has that, I haven't looked over at turn 3 in a minute. Have they managed to load that 46 up? They have. So that should be clean and green as well.
What are we expecting to change? I think Stratus closing in on the 501. I'm expecting that to go the other way. They're a minute 23 behind now. I think when Thunder Bunny pits, they're already going to drop behind the 59, even if the 59 doesn't keep catching or keep gaining. Right now they're gaining 7 seconds a lap, so I think that's almost certainly going to change. So Stratus, I'm expecting to jump to second with the 501 falling to third. The automatic car is also 5 seconds a lap quicker than Thunder Bunny and only 16 seconds behind Stratus. So there's a chance that Thunder Bunny might drop off the overall podium here and also therefore might lose their second in GTO if they don't pick up the pace.
Yeah, right.
Racer 6-2, so they're responding to Stratus. Too late, I think.
I feel like this change in position is a bigger deal for the. Excuse me. I think the potential change in position in GTO is probably more valuable for automatic than for Thunder Bunny, because I don't know that that 501 has been run very much at all yet this year in terms of if we're thinking championship, whereas the 909 has been.
The 501's
running.
brand new, isn't it?
What's that?
I think this is the 501's first race.
That's what I thought, but I didn't want to say that in case I was off.
I think you said that earlier.
Okay.
I don't know for sure. But...
So in terms of championship, if you're looking at the long view, I think it's a bigger deal for the 909 to pick up that second spot than it is for the 501. Although bragging rights are bragging rights, so you do want to race, but I think the 909's got a little bit more motivation here than the 501 does in terms of
we
are
are
that spot.
wondering whether that 909 is carrying a lingering issue that seemed to affect it on both of the last two pit stops. It doesn't have any more pit stops to make, so hopefully it will be okay. But we might. I'm wondering if there's a fuel pickup problem towards the bottom tank. Hopefully they're not going to run it that close to finish.
No, it shouldn't be near. This is probably like a 50-minute stint compared to the.
Well, it depends whether they fulfilled on the last pit stop. I'm completely speculating that it's a fuel pickup issue. It just seems like the symptoms are on the last lap.
Yeah, if it were fuel pickup, I think I'd overfill.
It's cut to turn 3. That battle that just went through the camera was the second place battle in GP1.
So to camera of 3.
Yeah, well, this is fine. Sorry, I meant turn 3, but
And
that's them at the back of the shot there. The two Porsche Caymans just coming off of turn 3 there.
And they have swap position.
Yeah, that's
on this last lap.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that had happened the lap before because I'd stepped away, but yeah. I'll pick them up down to 5.
Let's see how the pace compares between these two cars. Has it been a big delta that they've pulled?
Who? The 701?
Yeah.
No, it's no more than.
It was less than a second.
Lengths.
Yeah, it's slow and steady. If anything, I think we might want to actually keep an eye on that because the 550, it's got a decent amount of ultimate pace. There's a risk there of being able to pull the 701 back.
We can go back up there. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a minor difference between the two, but
probably past this already, actually.
Yeah, we'll head over to the carousel, I think.
RL transition.
Yeah. They passed us again.
Do we think so?
Sorry, I saw the 59, which I thought was behind the battle we're looking at.
Yeah. I think it's about to come back to us. Maybe?
No,
at 122.
59's already gone through, which you... Oh, no, there they are. Okay, sorry. Totally off. Must have been a different MPO one. While we wait, Joseph, is the 501 anywhere near making it on fuel? I'm just wondering because they're running around so slowly.
For me, no, and so.
How many laps off do you think?
6, I've got them in 6, so actually probably still 6. I don't see that being makeable.
No, so they're running around so slowly. I believe if they were in max fuel save, but if there's no chance of making it, then that can't be it.
I mean, unless they've been saving from the get-go, and maybe it's a 4 lap. Making up 30 miles around here feels insane.
No, it's like a quarter of a stint. There's no way you can run around at 75% fuel burn.
We're talking about the 501.
Yeah, and I think that's its legitimate stint length because its first stop was at lap 24 of the day, and I don't think I see a stint that's longer than that.
It has been going at this exact pace, other than a couple of laps ago it did 2:33. It's been going at this pace for the entire stint, so if it is for saving, it has been doing it the whole time, but there's no way you can do 75% fuel burn in a race car and be...
Even at this pace, yeah.
Saving that amount of fuel. But yeah, that car is in significant danger of submarining the outside probably to the back end of the top 5 at this rate, because Racer Motors are 7 seconds a lot quicker.
Which would still put them behind the team car, we think, potentially? Oof.
The 111
Maybe.
isn't quick enough.
Oh, okay.
I think so, anyway.
Oh, you're saying they would fall behind the 59 and the 6. Okay.
59, 909, and 6.
Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what non-class cars they would fall behind, but that makes sense.
6 has done a nice job of catching the Aston Martin. Margins under 2 seconds.
Unfortunately, I don't know.
Probably see them go outside in the carousel this lap, I would imagine.
While we're talking points, was the 6 at NOLA? I don't remember.
No.
Okay.
This is race of the year, I believe.
That would make sense because I think this is the only other round that they've been invited to. We've got everybody outside the top 2 in GP2 still in the pits. And it's a 10-minute delta between the 21 and the 3488. So with 10 more minutes of running, the 21 for Norfolk Motorsport is going to secure the class victory with a car that wasn't even supposed to run this weekend.
They may not be so sad to see that other car go. Other than I assume this one would have been slated to run some sprint races elsewhere this year.
Yeah, potentially.
But it's actually a really nice recovery for that team.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously are not going to come away. They would have come away with points yesterday because I think they got past 50%. But
so it's still disappointing to lose a win like that.
As such. Yeah, absolutely. And to rebound, albeit in a slightly reduced GP2 field, but nevertheless, I mean, to put it all together on a Sunday in a car you didn't expect to have to race is a pretty good thing.
Yeah, I don't. Your memory doesn't have to go too far back to remember a time when people would think about this track in sports car racing and say, well, it only takes 2 cars to make an auto race. So,
yeah.
Fifth gear took second back.
Interesting. So this is not done yet in GP1.
Correct.
Yeah, which is what we
warned
about.
Second, of course.
Yeah, but points are points, right? 701 is going to be one of those year-long contenders. So we'll try to keep an eye on those 2 Caymans.
Motorsports have the gap to the 111 Thunder Bunny car down below 10 seconds now and are gaining at 2 to 3 seconds a lap. So they've got enough time to overhaul Thunder Bunny for 6th. So that's 6th overall, which would be
4th in class. New PB from the 701 while they're trying to chase that. Wow, that really is a fight. Because the 701 for round 3 racing has put in their best lap by 1/3 of a second. After they've been passed by the 5th gear 550.
When?
These 2 are pushing each other pretty hard.
Yeah.
Well, with Scott there, I showed them at a 2:35.3. Oh, 4 laps ago, I see they did a PB.
Yeah.
1:55.
That might have been on the way past the 550 then.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
Right, it would have been right around the time that they made that move.
I mean, they came close on lap 158. Ooh, there we go, across the line. Both of them.
Both PBs. There you go. Game on for 2nd in GP1.
32.7 for 5th gear. They just pulled a 2nd.
These cars are both good on fuel, yes?
In theory, so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have they already gone through this shot? Are they on their way into turn 5?
Nope, that was them there. Just going into the
it sure
break.
is. Okay, so we'll stick on this one for a little bit until they come back through.
Yeah, wait at turn.
Thank you, Gabe.
Yep, wait right here. It's the silver hooded, otherwise black Cayman with the black and white Cayman. The 2 of them there. Here comes
Cayman v. Cayman.
That's the 59 right in behind or in between them.
Yes.
There's
And then
550.
the 147 in the back.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. It's all a bunch of class contenders.
There you go.
Aha. Canny.
This car is actually slower. I think they might have passed the Moorhead car on the
There's
last lap.
no real reason for this car to push at this point. I mean, it's got a full lap gap.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. It's just, yeah. It's not like this. This is the leader, so you'd expect it to be catching them, but actually, I think they just passed him.
Low Rooster Hall number 800. This is a fun sequence of words.
They've been doing pretty well today.
Yeah, not bad. They've been consistent. Oh, well, consistently on track anyway.
We
As
never
far as
did
I've
see
noticed.
the Petawatt Laser 900 come out.
Yeah, I never made it.
Oh, this.
I
Okay.
believe Rooster was 10th. Is that correct? Yeah, 10th.
Yeah, in GTO. Which, given how much time they lost yesterday, I mean, that car was up on jack stands while the crew was eating lunch.
Yeah, both them and 3 Racing have been doing decently well today.
Yeah.
Well, at least they used jack stands, so. The 2 cars that we're behind are on this lap. Well, obviously we're on a slight delay, I think. But they've just set personal best laps for both cars in the last lap.
Yeah, we did mention that. Yeah.
Okay, that's so funny. That's pushing to 10 tenths for sure.
Gap goes from 1.2 to 0.6.
We need Moorhead to pick up the pace here so we can watch this.
I know. Yeah, this 147 was the camera that you guys had remarked was pretty close to real time, right?
It was, yeah, like 6 or 7 seconds off.
I'll take that.
Oh man, let's the second here, Gabe. They're gonna exit 3 right there.
You see, I mean, it is a car length between them.
Yeah, no, they are absolutely tied together. And the most amazing thing about this, to me, is the fact this is
how cool they are.
Yes, but this is already swapped twice, right? It's not like one's just caught and is sitting there waiting. This has already gone back and forth once already.
Well, and then this is when it becomes really cerebral, right? You actually have to strategize and figure out, okay, if I'm capable of making the move on him, when do I do it? Do I do it now because I can't pull a gap? Do I do it on the last lap? Do I do it on the penultimate lap? Where's the leader on that last lap?
I mean, the 550 was just involved in this yesterday, weren't they?
Yes, they've got a little bit of experience.
The other thing is, if they have incidental contact, they both lose the podium.
Yes, that's true.
So, even if there's no fault. Just very quickly, Racer Motors has taken 4th place overall from Automatic Racing.
Okay.
Chattanooga back in the pits. That's unexpected to me.
We must be expecting the 501 imminently.
Oh, just kidding. No. That's about on schedule for the 348. It's just a late stop in the race. 501, you said, Scott?
Yeah.
3 laps away from me, so
It's closer than you were thinking. It's definitely not.
It's closer to 2 or 3.
From the end, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which maybe they can save. They could have been saving that.
It's so marginal. I just would have taken the splash, unless they didn't think that they had the pace.
Yeah, well, but they do. We know they can go 5 seconds quicker than this.
I just don't.
Stratus
Not
dropped
only
in
assuming they
24.5.
can save 3 laps of fuel, which seems optimistic, but
Stratus has just dropped in another 24.5 for what that's worth.
yeah,
They could catch the 501 here for a second.
they will.
overall.
They will catch them either way. Stratus will, for sure.
Yes. Yeah,
Obviously,
yeah.
the 501 doesn't really care unless Automatic catches them.
Right.
Which Automatic absolutely will not catch them without them pit stop.
Which will make this the 2nd race of the year that a Stratus entered GTU will finish 2nd overall behind a GTO, right?
Is that Saturday at NOLA? Is that what we're getting at?
I think that's right.
They won Sunday at NOLA overall, didn't they?
Yeah, they didn't win both races though. Because 696 won the other one. So history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme.
This is on the second weakest track we go to for GTUs.
Yes.
So, thus proving a well-run GTU is, I think, capable of winning overall.
Basically anywhere.
Basically anywhere. I will concede I don't think they can do it at Daytona without.
Yeah, Daytona.
Not with that attitude.
Take the wing off, you cowards. Kind of want to see someone do it now.
Yeah, the giant huevos will hold the car down. Low center of gravity.
Yeah.
550's opened up the margin for second, by the way. It's now at 1.4 seconds, which is, I think, the largest it's been. Oh, well, it's not 1.4 anymore.
I think there's a little bit of a rope-a-dope thing going on here. I don't think the 701 needs to make the move, and I think they know it. Oh dear, that could have gone badly.
Let's not forget here that we're being inside 10 minutes really means we've only got, what, 4 laps to go?
4 feels about right.
4 to 5, depending.
Yeah. Very aspirational. We always want. It's like maybe we'll get Canada corner. See if the cell service guys will allow it.
We may get.
Oh, they've gotten balked really badly here. Was the 701 through there?
No, I think that's the second car.
701's going left.
But he was set up really well to get a good run off of this last corner here, and we could actually 147.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
It's too bad that we don't have a live onboard on the 701 because I would not be surprised if we got a little bit of lift and coast action on that 701. Not because they need to save fuel, but because I don't think they need to make the move yet.
JTR crossed the line with almost exactly 9 minutes to go, by the way. If we want to work out how many laps there are remaining.
I would give that a shot.
That is, I want to say 4, isn't it?
It'll be 4 laps, yeah. This and 3 more.
And it won't be close.
Yeah. So we've got 4 laps to go.
But let's make sure they don't catch the 701 and the 550 here, because they're not that far behind, or he's not that far behind.
Is he even behind? I think he might. Oh yeah, he will be.
Yeah, I think he is. Yeah.
I think he will catch them.
We've actually lost the 550 and the 701 in the shot here.
Yeah, we've lost visual acuity.
Yeah. Oh, I think the 701's got to run up the hill here. I think there's a chance this is the round 3 car at the inside at turn 6 for second place in GP1. And whoever that is, the move is done. Now, from this distance, it's really hard to pick out who's who. But if we cut to the carousel trackside here, if we do it now, we might catch it.
I think it's going to be whoever comes into.
Yeah, well, nope.
Frame first.
Car out the back. Not sure who that is.
How fortuitous.
Yeah. There they are. That's 701 in front. That's exactly what that was up at turn 6. Move done for second.
Here's the thing about this, right?
Leader, by the way, right behind them.
Yeah, the leader.
Oh, yep. Okay.
So
that. Go ahead.
I think you want to be the car that is trailing going into turn 5 on the last lap.
I don't know that either of these cars are quicker enough.
Yeah, I don't think there's a substantial difference.
Yeah, I don't think you can play it like that. I think you basically just got to hang tight
to get the
hope.
exit.
Yep.
No, what I'm saying is you need to slipstream into turn 5.
Yeah, but I don't think that's a short fire. I think you just need to sit and hope that the car in front of you gets balked. 701. I thought so. Yep, 550 gets balked on the exit though, so this is gonna kind of actually work to the 701's favor. Who is that in front there? Is that it's the 170?
Yeah.
It's a car.
Yeah, that they've caught, I think.
Yeah, here comes the leader.
Which is not going to do any favors here on the straight.
No,
way to go.
701 has really opened up the margin here. Here, 550 is going to follow that car through past the number 170.
Yeah, I think that's poor sportsmanship from the 170, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think he got caught up in it and really didn't know where to go with it. He should have pulled over earlier, but you don't know there's a battle coming, and most would not.
Just to update what's going on at the front, Stratus 59 is about to overtake 501. I think they do it on this lap. Also, it looks like Racer Motors may have gone into epic fuel save mode. They've been very slow the last few laps.
It reminds me a lot of the end of their last stint, or at least that's how the end of their last stint felt to me.
There's a chance they're 1 lap short. It won't make a huge difference. Also, we haven't seen Thunder Bunny in the pits yet. The 501.
I think they've backed right out of it. They're in the 35s and going to concede the spot to the 59.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised they were able to add 3 laps or whatever they needed onto.
No, the 501 is due this lap.
Okay.
So we'll see how much they actually save.
Yeah, I mean, I would be surprised if they've been able to add that on.
4 is in and 52 is in for the last stop. I think the 55 is down in the pit lane as well. Inside of the last 5 minutes.
55, I think, has been sat there for a bit.
Yeah. So I assume the 550 has escaped here up the road a little bit. He started to claw some of this margin back.
It's not a huge
It's
gap.
about a
I think
second.
it's basically insurmountable.
I
with
don't
the
know
amount of time
about
that's left.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, no.
We got 2.5
Considering,
laps left.
and they were able to do a 32.7.
Yeah.
So it's not done yet. I don't think.
I think 2 minutes ago, you guys were telling me that they were so even on pace that you
Well,
couldn't possibly strategize.
They are, but I think I think if you're going to put something, if you're going to be in clear track and you can put your head down, you could make up that margin.
Okay.
As long as
you
it's,
can put
as
your
long as
head
the
down.
701 isn't also at 100%. But
Yeah, why would you not be?
Here we go. We're
they're close.
3 car lengths at the final corner.
Yeah, and that's after traffic completely balked the 550.
Yeah, we're
59.
cars are going to be half a second apart.
2 laps to go.
986 is the car we saw down the escape road at turn 5. Was the 986.
32.6. Both
Yeah.
cars set their fastest lap.
Again.
Round 3 with the advantage.
Only
no.
5 being ahead.
Racer Motors now says
No, and
that
then lap time.
after running 2.
No.
10 seconds.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
It's a 32.
Well, the 550's lap time just clicked over for me.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no, that's a 6/10 gain right there.
Yeah.
And as we just mentioned, 2 laps to go here. 696 has been across the line.
I don't know why Billy's flashing his light.
Gotta set those PBs, man.
You gotta set those PBs while you're just fuel saving dramatically.
It's not.
It's the strobe light.
He's just done his fastest lap.
Oh, where does that come from?
Exactly.
Oh, you have enough fuel to get it to the end. You're good. Go.
You're good. Push now.
Yeah, it was like, well,
I'll have a debrief with him.
I have so many questions.
Yeah,
Oh, there goes the 170.
Scott needs a strategy job.
He saw that in the mirror. That was actually quite close to hitting the back of the 147.
Yeah.
Oh.
So Thunder Bunny is extending from their maximum stint length. So they've got to basically extend what they've done this race by 3 full laps.
The 501.
501, yeah.
I'll tell you what, nobody looks prepared. Am I looking too far?
Not to
I
say
don't think
that
anybody really looks prepared down there to receive a race car.
winner bin. Second or something that rhymes with second, I guess. Second or wreck it. All right, I tried.
That's all right.
Gone round again.
I don't think they're coming in, guys.
They might be able to back off enough to let the leader pass them, and this is their last lap.
Wow,
That
I
would be
wonder
the
if
move.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah, so they're going to make. Well, they're either going to run out of fuel now, or they're going.
There's our battle. There's our battle. 701 and 550 up through the last corner now.
Has the leader gotten? This will be white flag. White flag for the leader's got to be coming.
It is. White flag is out at the top of the hill. There goes the 696. And here come the 2 Porsche Caymans locked together as they have been for the last 20 plus minutes.
2 more PVs.
It's very handy that we're
amazing.
Actually, we should catch the end of this on the. Well, never mind. I was gonna say we could catch it on the 147's onboard, but I think he's
No, don't bother with
dropped
that.
off. No.
Big time.
Yeah.
All right, we'll cut down.
Now,
to
do you think maybe the
turn
move
3.
might happen on the way into turn 5 on the last lap?
Or Canada.
Yeah.
Or
if you're gonna-
14.
I don't know that anybody takes a dive here. I think they're both better than that, but
Yeah, there's a
oh,
little
man,
too much of a
550
gap here.
uses a ton of room on the exit there.
You'll
And
look.
I think he's actually got a decent run. He's not quite close enough, but the run is there. Really nice run for that car.
Yeah.
For that fifth gear. White flag being shown elsewhere at the top of the hill.
That's
There
your
goes
overall leader with the
36.
headlights on.
Wait
and
for
the
the
Chattanooga 348 alongside.
Whoa, he's close. 701 still in front, but it's not by anything more than 2 car lengths.
Look at the rear just bouncing around.
I think the 550 really sent it in there on the brakes, but it kind of hurt them on the corner exit.
Yeah,
pop
that
up
was
to
their
the carousel
chance.
here, Gabe, and try and pick him out as
Yeah,
they
we got too
come
big of
under
a
the
gap
bridge
here.
in a couple of seconds' time.
We'll need to catch the leader catching the checkered flag anyway, or at least on his way.
Yeah, we'll get there in a second. There goes the leader in Chattanooga, actually.
Yes. Second in GP2. Where's the 501? I don't think have they let off yet? Are they going to just let him go at the end of 14?
550's given up some time here. Actually,
it's
quite a bit
too
of
much.
time.
It's too
Yeah.
much.
I think that might be it done, unless they get, a really good run through Canada Corner or something like that. That might be it. So we'll await the arrival of the gray camo number 696 from JTR Motorsports Engineering.
Back one.
Back one, yeah. We should see the 501 come through, though I must admit I don't actually know what that car looks like.
I'll pick them up at 13 there. Okay. That's them through the final corner, actually. So on their way out
To the
of turn
front straight.
14 and up the hill on the front straightaway. There they go. And up to the top of the hill, the checkered flag waves. And JTR Motorsports Engineering finally puts in a performance reflective of all the pace they've shown of the year, picks up their second class and overall win of 2020, side by side across the line. It's half a car length.
It's round 3.
It's round 3. Somewhere in the final couple of corners, the number 550 got a run on the 701, but it wasn't enough. He had his left front wheel up along the passenger door of that number 701 and needed about 100 yards to get the move done. Not quite enough. Second place.
0.04 of a second.
And here's the second place in GTO. I don't know if they're going to come through. They don't need to, actually, is the other part of that. They could just stop on track because the leaders separated them.
Or just take the shortcut back at turn 5, yeah.
Yeah, just run it dry. That's our race. Just come back to the paddock.
That's an extremely impressive fuel run from them. So suddenly, I still don't think it was worth it, but
I completely agree.
3 laps.
It was exciting.
It was. It reminds me of what was it, Barber Sunday last year with Hammer, where they just seemed to suddenly make fuel out of nowhere. But it got them second in GTO, which is the best they could have hoped for today, I think. So fair play.
Did we catch that Hammer? Speaking of Hammer, overtook the 111?
Yep, yeah. Was able to pick up 4th in GTO. That was not on the last lap, but it wasn't
a couple laps
a terribly distant pass either. So your GTU winner actually ends up coming home in second overall as a result of that fuel saving we were just talking about. Fastest lap of the race on the last lap of the race, 2:23.8.
I don't know if they'd be doing that if they're trying to argue that that car needs more power.
Hey, we could be doing 18s.
Great.
Next thing you know, it'll be a D Sports race.
Definitely a good argument to start them ahead of the GTOs rather than behind.
Yeah, but that's one car on one lap.
Or you could just grid them as a group, yeah, I think, because it's going to be a mixed bag,
Second place in GTU, the Racer Motors number 6. Third place in GTU, I'm going to have to assume is the 58. Indeed it is, but well down the order. Up in GTO, it is the 696, like we mentioned, from the 501 and the 909. Hammer did not catch the automatic racing Aston Martin, although that was never really in play. The margin was 29 seconds there. Obviously, that number 1 was able to pass the Thunder Bunny car in the last few laps. Pro Sport salvages 6th in class today. Oh, not a bad recovery day for them either. The 986 with their late problem finishes in 7th. And then a fairly promising day for Team ACP Tangerine Associates. It actually winds up with their best car in P8.
Actually,
So,
I have that 986 result is questionable because we saw them taking the shortcut into the paddock with like 10 minutes to go, didn't we?
we did, but so they came into the paddock. I don't know what the issue was.
If they came through the paddock, they won't have tripped timing. I don't think.
I don't understand how they lost like one lap doing that.
They only would have tripped timing coming out of the paddock.
Yeah,
I'm sure somebody will
I think
take
if
a
you
look
take
at
the
that.
shortcut, I think you lose that lap basically.
Somebody's going to take a look at that next door here, I think. But
Yeah, they've got a 4:42 lap, but that's not slow enough. I don't think.
right, for cutting out 2.5 miles.
Yeah. Well, but adding on to that
Yes,
first,
right.
essentially.
Right. No, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So I think they may have been given a lap that they shouldn't have been. Not sure.
I'm sure that'll be looked at and poured over.
Yeah. We'll bounce back to the general production classes here to kind of round things out. Moorhead Speedworks does end up taking the GP1 class victory. This is a car that I'm just riding on board with to the top of the hill. Round 3 racing in the 550. Kudos to both of those teams and drivers. That was a fantastic scrap for second place. 0.039 is the margin there between the 701 and the 550 up at the line. So, like I said, kudos to both of those guys. 336 and the 362, respectively, in 4th and 5th. Nice finish for RRT racing there in the top 5. And big mission after not a perfect day, but it had some promise. Comes home in 4th in GP1. GP2, North Loop Motorsport, like we mentioned, takes a backup car to P1. Chattanooga Tornwagen Meisterschaft brings the 348 home in 2nd, which is, I don't want to say lucky, but they were not, it was a little shaky there towards the end after they went off track.
Yeah, they tried to give it up and had to earn it back, I think.
Yeah, Stan's Racing had a long stop there, which did help give the position back. But anyway, a 2nd isn't a bad recovery for the 348 there, and then the 198 in 3rd. Libre Racing never did return to the track after their problems down at turn 5. AOA Racing in 5th, and those are the only 5 cars that took the green flag in GP2 today. A GP3, a pretty anonymous run for the number 197 Overnight Motorsports Porsche Cayman. TC Klein Racing into 2nd, and then the number 15 from AOA Racing in 3rd. 6:05. Round 3 ends up back in 4th. 5 laps, 7 laps off of the class leader. It's an interesting. I didn't realize they had slipped that far back.
A good recovery.
Nevertheless, nevertheless. Oh, that's right. They had the power steering leak early, didn't they?
They did, yeah.
That
so they've been
is
clawing
right.
their way
yeah,
back
that's not
the
bad.
entire time.
Fourth is a good result in that case. So, I don't know what the proper wind-up from this is, other than to say that JTR was thoroughly dominant today, the way that we would have expected them to be. Given
They got the win that they should have gotten.
Yes, several times
and,
this season.
and that by their own admission should have gotten and didn't. So I think that's going to be a very satisfying result for them.
Yeah, I concur. The weekend as a whole, pretty fascinating. Almost 100 laps under green to finish the race today, which is, I think we were owed after yesterday.
Law of large numbers comes out in full force.
Yes. If anybody has any other thoughts, the floor is yours. Otherwise, we'll get things wrapped up here.
Congrats to Stratus for their performance in GTU. Just another dimension to what we were talking about yesterday. It's going to be really interesting to see how GTU as a class develops over the course of this season and future seasons, I think.
Yeah, I think they've added a lot of depth, and don't know that the WRL needed car counts, but I'm glad to have them here. They'll be back again for Daytona, as will we here at DriversEye Live. The second weekend in June from Daytona International Speedway, the one long enduro of the season, 14 hours, starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, finishing under the lights, 10 p.m. at the famed Daytona International Speedway. Cannot wait to be back down there and get ourselves that one long enduro for the season under our belts. But this weekend is in the books. Thanks to everybody at WRL, everybody at Hagerty, and of course Cooper Tires and Sentinel for all of their support this weekend. Thanks to Gabe Howe on production. the silent partner this weekend, but putting in tons of work this weekend to get us ready to go. My thanks to Gabe. Thanks to JT Tammy. 2 early mornings for you. Scott Michaels, Joseph Mudrock, throughout the last 2 days as well. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. This has been the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. We will be back from Daytona in a month's time. We will talk to you all then. Bye for now.